Greetings to everyone in the name of EZER, the mighty one of our fathers, our Redeemer and Savior, EZER of hosts, EZER Almighty, Creator of heaven and of earth and of all things there is in them. He who made us in his image and in his likeness, have chosen us to be a people, a holy people unto himself. Let us sing our praise to EZER. Hallelujah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Praise be to EZER forever. In this video, I bring you the words of Jeremiah, the prophet, the one whom EZER spoke to and said, He have chosen him out of his mother's belly and brought him out of her womb to make him a prophet unto the people whom EZER himself have chosen. From the seed of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the EZER-IAHites. My brothers, my sisters, I would like you to listen to this video and allow your children and your friends to listen to this video. For who will hear, let them hear, and who will forbear, let them forbear. But EZER said, he sent his prophets that the people may know that there was a prophet among them. Please pay attention to the words that I will read from our ancestors. Now, this is the book of Jeremiah, as he speaks the word of EZER. Chapter 1, verse 1. The words of Jeremiah, the son of Hilkiah, of the priests that were in Antioch, in the land of Benjamin, to whom the word of EZER came in the days of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of Judah, in the 13th year of his reign. It came also in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, unto the end of the 11th year of Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, king of Judah, unto the carrying away of Jerusalem captive in the 5th month. My dear brothers and sisters, I want you to pay attention to this king. The one is named Zedekiah. He was the son of Josiah. Because I will make a comment on this name, either through the video or after the video. Verse 4. Then the word of EZER came unto me, saying, Jeremiah is speaking, Before I formed you in the belly, I knew you. And before you came forth out of the womb, I sanctified you. And I ordained you a prophet unto the nations. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER is saying to Jeremiah, before he formed him in the belly, before he took him out the womb, he knew him and sanctified him and made him a prophet unto the nations. So now, my people, it is very important to know these words that Isaiah spoke to this man when he appeared unto him. And here we are today that we can read those words that will come from this man's mouth. I want you to know how important his words are to us. Very important. Make note of this verse in verse 6. It states, and this is the way it's supposed to be read. Then said Jeremiah, behold, I cannot speak, for I am a child. And Isaiah said unto him, say not that you are a child, for you shall go to all where I shall send you, and whatsoever I command you, you shall speak. Here he has informed Jeremiah what words he will speak and where he will go. He will go everywhere that Isaiah sends him, and he will speak every word that Isaiah has given unto him. My dear brothers and sisters, I hope you will recognize how important these words that these prophets are speaking to us, how important to us those words are. And right there, you see, Jeremiah is calling on the name Isaiah. They try to disguise it for you by putting a comma after the I and then putting a small I in front of the A, and then adding the balagad, the L-O-R-D, G-O-D. We are not to read those names, as I told you over and over. We're not even to mention them out of our mouth. But here we see Jeremiah calling the name Isaiah right in your face, in your book. Be not afraid of their faces, for I am with you to deliver you, says Isaiah. He's saying, I'm sending you to these people. Don't be afraid of their faces, because I'm with you. My brothers and sisters, Isaiah is telling us and showing us that the nations are the peoples of the earth. They don't want to see us nor hear us. They don't want to hear the word of Isaiah. So when they see you or hear you using that name, their faces would not be pleasing. But you are not to be afraid. You are not to be stressed. Who will hear, let them hear, and who will not, let them forbear. For thus says Isaiah, he is with you to deliver you. Then Isaiah put forth his hand and touched my mouth. And Isaiah said unto me, Jeremiah speaking, behold, I have put my words in your mouth. Here Isaiah confirmed, Jeremiah is confirming that Isaiah has put his words in his mouth. Verse 10, see, I have set you over the nations and over the kingdoms, to root out and to pull down and to destroy and to throw down and to build and to plant. So here he has just told us what Isaiah said to him. So those that will be pulled down are those that don't want to hear. And those that will be builded up are those who are paying attention to the words that Isaiah put in Jeremiah's mouth, my brothers and sisters. Moreover, the word of Isaiah came unto me, saying, Jeremiah, what seest thou? And I said, I see a rod of an almond tree. Then said I unto me, Jeremiah speaking, You have well seen, for I will hasten my word to perform it. And the word of I came unto me in the second time, Jeremiah is speaking, saying, What see you? And I said, I see a seething pot, a boiling pot, and all face thereof is towards the north. Then I said unto Jeremiah, Out of the north an evil shall break forth upon all the inhabitants of the land. So Isaiah is telling him where the evil is coming from. For lo, I will call all the families of the kingdoms of the north, says Isaiah, and they shall come, and they shall set every one his throne at the entrance of the gate of Jerusalem, and against all the walls thereof round about, and against all the cities of Iduiah. And I will utter my judgment against them, touching all their wickedness, who have forsaken me, and have burned incense unto gods, and worship the work of their hands. Here, my brothers and sisters, Isaiah is telling you and is an Israelite what he has in store for the nations. Verse 12. You therefore gird up thy loins, and arise, and speak unto them all that I command you. Be not dismayed at their faces, lest I confound you before them. Don't be afraid. Isaiah is telling them, don't be afraid when you get before them. I've given you my words. You have my name, and you have my words. Because if you go there and you are afraid of them, then I will make them laugh at you or reproach you. Verse 18. For behold, I have made you this day a defended city, and an iron pillar, and brazen walls, against the whole land, against the kings of Iduiah, against the princesses thereof, against the priests thereof, and against the people of the land. Here Isaiah is telling him, just go. You are ready. I've sanctified you. I've made you strong. I've done everything for you already. So go now and talk to them. Don't be afraid. And they shall fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you, says Isaiah, to deliver you, giving him assurance. They're going to fight against you, but don't be afraid, because I'm with you. That's the assurance Isaiah is giving us. When he gave us his name, when he gave us his words, we are not to be afraid. We are not to be scared. We have his name, we have his word that he gave to us. And we are not afraid, not to be afraid, my brother and my sister. Serve Isaiah with your whole heart, your whole soul, and with all your strength. And be not afraid. Isaiah is with us. Moreover, the word of Isaiah came unto Jeremiah, saying, Go and cry in the ears of Jerusalem, saying, Thus says Isaiah, I remember you, the kindness of your youth, the love of thy espousal, the way you adopted his ways. That's what Isaiah is saying here to them. When you went after me in the wilderness, in a land that was not sown, the desert, EZER-IAH was holiness unto IAH, and the first fruit of his increase, all that devoured him shall offend. Evil shall come upon them, says IAH. So whoever offend us, evil shall come upon them. Hear you the word of IAH, the house of Jacob, and all the families of the house of EZER-IAH. Thus says IAH, what iniquity have your fathers found in me, that they are gone far from me, and have walked after vanity, and have become vain. Here IAH is asking Jeremiah to ask the people, what has he done to them that they left him and gone after vanity, as our people has gone after vanity? All the GODs, the LORDs, all the idols, they have gone after them. Vain things. Verse 6 of chapter 2. Neither said they, where is IAH that brought us out of the land of Egypt, that fed us through the wilderness, through a land of deserts and of pits, through a land of drought and of the shadow of death, through a land that no man passed through, and where no man dwell. That's the same deserts over there, my brothers and sisters, where we will be going back to. And here IAH is telling Jeremiah to ask them, how have you forgotten who brought you through, who fed you, who protected you? How come you forget so quick? As our people are still forgetting. And I brought you into a plentiful country to eat the fruit thereof and the goodness thereof. But when you entered, you defiled my land and made my heritage an abomination. So when our people went in, what did they do? They go learn the ways of the Canaanites. And they made IAH's place abomination. That's why we was put into captivity. And that's why we was put into captivity after one another, after the other. And we are still in captivity. The priest said not, where is IAH? The priest didn't ask about IAH. And they that handled the law knew me not. So everybody forgot him. The pastors also transgressed against me, and the prophets prophesy by BAAL until today. LORD. Your BAL is the same LORD. Check it up, Google it, check it in your dictionary, and prove it yourself. It is the same LORD. They have given up IAH and they have gone after LORD. And walked after things that do not profit. That's why our people cannot profit. That's why we are still oppressed. Because we have gone after things that cannot help us. Wherefore, I will yet plead with you, says IAH, and with your children's children will I plead, as he is pleading with us today. He is begging us to come back to him. Hear my voice and hear the words I'm reading to you. This is for us, my people. For pass over the isles of Shittim and see, and send unto Kedar, and consider diligently, and see if there be such a thing. Can a nation change their mighty one to those that are not mighty ones? But my people have changed their glory for that which do not profit. Here EZER-IAH is asking, can a people change their mighty one? And he says, you don't think that they could change their mighty one? But his people have changed their mighty one. We, the Israelites, have changed our mighty one. So now we have chosen the mighty ones of the nations. The GODs, the LORDs, the Yahweh, the Jehovah, and all the rest that they give. We have changed our mighty one to the things that cannot profit. Right there he's telling you what happens. The things you accept now cannot profit you because you have given up your mighty one. You have changed your mighty one. Be astonished, O you heaven, at this, and be horrible afraid. Be you very desolate, says EZER-IAH. EZER-IAH is calling heaven. He's calling on heaven to be astonished at what we as a people have done. For my people have committed two evils. They have forsaken me, their fountain of living water, and hewn them out cisterns, broken cisterns, that cannot hold no water. Is EZER-IAH a servant? Is he a homeborn slave? Why is he spoiled? Here EZER-IAH is asking us, why are we spoiled? Are we born to be slaves? Why have we given up our living water and has gone after GODs that cannot do nothing for us? Until this day, 400 years in captivity and nothing for us. And yet, our wicked brothers and sisters, the wicked ones like us that are among us, have joined up with the heathen and continue to lead us in darkness, to lead us astray, to lead us into error where there is no profit. My people, hear the word that EZER-IAH is speaking unto Jeremiah that he sent unto us. Verse 15, chapter 2. The young lion roared upon him and yield, and they made his land waste. His cities are burned without inhabitants. Our land was desolate. Also the children of Nophah and Tahpanhes have broken the crown of your head. Has you not procured this unto yourself? Can you see what has happened to you? In that you has forsaken EZER-IAH, your mighty one, when he led you by the way? And now, what has you to do in the way of Egypt? To drink the waters of Shire? Or that has you to do in the way of Assyria? To drink the waters of the river? Why are you always going to your enemies? Thine own wickedness shall correct you, and your backsliding shall reprove you. Know therefore and see that if it is an evil thing and bitter, that you have forsaken EZER-IAH, your mighty one, and that my love is not in you, says EZER of hosts. For of old time I have broken thy yoke, and burst thy bonds. And you said, I will not trespass. When upon every high hill and under every green tree you wander, playing the harlot. He broke their yoke and took them out of Egypt, brought them into a fruitful land. They promised they will not transgress. And when they went there, they went on every hill and under every green tree, offering sacrifice to their idols. Yet I had planted you a noble vine, holy, a right seed. How then are you turned into the degenerate plant of a strange vine unto me? Isaiah is asking, I planted you a good vine. I planted you a noble vine. But how have you changed now? You don't know him anymore. You have become a strange vine unto Aya. Our people have become a strange people unto Aya. We are like strangers unto Aya because we don't know his name anymore. We don't serve him anymore. Our people are now worshiping idols and demons and devils and continuing to offer the sacrifice on the hills and under the trees, and even offering the sons and the daughters until this day. For you wash you with mitre, and take you much soap, yet thine iniquity is marked before me, says Aya, our mighty one. Our iniquity is marked before Aya. Our iniquity is so great, it is before him. So he's telling us we need wash and wash. How can you say that you are not polluted? How have you gone after Balaam, the Lordgod? See your way in the valley. Know what you have done. You are a swift dromedary, traversing her ways. A wild ass used to the wilderness, that snuff up the wind at her pasture. In her occasion, who can turn her away? All they that seek her will not weary themselves in her month. They shall find her. Withhold thy foot from being unshod, and your throat from thirst. But you said, there is no hope, no. For you love strangers. After them will you go. That's what you are saying to Aya. I'm begging you to call out to Aya, your Redeemer. But yet, our people want to go after strangers. My people, turn to Aya, your mighty one. Turn to Aya, your Redeemer, Aya of hosts. As the thief is ashamed when he is found, so is the house of Uzziah ashamed. They, their kings, their princesses, and their priests, and their prophets, saying to a stock, you are their father, and to a stone, you have brought them forth. For they have turned their back unto Aya, and not their faces. But in the time of their trouble, they will say, arise and save us. They are now looking on a cross and calling on JC to help them. There are those going to Mecca and kissing a stone and asking him to help them. And here EZER is telling Jeremiah to tell them the time will come when they will seek for help. They will ask him to save them. Well, I hope it wouldn't be too late. 28. But where are your GODs? Here he's putting it straight to you. He's telling you that your GODs are idols. He's telling you your GODs are not him. Listen to how it's read. He's showing you here that Jeremiah is showing you this God is not higher. Hear what it says. But where are your GODs that you have made for yourself? Let them arise, if they can save you in the time of your trouble. For according to the number of your cities are your GODs. Oh, you do higher. So, just like we live today, every corner is a different church calling on a different name. Everywhere our people is congregated, everyone is calling some other name. My people, 29. Wherefore will you plead with me? You all have transgressed against me, says EZER. In vain have I smitten your children. They receive no correction. Your own sword has devoured your prophets like a destroying lion. We have brought all these things upon ourselves by turning our backs unto EZER, by us not calling out his name, by us forgetting his commandments and going unto the heathens. All these things have come upon us. And here he's saying, it's in vain I punish you. Because he punished us that we would change. But we are not changing. Our people are now accepting the punishment and like they're happy in it. We are not changing. 31. O generation, see you the word of EZER. Have I been a wilderness unto EZER-IAH, a land of darkness? Wherefore say my people, they have gone unto LORDs. They will not come no more unto EZER. That's what he's telling you right here with the clear words. They have gone to LORDs and they have not gone unto EZER. Can a maid forget her ornaments, or a bride her attire? Yet my people have forgotten me days without number. Why? Here I is telling Jeremiah to ask you some questions. He's saying that the maid cannot forget her ornaments. The bride cannot forget her attire. But you, EZER-IAH, has forgotten him days without number. Well, it's years without number. Years without number. Our people has forgotten EZER. Why don't you make yourself to seek love? Instead, you teach the wicked ones to follow your wicked ways. Also, in your skirts is found the blood of the soul of the poor innocents. I have not found it by secret search, but upon all these. I don't have to search to see our people's wickedness. It is in the open. Yet you say, because you are innocent, surely his anger shall turn from me. Behold, I will plead with thee, because you sayest, I have not sinned. You're lying and think EZER is going to help you because you're lying. You need to confess your sins, my brothers and sisters. Why gatherest thou about so much to change thy ways? You also shall be ashamed of Egypt, as you was ashamed of Assyria. Yea, you shall go forth from him, and thine hands upon thine head, for EZER has rejected thy confidence, and you shall not prosper in them. So you're seeking after the mighty ones of the heathen, and you think they're going to help you. And here EZER is telling you you're going to leave them with your hands upon your head. You're going to be mourning because you are not going to be helped by them. They cannot help you. The idols cannot help you. What the nation is giving you cannot help them, neither will it help you. Chapter 3. They say, if a man put away his wife, and she go from him, and become another man's wife, shall he return unto her again? Shall not that land be greatly polluted? But you have played the harlot with many lovers, yet you return again to EZER, says your mighty one. They think they can go and do all the wickedness and continue in it, and then just come back and to EZER. Lift up thine eyes unto the high place. See where you have not been lined with. In the ways has you sat for them, as the Arabian in the wilderness, and you have polluted the land with thy whoredom and with thy wickedness. Therefore the showers have been withholden, and there has been no latter rain, and you has a whore's forehead. You refuse to be ashamed. Will you not from this time cry unto EZER, my father, thou art the guide of my youth? Isn't it time that you turn back to EZER? Is your head that hard? Is the enemy so luring to you? Does the idols have authority over you that you cannot return to EZER and say, oh my father, I come back. Please help me. Forgive me. Have mercy upon me. Will he reserve his anger forever? Will he keep it to the end? Behold, you have spoken and done evil things, as you could. EZER said also unto Jeremiah in the days of Josiah the king, has you seen that which backsliding EZER-IAH has done? She is gone up upon every high mountain and under every green tree. That's where they used to go and offer their sacrifice to their idols. And that's where they're doing it today to their devils and demons and Lucifer. They're going in the mountain, in the bush. And there has played the harlot. That's where they go and fornicate with these demons, evil spirits. Even the pastors and the prophets, they're all doing the same thing. And I said, after she had done all these things, turn you unto me. But she returned not. So here I is saying, I tell them, I saw what they do, and I told them to turn back to me, but they refuse. They're still refusing. But she returned not. And her treacherous sister EZER-IAH saw it. So the southern tribe saw what the northern tribe was doing. And none of them in turn. And I saw when for all the cause whereby backsliding EZER-IAH committed adultery, I had put her away and give her a bill of divorce. So he scattered the northern tribe. Yet her treacherous sister EZER-IAH feared not, but went and played the harlot also. So the southern tribe went and do what the northern tribe did. And it came to pass through the lightness of her whoredom, she took it like nothing, that she defiled the land and committed adultery with stones and with stocks. And they're still doing it until today. Look at them in Nigeria, the Igbos. They have this stone in their hand and they're planting it on the ground and shaking it. And they was over here in captivity. They had a cross and the stone on it. And those that gone to Islam, they in Mecca kissing stone. And yet, for all this, her treacherous sister EZER-IAH has not turned unto IAH with her whole heart, but fidgetly, said IAH. They just, they're hiding to do what they're doing. And IAH said unto Jeremiah, the backsliding EZER-IAH has justified herself more than treacherous EZER-IAH. Go and proclaim these words towards the north, and say, return you backsliding EZER-IAH, says IAH, and I will not cause my anger to fall upon you. For I am merciful, says IAH, and I will not keep anger forever. It's the same thing IAH is saying to us today. Turn from your wicked ways and call unto IAH. Only acknowledge thine iniquity. We have to confess our sins. That you have transgressed against IAH, the mighty one, and has scattered thy ways to the strangers under every green tree. Always following the strangers in the earth, the fallen angels and their children, their descendants. And you have not obeyed IAH's voice, says IAH. Turn, O backsliding children, says IAH, for I am married unto you, and I will take you one of a city and two of a family, and I will bring you to Zion. Here IAH is telling us how he is going to gather us. One out of a city and two out of a family. Whoever turned to IAH, that's why he's saying turn. Whoever turned to him, those are the ones who he will take. Not those that go unto the enemy. And I will give you pastors according to mine heart, which shall feed you with knowledge and comprehension, like David, whom he promised he going to raise up unto us to feed us. That's the one that's going to give us that knowledge and comprehension. And it shall come to pass when you be multiplied and increase in the land. In those days, says EZER-IAH, they shall say no more the ark of the covenant of EZER-IAH, neither shall it come to mind, neither shall they remember it, neither shall they visit it, neither shall that be done anymore. At that time they shall call Jerusalem the throne of EZER-IAH, and all the nations shall be gathered unto it. To the name of EZER-IAH, the mighty one, to Jerusalem, neither shall they walk any more after the imagination of their hearts. Here EZER-IAH is telling us how he's going to change it. He and the host he raised up to rule his city. And his name is the name, the only name that will be called there. The only name. You don't see no G-O-D here, no L-O-D here. It's the name that he gave us. The name that he gave Shemaiah to bring unto us when we was in Egypt. The name that he gave to Adam. The name that Seth called upon. The name that Noah built an altar. The name that Abraham built an altar to and called upon. The name that Isaac built an altar and called upon. And Jacob. That's the name that's going to be called. That's the name that will be called. And no more will the people go after their imagination as they're going now, imagining things that the heathen has given unto us, unto our people. In those days, the house of EZER-IAH shall walk with the house of EZER-IAH, and they shall come together out of the land of the north to the land that I have given for an inheritance unto your fathers. As we came from Babylon, so will we be coming from the north country and going back into the land that EZER-IAH gave our fathers. But I said, how shall I put thee among the children and give you a pleasant land, a good heritage of the host of nations? And I said, you shall call me my father, and shall not turn away from me. We're going to call on EZER-IAH our father, and we will no more turn away from his name, my people. He has given us the name. He's given it us today. If your first time you're hearing this, hear the name of EZER-IAH. Not no son, not no JC. It's the Father, EZER-IAH, our Father, who made us in his image and in his likeness, who gave us his name and say it is forever. That's who we're going to call on, my people. Surely, as a wife treacherously depart from her husband, so have you dealt treacherously with EZER-IAH, O house of EZER-IAH, says EZER-IAH. EZER-IAH is saying, as an unfaithful wife, that's how we have treated him. A voice was heard upon the high places, weeping and supplication of the children of EZER-IAH. For they have perverted their way, and they have forgotten EZER, the mighty one. Return, you backsliding children, and I will heal your backsliding. Behold, we come unto you, for you art EZER, the mighty one. Truly in vain is salvation hoped for from the hills and from the multitude of mountains. Truly is EZER, our mighty one, is the salvation of EZER-IAH. Here he's telling us Our salvation doesn't come from the high hill. Our salvation doesn't come from the mountain. Our salvation comes from EZER, the mighty one of EZER-IAH. For shame has devoured the labor of our fathers from our youth, their flocks and their herds, their sons and their daughters. We lie down in our shame, and our confusion overcovers us. For we have sinned against EZER, our mighty one, we and our fathers, from our youth even until this day, and have not obeyed the voice of EZER, our mighty one. This is our transgressions, and this is what we have to go before EZER. We have to call his name and confess this that I have just heard, and ask for forgiveness, and pray that EZER will forgive us. EZER of hosts, EZER Almighty. Chapter 4. If you will return, O EZER-IAH, says EZER, return unto me. And if you will put away your abomination out from my sight, then shall you not removed. And you shall swear, I live in truth, in judgment, and in righteousness. And the nations shall bless themselves in him, and in him shall they glory. My brothers and sisters, Jeremiah is telling you EZER's word from his mouth. Only in EZER we could be blessed. Only in EZER we should glory. Not in no one else. Only in EZER, the Father and Maker of heaven and earth. No son, no brother, no cousin. Only in EZER. For this says EZER to the men of EZER and Jerusalem, break up your fallow ground and sow not among thorns. Here he's telling them, break up your fallow ground, break up the ground before you sow your seeds. Clean it up, clear it up before you plant. Don't plant among briars. Clean up yourself. Circumcise yourselves to EZER. To EZER, not to no one else, not to JC, not to Jehovah, not to anyone else, but to EZER. The same name Jeremiah showed you that he called. Circumcise yourselves to EZER. Why they gonna give you Lord here? When they just told you, EZER said to him, they turn from him and go on to Lord. And take away the foreskins of your heart, you men of EZER-IAH, inhabitants of Jerusalem, lest my fury come forth like fire and burn, that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doing. So what is he saying here to Jeremiah? He's telling him to tell us, it is because of our evil doing, that's why we are punished. We have separated ourselves from him. We do not call upon his name. We don't keep his commandments, his precepts, his statutes. We don't trust in, hope in his promises. Why? Because we go on to the heathen, saying that some man died for us, saying that this man going to prepare a place for us, and that he is going to come and take us to heaven. EZER is telling us that he have one place for us. It's a land in which he made a covenant with our fathers concerning that land. And he is going to gather us when we return unto him, call on his name, serve him, keep his commandments, live by his judgment. He is the one that's going to bring us back into the land. That's why we have to change our ways. We have to circumcise our heart. We have to take out the uncleanliness, the idolatry. We have to take out all the evil vibrations to go unto EZER. Declare you in EZER-IAH and publish in Jerusalem and say, blow you the trumpet in the land, cry, gather together, and say, assemble yourselves, and let us go into the defended city. Set up the standard towards Zion. Retire, stay not, for I will bring evil from the north and a great destruction. Here he's telling Jeremiah about bringing Babylon to invade the land. The horn is come up from his thicket, and the destroyer of the Gentiles is on his way. He is gone forth from his place to make thy land desolate, and thy cities shall be laid waste without an inhabitant. So who is coming on the land? The Gentiles. Who are the Gentiles? The Europeans and the other nations. They're coming against EZER-IAH. They're coming against EZER-IAH. They're coming against EZER's people, against his land, and his land would be without inhabitants. For this gird you with sackcloth, and that was speaking of the when they invaded Jerusalem. Lament and howl, for the fierce anger of EZER is not turned back from us. And it shall come to pass at that day, says EZER, that the heart of the king shall perish, and the heart of the prince and the priest shall be astonished, and the prophets shall wonder, because they had turned away from EZER and his commandments, and they had taken up the ways of the heathen. And EZER is saying they will be astonished at that day, and they also will perish. Now, what he has spoken unto Jeremiah, it will be for Jeremiah's time, but it will also be for our time, because we have now, like them, has forgotten the name of EZER and has gone after the same Lord God. And we are going to pay the same price if we don't turn back, my people. Here, verse 10 of chapter 4. Then said Jeremiah, EZER, surely you have greatly deceived this people and Jerusalem, saying you shall have peace, whereas the sword reach unto the soul. At that time shall it be said to this people and to Jerusalem, a dry wind of the high places, in the wilderness towards the daughter of my people, not to fan them, not to cleanse. Even a full wind from those places shall come unto. Now also will I give sentence against them. So here he's telling him, tell them, a wind is coming. That wind that is coming is not to clean them. That wind that is coming is against them. Is a sentence. I've sentenced them. Behold, he shall come upon the clouds, and his chariots shall be as a whirlwind. His horses are swifter than eagles. Woe unto us, for we are spoiled. So the enemy is coming, the swift. They're coming to destroy. And here we see again Jeremiah calling on the name of IAH in verse 10. He's calling on the name of IAH. Again, they're trying to disguise the name for you. And then they put there for you the same Lord that Jeremiah is telling you that the people have turned to and put their backs onto IAH. O Jerusalem, wash thy heart from wickedness, and that you may be saved. How long shall your vain thoughts lodge within you? So here he's telling us the same thing he was telling them is the same thing he's telling us today. They was going to be put into captivity. We are in captivity. And here he's telling us, wash the heart, change the ways, turn from the wickedness, that we may be saved. And he asks, how long shall thy vain thoughts lodge within thee? How long are we going to be worshipping idols and demons and devils? Vain things. Because it will do no good for us. For a voice declare from Dan, and publish affliction from Mount Ephraim. Make you mention to the nations. Behold, publish against Jerusalem, that watchers come from a far country, and give out their voice against the city of EZER-IAH. The enemy is coming. As keepers of a field are they against her round about, because she has been rebellious against IAH, says our Redeemer. Thy way and thy doing have procured these things unto you. By the way we behave, the things we do, the wickedness, the evil, not seeking after IAH, not doing his commandments, not seeking to know his name. This is what caused all these things to be upon them, and that is what will be the cause for these trials and tribulation coming upon us. Because it's bitter, because it reach unto thine heart. My bowels, I am pained at my very heart. My heart make a noise in me. I cannot hold my peace, because you has heard, O my soul, the sound of the trumpet, the alarm of war. Now, my people, are you hearing the sound of war? Are you hearing what is being spoken of in our time? Are you hearing the trumpets blowing? Are you? Destruction upon destruction is cried, for the whole land is spoiled. Suddenly are my tents spoiled, and my curtains in a moment. How long shall I see the standard, and hear the sound of the trumpet? For my people is foolish. They have not known me. They have not known IAH. They are stottish children, and they have no comprehension. They are wise to do evil, but to do good they have no knowledge. I beheld the earth, and lo, it was without form and void, and the heavens, and they had no light. I beheld the mountains, and lo, they trembled, and all the hills moved lightly. I beheld, and lo, there was no man, and all the birds of the heavens were fled. I beheld, and lo, the fruitful place was a wilderness, and all the cities thereof were broken down at the presence of EZER, and by his fierce anger. For thus has EZER said, the whole land shall be desolate, yet will EZER not make a full end. For this shall be the earth mourn, and the heavens above be black, because EZER have spoken it. I have proposed it, and will not change it, neither will I turn back from it. The whole city shall flee for the noise of the horsemen and bowmen. They shall go into thickets and climb upon the rocks. Every city shall be forsaken, and not a man dwell therein. My brothers and sisters, I was telling Jeremiah to go and tell the people what will happen to them when he bring the armies from the north, from Babylon, Nebuchadnezzar. And when thou art spoiled, what will you do? Though you clothe yourself with crimson, though you deck yourself with ornaments of gold, though you rent thy face with painting, in vain shall you make yourself fair. So with all the makeup you put, all the dress you put up, all the clothes you wear, you are a sinner, you're going to perish. You're going to die the death of the sinner. Your lovers will despise you. They will seek your life. For I have heard a voice of a woman in travail, childbirth, and the anguish of her that bring forth her first child. So the nation will be crying like when a woman crying giving childbirth, in childbirth. The voice of the daughter of Zion that bewail herself, that spread her hands, saying, woe is me now, for my soul is weary because of murderers. Now in that time, that's what the people will be going through. Chapter 5. Run you to and fro through the streets of Jerusalem, and see now and know, and seek in the broad places thereof, if you can find a man, if there be any that execute judgment, that seek the truth, and I will pardon it. And though they say, I live, surely they swear falsely. Just like today, they will say it, but they don't mean it. They are deceitful. O EZER, are not thine eyes open the truth? You have stricken them, but they have not grieved. You have consumed them, but they have refused to receive correction. They have made their faces harder than a rock. They have refused to return. Therefore I said, surely these are poor, they are foolish, for they know not the way of EZER, nor the judgment of the mighty one. I will get me unto the great men, and will speak unto them, for they have known the way of EZER, and the judgment of the mighty one. But these have altogether broken the yoke, and burst the bonds. Wherefore a lion out of the forest shall slay them, and a wolf of the evening shall spoil them. A leopard shall watch over their cities. Every one that go out thence shall be torn in pieces, because their transgressions are many, and their backsliding are increased. How shall I pardon these for this? Their children have forsaken IAH, and sworn by them that are no mighty one, when I had fed them to the full. They then committed adultery, and assembled themselves by troops in the harlot's house. They gone into the enemy's house to learn to worship IAH, and then come out among IAH's people to deceive them. They were as fed horses in the morning, every one near after his neighbor's wife. Shall I visit for these things, says IAH? And shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? Go you up upon her walls and destroy, but make not a full end. Take away her battlements, for they are not IAH's. For the house of EZER-IAH and the house of EZER-IAH have dealt very treacherously against IAH, says our mighty one. They have the idols up, and they think the idols is going to protect them. And here IAH is saying they would not be protected because he is not with them. The idols with them, but it wouldn't be able to protect them. They have belied IAH and said, it is not he, neither shall evil come upon them, neither shall they see sword nor famine. And the prophets shall become wind, and the word is not in them. Thus shall it be done unto them. The false prophets that was among them was telling them that they will have peace. The false prophet was prophesying to them that they will not see no war. They will have no evil. The false prophet was lying to them. Wherefore thus says IAH, the mighty one of hosts, because you speak this word, behold, I will make my words in thy mouth fire, and this people wood, and it shall devour them. So the lies that these prophets will speak, and as long as the prophets speaking these lies unto them, and they're accepting these lies, they're going to die. They're going to be like the wood in the fire. They're going to be burnt up. Lo, I will bring a nation upon you from far. O house of EZER-IAH, says IAH, it is a mighty nation. It is an ancient nation, a nation whose language you knows not, neither comprehend what they say. They don't know the people. They wouldn't even know the language. Did our ancestors know the people who come unto them? No. The quiver is as an open sepulchre. They are all mighty men, strong men. And they shall eat up thine harvest and your bread, that your sons and your daughters shall eat. They shall eat up the flocks and thy herds. They shall eat up thy vines and thy fig trees. They shall impoverish thy fenced city, wherein you trudest with the sword. So here you forsake Ai, so Ai is going to allow your enemies to come in and take everything you got that he gave you as for correction, and yet they still wouldn't take the correction. We are here 400 years and adding, and still would not take the correction. 18. Nevertheless, in those days, says Ai, I will not make a full end with you. And it shall come to pass when you shall say, wherefore, why did Ai, our mighty one, do all these things unto us? Then you shall answer them, like as you have forsaken Ai, and serve gods in your land, so shall you serve strangers in a land that is not yours. As you brought idols into Ai's land, so Ai is going to send you with your idols into a strange land. Declare this in the house of Jacob. Publish it in EZER-IAH, saying, hear now this, O foolish people, without comprehension, which have ears and see not, eyes and see not, which have ears and hear not. Fear you not, Ai, says Ai, will you not tremble at my presence, which have placed the sand for the bounds of the sea by a perpetual decree, that it cannot pass it, and though the waters thereof toss themselves, yet can they not prevail. Though they row, yet can they not pass over it. But this people has a revolting and a rebellious heart. That's the children of EZER-IAH now. They are revolted and gone. Neither said they in their heart, let us now love Ai, our mighty one, that give rain, both the former and the latter, in his season. He reserved unto us appointed weeks of the harvest. Your iniquities have turned away these things, and your sins have withholden good things from you. So what has caused us to lose all that blessing? Our sins. And what are the sins? The idols. Believing in gods and turning away from Ai and calling on LORDs. This is our sins that is causing all these things to happen to us. For among my people are found wicked men. They lay wait as he that set snares. They set a trap. They catch men. As a cage is full of birds, so are their houses full of deceit. Therefore they have become great and waxed rich. These are your pastors and your preachers. They are waxed fat. They shine. Yea, they overpass the deeds of the wicked. They judge not the cause of the fatherless, yet they prosper, and the right of the needy do they not judge. Shall I not visit for these things, says Ai? Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? A wonderful and horrible thing is committed in the land. The prophets prophesy falsely, and the priests bear rule by their means. And my people love to have it so. And what will you do in the end thereof? What will you do in the end? You like lies. You like false doctrine. You like your idols. You love your GODs and your LORDs and your all the rest. But what will you do in the end? Isaiah is asking you through Jeremiah, what will you do? Chapter 6. O you children of Benjamin, gather yourselves to flee out of the midst of Jerusalem and blow the trumpet in Tekoa. Set up a sign of fire in Beth Haksharim, for evil appeareth out of the north, and great destruction. I have likened the daughter of Zion to a comely and delicate woman. The shepherd with the flocks shall come unto her. They shall pitch their tents against her round about. They shall feed every one in his place. Prepare you war against her. Arise and let us go up at noon. Woe unto us, for the day goes away, for the shadow of the evening are stretched out. Arise and let us go by night, and let us destroy her palaces. For thus has EZER of hosts said, hew you down trees and cast a mount against Jerusalem. This is the city to be visited. She is wholly oppression in the midst of her. As a fountain cast out her waters, so she cast out her wickedness. Violence and spoil is heard in her before me continuously, in grief and in wounds. Be you instructed, O Jerusalem. Let my soul depart from you, lest I make you desolate, a land not inhabited. Thus says EZER of hosts, they shall thoroughly glean the remnant of EZER as a vine. They go clean it. Turn back thine hand as a grape gatherer into the basket. To whom shall I speak and give warning, that they may hear? Behold, their ear is uncircumcised, is clogged, and they cannot hearken. Behold, the word of EZER is unto them a reproach. They have no delight in it. They don't want to hear the name or the word of EZER. Therefore I am full of the fury of EZER. I am weary with holding in. I will pour it out upon the children abroad, and upon the assembly of young men together. For even the husband with the wife shall be taken, and the age with him that is full of days. And their houses shall be turned unto others, with their field and wives together. For I will stretch out my hand upon the inhabitants of the land, says EZER. For from the least of them, even unto the greatest of them, every one is given to covetousness. And from the prophets, even unto the priests, every one deal falsely. They have healed also the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying peace, peace, when there is no peace. My brothers and sisters, isn't that what we're hearing now? Where are they ashamed when they had committed abomination? No, they were not at all ashamed, neither could they blush. Therefore they shall fall among them that fall. At the time that I visit them, they shall be cast down, says EZER. Thus says EZER, stand you in the ways and see, and ask for the old paths. Where is the good way, and walk therein, and you shall find rest for your soul. Seek the old way. Seek the old way. Seek your book and read it and find the good way. But they said they will not walk therein. Just like our people now. That's the Old Testament. We don't want to read that. They want the new. Also I set watchmen over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet. But they said, we will not hearken. Therefore hear you nations, and know, O congregation, what is among them. Hear, O earth, behold, I will bring evil upon this people, even the fruit of their thoughts, because they have not hearkened unto my words, nor to my law, but they rejected it. That's what our people are still doing in this captivity. They are rejecting the words of EZER. They are rejecting his scriptures for New Testament. To what purpose come there to be incense from Sheba, and the sweet cane from the country? Your burnt offering for not acceptable, nor your sacrifice sweet unto me, unto EZER. Therefore thus says EZER, behold, I will lay stumbling block before this people. And that's what is laid before us. JC, the greatest stumbling block ever. New Testament, another great, the worst stumbling block that control the minds of our people. Before this people, and the fathers and the sons together shall fall upon them. The neighbor and his friend shall perish. Thus says EZER, behold, a people come from the north country. A great nation shall be raised from the side of the earth. They shall lay hold on bow and spear. They are cruel and have no mercy. Their voice roar like the sea. They ride upon horses, set in array as men for war against thee. O daughter of Zion, we have heard the fame thereof. Our hands wax feeble, get weak. Anguish has taken hold of the people, and pain as of a woman in travail. Go not forth into the field, nor walk by the way, for the sword of the enemy and fear is on every side. O daughter of my people, gird you with sackcloth, and wallow thyself in ashes. Make thee mourning, and for an only son, most bitter lamentation. For the spoiler shall suddenly come upon us, on the land. I have set thee for a tower and a fortress among my people. You may know and try. They are all grievous revolters, walking with slander. They are brass and iron. They are all corrupters. I am speaking about our people and our leaders, our priests, our pastors, those that say that they're teaching us. They are corrupters. They all are Luciferians. The bellows are burned. The lead is consumed of the fire. The thunder melt in vain, for the wicked are not plucked away. Reprobate silver shall men call them, because EZER has rejected them. When we turn to idols, we reject Aya, and Aya will reject us. We must turn back to him. We must confess the sins of our fathers and our sins. Because the same destruction that came upon our fathers is the same destruction that will come upon us. The same way we was led into captivity is the same way they was led into captivity into Babylon. It's the same way we was led into captivity by the Roman invasion. And it's the same way as he took them back from Babylon. This time he will take those that seek him back for himself. I have rejected them when they turn away from him. Chapter 7. The word that came to Jeremiah from Aya, saying, stand in the gate of Aya's house, proclaim there this word, and say, hear the word of Aya, all you of EZER-IAH, that enter in at this gate to worship Aya. Thus says Aya of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, amend your ways and your doing, and I will cause you to dwell in this place. Amend your ways and your doing, and Aya will allow us to dwell in his land. Trust you not in living words, saying, the temple of Aya, the temple of Aya, the temple of Aya are these. For if you thoroughly amend your ways and your doings, if you thoroughly execute judgment between a man and his neighbor, if you oppress not the stranger, the fatherless, and the widow, and shed no innocent blood in this place, neither walk after gods to your hurt, then will I cause you to dwell in this place, in the land that he gave to your fathers forever and ever. Here Aya telling us we must not serve gods because they will hurt us. Don't you see, my brother and my sister? Verse 8 of chapter 7. Behold, you trust in lying words that cannot profit. That's what we get from the pastors, the preachers, the priests, the bishops. That's what we get from them now. Lying words, New Testament. Are lying words. They are not words of Aya. They can profit us nothing. Will you steal, murder, and commit adultery, and swear falsely, and burn incense unto Lord, Baal, that's Baal, that's your same Lord, and walk after gods whom you know not? Our fathers didn't know these. Our fathers get to know these in Babylon and in the land of Canaan, and then when we come in the west. And come and stand before Aya in this house, which is called by his name. That's how the house was called. The house of Aya. In the land of Aya. On the mountain of Aya. Aya, Mount Aya. Aya's house was. And say, we are delivered to do all these abominations. Is this house, which is called by my name, become a den of robbers in your eyes? Behold, even I have seen it, says I. But go you now unto my place, which was in Shiloh, where I set my name at the first, and see what I did to it for the wickedness of my people EZER-IAH. EZER-IAH is telling us he have a name, and he set his name in a certain place. And he had a house, and the house was called by his name. My brothers and sisters, do you see it right here? This is verse 11 to 12 of chapter 7 of the book of Jeremiah. And now, because you have done all these works, says EZER-IAH, I speak unto you, rising up early and speaking, but you heard not. I call you, but you answered not. Therefore will I do unto this house, which is called by my name, wherein you trust, and unto the place which I gave to you and to your fathers, as I have done to Shiloh. You're going to destroy it. And I will cast you out of my sight, as he did, as I have cast out all your brethren, even the whole seed of Ephraim. Therefore pray not you for this people, telling Jeremiah not to pray for them. Neither lift up cry nor prayer for them. Neither make intercession to me, for I will not hear you. So he's telling Jeremiah, don't pray for them. Because he explaining to Jeremiah how hard-headed and stiff-necked, how disobedient, how they will not hearken. Seest you not what they do in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem? Don't you see what they're doing? The children gather wood, the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven. Who is the Queen of Heaven to them? The Virgin Mary. And to pour out drink offering unto gods, that they may provoke EZER to anger. EZER speaking, telling us, do they provoke me to anger, says EZER? Do they not provoke themselves to the confusion of their own faces? Therefore thus says EZER, the mighty one, behold, my anger and my fury shall be poured out upon this place, upon man and upon beast, upon the trees of the field and upon the fruit of the ground, and it shall burn and shall not be quenched. Thus says EZER of hosts, EZER Almighty of EZER-IAH, put your burnt offering unto your sacrifice and eat flesh. For I speak not unto your fathers, nor commanded them in the day that I brought them out of the land of Egypt, concerning burnt offering or sacrifice. But this thing commanded I them, saying, obey my voice, and I will be a mighty one, and you shall be my people, and walk you in all the ways that I have commanded you, that it may be well unto you. This is what EZER is telling us. Follow his instructions that he gave us, and everything will be well with us. But they hearken not, just like they're doing today, nor incline their ear, but walk in the counsel and in the imagination of their evil hearts, and went backward and not forward. Since the day that your fathers came forth out of the land of Egypt unto this day, I have even sent unto you all my servants the prophets, daily rising up early and sending them. Yet you hearken not unto me, nor incline your ear, but you hardened your neck. They did worse than their fathers. Therefore you shall speak all these words unto them, but they will not hearken to you, nor shall also call unto them, but they will not answer you. But you shall say unto them, This is a nation that obey not the voice of EZER the mighty one, nor receive correction. Truth is perished, and is cut off from their mouth. That's until today. Cut off thine ears, O Jerusalem, and cast it away. Take up a lamentation on high places, for EZER has rejected and forsaken the generation of his wrath. That's why they all had to die. For the children of EZER have done evil in my sight, says EZER. They have set the abomination in the houses which is called by my name, to pollute it. So even in his holy house, the house that was called by his name, they bring the idols. And they have built the high place of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I did not command them, neither came into my heart. Therefore, behold, the days come, says EZER, that it shall no more be called Tophet, nor the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. For they shall bury in Tophet till there be no place. And the carcasses of this people shall be meat for the fowls of the heaven, and for the beasts of the earth, and none shall fray them away. Then will I cause to cease from the city of EZER and from the streets of Jerusalem the voice of Mary, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, and the voice of the bride. For the land shall be desolate. At that time, says EZER, they shall bring out the bones of the kings of EZER, and the bones of his princesses, and the bones of the priests, and the bones of the prophets, and the bones of the inhabitants of Jerusalem out of their graves. And they shall spread them before the sun and the moon and all the host of heaven, whom they have loved, and whom they have served, and after whom they have walked, and whom they have sought, and whom they have worshipped. They shall not be gathered, nor be buried. They shall be for dung upon the face of the earth. And death shall be chosen rather than life by all the residue of them that remain of this evil family, which remain in all the places where I have driven them, says EZER of hosts. Moreover, you shall say unto them, Thus says EZER, shall they fall and not rise? Shall he turn away and not return? Why then is this people of Jerusalem sliding back by a perpetual backsliding? They hold fast deceit. They refuse to return. I hearkened and heard, but they speak not right. No man repent him of his wickedness, saying, What have I done? Every one turned to his course, as the horse rush into the battle. Yea, the stork in the heaven know her appointed time, and the turtle and the crane and the swallow observe the time of their coming. But my people know not the judgment of EZER. How do you say, We are wise, and the law of EZER is with us? Lo, certainly in vain made he it. The pen of the scribe is in vain. They don't take the law. Well, you know, the preachers are teaching that the law is done away with. So how could the people take it seriously? If those who are teaching them are saying that it's done away with. See the abomination of our people? This is the abomination of our people. EZER-IAH. The wise men are ashamed. They are dismayed and taken. Lo, they have rejected the word of IAH, and what wisdom is in them. Therefore will I give their wives unto others, and their fields to them that shall inherit them. For every one from the least even unto the greatest is given to covetousness. From the prophet even unto the priest, every one deal falsely. For they have healed the hurt of the daughter. For they have healed the hurt of the daughter of my people slightly, saying, peace, peace. They comfort you with just some words with no meaning behind it, when there is no peace. Were they ashamed when they had committed abomination? No, they're not ashamed. Look at the pastors. See what they're doing. One after the other. They're not ashamed. Nay, they were not all ashamed. They was not ashamed. They're still not ashamed. Neither could they blush. Therefore shall they fall among them that fall. In the time of their visitation, they shall be cast down, says IAH. I will surely consume them, says IAH. There shall be no grapes on the vine, nor figs on the fig tree, and the leaf shall fade, and the things that I have given them shall pass away from them. IAH is going to take away everything. Like he did it before, he's going to do it again. Why do we sit still? Assemble yourselves, and let us enter into the defense city. Let us be silent there, for our mighty one has put us to silence, and give us water of gall to drink, because we have sinned against IAH. We look for peace, but no good come. For a time of health, and behold trouble. The snorting of his horses was heard from Dan. The whole land trembled at the sound of the nearing of his strong ones. For they are come, and have devoured the land, and all that is in the city, and those that dwell therein. For behold, I will send serpents, cockatrices among you, which will not be charmed, and they shall bite you, says IAH. When I will comfort myself against sorrow, my heart is faint in me. Behold the voice of the cry of the daughter of my people, because of them that dwell in a far country. Is not IAH in Zion? Is not her king in her? Why have they provoked IAH to anger with their graven images and with strange vanities? The harvest is past, the summer is ended, and we are not saved. For the hurt of the daughter of my people, I am hurt. I am black. Astonishment has taken hold on me. Is there no balm in Gilead? Is there no physician there? Why then is not the health of the daughter of my people recovered? Here, Jeremiah is telling you he's black. Oh, that my heart, verse chapter 9. Oh, that my head were waters, and my eyes a fountain of tears, that I may weep day and night for the slain of the daughter of my people. Oh, that I had the wild wilderness, a lodging place of wayfaring men, that I might leave my people and go from them. For be all adulterers, an assembler of treacherous men. and they bend their thoughts like their bow for lies. They are not violent for the truth upon the earth. No, none of them want truth. For they proceed from evil to evil. They know not ire, says ire. Take you heed every one of his neighbor. Trust you not in any brother, for every brother will utterly supplant, and every neighbor will walk with slander. They are all wicked, and they will deceive every one his neighbor, and will not speak the truth. They have taught their tongues to speak lies, and weary themselves to commit iniquity. Thine habitation is in the midst of deceit. Though they, through deceit, they refuse to know ire, says our Redeemer. Therefore thus says ire of hosts, behold, I will melt them and try them. For how shall I do for the daughter of my people? Their tongue is an arrow shot out. It speaks deceit. One speaketh peaceably to his neighbor with his mouth, but in his heart lie in wait. Shall I not visit them for these things, says ire? Shall not my soul be avenged on such a nation as this? For the mountains will I take up a weeping and wailing, and for the inhabitants of the wilderness a lamentation, because they are burned up, so that none can pass through them. Neither can men hear the voice of the cattle. Both the fowl of the heavens and the beasts are fled. They are gone. And I will make Jerusalem heaps, and a den of dragon. And I will make the cities of EZER-IAH desolate, without an inhabitant. Who is the wise man that may comprehend this? Who is he to whom the mouth of ire has spoken, that he may declare it? For what the land perish, and is burned up like a wilderness, that none passes through. And ire says, because they have forsaken my law that I set before them, and have not obeyed my voice, neither walked therein, but have walked after the imagination of their own hearts, and after Balaam, the Lord, which their fathers taught them. Therefore thus says ire of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, behold, I will feed them, even this people, with wormwood, and give them water of gall to drink. I will scatter them also among the heathen, whom neither they nor their fathers have known. And I will send a sword after them, till I have consumed them. Thus says ire of hosts, consider you, and call for the mourning women, that they may come, and send for cunning women, that they may come, and let them make haste, take up a wailing for us, that our cities may run down with tears, and our eyelids gush with water. For a voice of wailing is heard out of Zion. How are we spoiled? We are greatly confounded, because we have forsaken the land, because of our dwellings have cast us out. Yet hear the word of ire, O you women. Let your ear receive the word of his mouth. Teach your daughters wailing, and every one her neighbor lamentation. For death is come upon into our windows, and enter into our palaces. to cut off the children from without, and the young men from the streets. Speak this, says EZER, even the carcasses of men shall fall as dung upon the open field, and as the handful after the harvestman, and none shall gather them. Thus says EZER, let not the wise man glory in his wisdom, neither let the mighty man glory in his might. Let not the rich man glory in his riches, but let him that glorieth glory in this, that he comprehend and know me, know EZER, that I am EZER. He is EZER, who exercise loving kindness, judgment, righteousness in the earth. For in these things EZER delight, says our Redeemer. Behold, the days come, says EZER, that I will punish all them which are uncircumcised with the uncircumcised. Egypt and EZER-IAH and Edom, and the children of Ammon and Moab, and all that are in the uttermost corners, that dwell in the wilderness. For all these nations are uncircumcised, and all these house of EZER-IAH are uncircumcised in the heart. They are not circumcised in the heart. They take up the ways of the heathen, my people. Chapter 10. Hear you the word that EZER have spoken unto you, O house of EZER-IAH. Thus says EZER, learn not the way of the heathen. Be not dismayed at the signs of heaven, for the heathen are dismayed at them. For the custom of the people are vain. For one cut a tree out of the forest, the work of the hands of the workman, with an axe. They decked it with silver and with gold. They fastened it with nails and with hammers, that it move not. They are upright as the palm tree, but speak not. They must need be born, because they cannot go. Be not afraid of them, for they cannot do evil, neither also in them to do good. And that's the Christmas tree. The pagan Christmas festival, that's the tree as the symbol that they bring into the house. And I is telling you, don't do it. For as much as there is none like unto EZER great, and EZER's name is great in might. My brothers and sisters, let me go over chapter 10, verse 6. For as much as there is none like unto EZER, O EZER, thou art great, and your name is great in might. There is none like EZER. So this Christmas tree they're making unto Jesse, here Jeremiah is telling you it's useless, it's vain. He can't do good, he can't do evil. But we are not, the children of EZER-IAH are not to do it. They are not to cut down no tree and bring it in the house, because it is a custom of the heathen. And he confirmed by saying, EZER is great, there is none like him. So you putting up that tree to JC and putting the idol under it and saying it's JC's birthday, you are foolish. Woe, who will not fear EZER, O King of nations? For to thee does it appertain. For as much as among all the wise men of the nations, and in all their kingdoms, there is none like unto EZER. None, in none of the nations, in none of all the nations, there is none like unto EZER. But they are altogether brutish and foolish. The stock is a doctrine of vanity. Here he's telling you, Their doctrine is a doctrine of vanity. It's useless. Silver spread into plates is brought from Tarshish. Gold from Uphaz, the work of the workman, and of the hands of the founder. Blue and purple is their clothing. They are all the work of cunning men. But EZER is the true mighty one. Look at it in your book, my brothers and sisters. Verse 10. But EZER is the true mighty one. He is the living mighty one, an everlasting king. At his wrath the earth shall tremble, and the nation shall not be able to abide his indignation. Thus shall you say unto them, the gods that have not made the heavens and the earth, even they shall perish from the earth. Here, say unto them, the gods, they did not make the heaven, neither did they make the earth, and they shall perish from the earth and from under these heavens. They will perish. Why? Because gods are made with men's hands. EZER is not a God, my people. He is EZER, Almighty, EZER of hosts. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom, and has stretched out the heavens by his discretion. EZER made those things. EZER cannot die. EZER cannot die. Our Redeemer cannot die. Our Savior cannot die. Our Mighty One cannot die. He didn't born from a woman. He is not flesh and blood to die. When he utters his voice, there is a multitude of waters in the heavens, and he caused the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He make lightning with rain, and bringeth forth the wind out of his treasuries. Every man is brutish in his knowledge. Every founder is confounded by the graven image. For his molten image is falsehood, and there is no breath in them. They are vanity and the work of errors. In the time of their visitation they shall perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them. My people, you Israelites, your portion is not like these heathens. Your portion are not like these nations. The portion of Israel is not like theirs, for he is the former of all things. That is our portion. EZER is our portion. He is the former of all things, and Israel the rod of his inheritance. We have to inherit what he have created. EZER of hosts is his name. My brothers and sisters, please read this again. Gather up thy wares of the land, O inhabitants of the fortress. For thus says EZER, behold, behold, I will sling out the inhabitants of the land at this once, and will distress them, that they may find it so. Woe is me for my hurt, my wound is grievous. But I said, truly, this is a grief, and I must bear it. We must pay for the wrongs we have done. Let us ask EZER to reduce the grief for us. But we have sinned, so we have to ask for forgiveness. My tabernacle is spoiled, and all my cords are broken. My children are gone forth of me, and they are not. There is none to stretch forth my tent anymore. We have no one in the land to do Ayah's bidding. And to set up my curtains, no house no more. For the pastors are become brutish, those who say they're teaching us now, evil men, and have not sought Ayah. They haven't even sought Ayah for themselves. So how can they teach you? Therefore they shall not prosper. Listen what Ayah is telling Jeremiah to tell you about them. Let me read it from 21. For the pastors are become brutish, and have not sought Ayah. Therefore they shall not prosper, and all their flocks shall be scattered. Behold, the noise of the brute is come, and a great commotion out of the north country, to make the cities of EZER-IAH desolate, a den of dragons. O Ayah, I know that the way of man is not in himself. It is not in man that walk to direct his steps. O Ayah, correct me, but with judgment, not in thine anger, lest you bring me to nothing. Pour out your fury upon the heathen that know you not, and upon the families that call not upon your name. For they have eaten up Jacob and devoured him, and consumed him, and have made his habitation desolate. Again, verse 25 of chapter 10. Pour out thy fury upon the heathen that know you not, and upon the families that do not call upon your name. For they have eaten up Jacob and devoured him, and consumed him, and have made his habitation desolate. So all the nations, and even the pastors that are among us, they all are eating us up. They are all destroying us, my brothers and sisters. Chapter 11. The word that came to Jeremiah from Ayah, saying, Hear you the words of this covenant, and speak unto the men of EZER-IAH, and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and say unto them, Thus says Ayah, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, Cursed be the man that obey not the words of this covenant, which I command you, your fathers, in the day I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, from the iron furnace, saying, Obey my voice, and do them. According to all that I command you, so shall you be my people, and I will be your mighty one. My brothers and sisters, for Ayah to be our mighty one, and for we to be his people, we have to be obedient unto his words. The words that he gave the prophets to bring to us, as Jeremiah is speaking to us. That I may perform the oath which I have sworn unto your fathers, to give them a land flowing with milk and honey, as it is this day. Then answer I, that's Jeremiah now, and said, So be it, Ayah. Then Ayah said unto me, Proclaim all these words in the cities of EZER-IAH and in the streets of Jerusalem, saying, Hear you the words of this covenant, and do them. For I earnestly protest unto your fathers in the day I brought them up out of the land of Egypt, even unto this day, rising early and protesting, saying, Obey my voice, He keep telling us what we have to do. But we're not listening as a people. We go into strange DODs. We go into idols. We go into everything else but to higher. Yet they obeyed not, and incline their ears, but walk every one in the imagination of their evil hearts. Therefore I will bring upon them all the words of this covenant, which I commanded them to do, but they did them not. I is telling us what we have to do is we are hard-headed. We listening to the heathen. We want to learn the ways of the heathen. We are not listening to the words that I sent to us through the prophets. We want New Testament. We want to hear about apostles and disciples. We want to hear from what the heathen write, not what I commanded our ancestors to write. Verse 9. And I said unto me, that's Jeremiah speaking, a conspiracy is found among men of EZER-IAH and among the inhabitants of Jerusalem. They are turned back to the iniquities of their fathers. They refuse to hear my words. And they went after gods to serve them. The house of EZER-IAH and the house of EZER-IAH have broken my covenant that I made with their fathers. That's what our fathers did. That's why we are in the condition we are in today. And we have to fix it. We have to turn back to IAH. Therefore thus says IAH, behold, I will bring evil upon them, which they shall not be able to escape. And though they shall cry unto me, I will not hearken unto them. So IAH was telling Jeremiah to tell them, he been calling, he been begging, he been sending, he been doing, and they refuse. So when they call, he won't answer them. Then shall the cities of EZER-IAH and inhabitants of Jerusalem go and cry unto gods. They shall go and cry unto the gods, unto whom they offer incense. But they shall not save them at all in the time of their trouble. So then they will go and call on their idols, their gods, when IAH bring his tribulation on them. But the gods would not be able to save them. For according to the number of their cities were their gods. Well, here is according to the streets, because every street have a church, and every church is a different name, with some different god. O EZER-IAH, and according to the number of the streets of Jerusalem, have you set up altars to that shameful thing, even altars to burn incense unto Baal. Well, they do it here in every street corner. There is a church, and all they're calling on is Lord. It's the same thing they're doing today. It's worse than it was with our fathers, as he just told us. Therefore, pray not you for this people, neither lift up a cry or a prayer for them. For I will not hear them in the time that they cry unto me for their trouble. What has my beloved to do in my house, seeing he has wrought lewdness with many, and the holy flesh is passed from thee? When you do evil, then you rejoice. I have called your name, a green olive tree, fair and of goodly fruit. With the noise of a great tumult, he has kindled fire upon it, and the branches of it are broken. That's our people. For I have hosts that planted thee, has pronounced evil against thee. For the evil of the house of EZER-IAH and of the house of EZER-IAH, that they have done against themselves to provoke IAH to anger in offering incense unto Baal, the Lord God. And IAH has given me knowledge of it, and I know it. Then IAH showed me their doings. But I was like a lamb or an ox that is brought to the slaughter, and I knew not that they had devised device against me, saying, let us destroy the tree with the fruit thereof, and let us cut him off from the land of the living, that his name may be no more remembered. Do you see what the nations plan to do? They don't want the name of IAH to be remembered by us. But, O IAH of hosts, that judge righteously, that try the reins and the heart, let me see thy vengeance on them, for unto you have I revealed my cause. Therefore thus says IAH of the men of Antioch that seek thy life, saying, prophesy not in the name of IAH. They don't want to hear him prophesy in the name of IAH. They don't want to hear that name. That you die not by our hands. If they hear him prophesy in the name of IAH, they was going to kill him. Therefore thus says IAH of hosts, behold, I will punish them. The young men shall die by the sword, their sons and their daughters shall die by famine, and there shall be no remnant of them. For I will bring evil upon the men of Antioch, even the year of their visitation. Chapter 12. IAH's punishment. Righteous art thou, O IAH, when I plead with you. Yet let me talk with you of thy judgment. Wherefore do the way of the wicked prosper? Wherefore are all they happy that deal very treacherously? He's asking, why are they happy? Why are they prospering? And they're so wicked. Thou hast planted them, yea, they have taken root. They have grown, yea, they bring forth fruit. You art near in their mouth, and far from their heart, their reins, their thoughts. They talk, but they not inside them, it's empty. But you, O IAH, knows me. Jeremiah speaking. You have seen me. You have tried my heart towards thee. Pull them out like sheep for the slaughter, and prepare them for the day of slaughter. How long shall the land mourn, and the herbs of every field wither, for the wickedness of them that dwell therein? The beasts are consumed, and the birds, because they said, he shall not see their last end. IAH, they're saying they can't see what's happening to them. If you has run with the footmen, and they have wearied you, then how can you contend with horses? If in the land of peace, wherein you trust, they wearied you, then how will you do in the swelling of Jordan, the rising of the river? For even thy brethren the house of thy father, even they have dealt treacherously with you. Yea, they have called a multitude after you. Believe them not, though they speak fair words unto you. Don't believe them. They're lying. I have forsaken my house. I have left my heritage. I have given the dearly beloved of my soul into the hand of our enemies. That's us, my people. I gave us to them because all our people was doing was following their ways. Are they still? And they are still following their ways, the ways of the heathens. My heritage is unto me as a lion in the forest. It cry out against me. Therefore have I hated it. My heritage is unto me as a speckled bird. The birds around about are against her. She want to mix, our people want to mix up with everybody. And everybody is against us. Yet they want to mix up with them. They are like speckled birds. Come you assemble all the beasts of the field. Come to devour. Many pastors have destroyed my vineyard. Who destroy us? EZER's vineyard, his people? Pastors. They have trodden my portion underfoot. They have made my pleasant portion a desolate wilderness. They have made it desolate, and being desolate, it mourneth unto me. The whole land is made desolate, because no man lay it to heart. Nobody seek after EZER to bring righteousness into his land. The spoilers are come upon all high places through the wilderness. For the sword of EZER shall devour from one end of the land even to the other end of the land. No flesh shall have peace. They have sown wheat, but shall reap thorns. They have put themselves to pain, but shall not profit. And they shall be ashamed of your revenues, because of the fierce anger of EZER. Thus says EZER against all my evil neighbors that touch the inheritance which I have caused my people EZER-IAH to inherit. Behold, I will pluck them out of the land, and pluck out the house of EZER-IAH from among them. And it shall come to pass, after that I have plucked them out, I will return and have compassion on them, and will bring them again, every man to his heritage, and every man to his land. And it shall come to pass, if they will diligently learn the ways of my people, to swear by my name, EZER liveth, as they taught my people to swear by B-A-L, B-A-A-L, by the Lord. Then shall they be built in the midst of my people. So here I is saying, he's going to bless these nations when they learn to call upon his name, when they learn to pray with his name, when they learn to call his name among his people. But if they will not obey, I will utterly pluck up and destroy that nation, says EZER. So any nation that refuse in that time, when it come to pass, when it come to be, they will be destroyed. Chapter 13, tons from wheat. Thus says EZER unto me, Jeremiah speaking, go and get you a linen girdle, put it upon thy loins, and put it not in water. So I got a girdle according to the word of EZER, and I put it on my loins. And the word of EZER came unto me the second time, saying, Take the girdle that you have got, which is upon thy loins, and arise, go to the Euphrates, and hide it there in a hole of the rock. So I went, and I hid it by the Euphrates, as EZER commanded me. And it came to pass after many days, that EZER said unto me, Arise, go to the Euphrates, and take the girdle from thence, which I commanded you to hide there. Then I went to the Euphrates, and I digged, and I took the girdle from the place where I had hid it. And behold, the girdle was marred. It was profitable for nothing. It spoiled. Then the word of EZER came unto me, saying, Thus says EZER, After this manner will I mar the pride of EZER and the great pride of Jerusalem. So this was a reference to EZER was showing him the way the girdle is destroyed, so he will destroy the tribe of EZER in Jerusalem. This evil people that refuse to hear my words, who walk in the imagination of their heart and walk after gods, to serve them and to worship them, shall even be as this girdle, which is good for nothing. For as the girdle cleaved to the loins of a man, so have I caused to cleave unto me the whole house of EZER, and the whole house of EZER, says EZER. So as the girdle cleave unto his body, so we were supposed to cleave unto EZER. But our people didn't. That they might be unto me for a people, and for a name, and for a praise, and for a glory. But they will not hear, they will listen. Therefore thou shalt speak unto them this word. You shall say, EZER, the mighty one of EZER, even bottle shall be filled with wine. And they shall say unto you, Do we not certainly know that every bottle shall be filled with wine? Then shall you say unto them, Thus says EZER, Behold, I will fill all the inhabitants of this land, even the kings that sit upon David's throne, and the priests, and the prophets, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem with drunkenness. And who was the king at that time? The king Zedekiah. And what does his name mean? His name means EZER's righteousness. And I will dash them one against another, even the father and the son together, says EZER. I will not pity, nor spare, nor have mercy, but destroy them. Hear you and give ear, be not proud, for EZER has spoken. Give glory to EZER, your mighty one, before he caused darkness, and before your feet stumble upon the dark mountains. And while you look for light, and he turn it into the shadow of death, and make it gross darkness. Here EZER is telling us, like he told them, turn before it's too late. Change your ways before it's too late. Change. Ask for repent. Change your ways and repent. Repent and change. Don't do the evil again. But if you will not hear it, my soul shall weep in secret places for your pride, and my eyes shall weep sore and run down with tears, because EZER's flock is carried away captive. Say unto the king and the queen, Humble yourself, sit down, for your principalities shall come down, even the crown of your glory. The city of the south shall be shut up, and none shall open them. EZER-IAH shall be carried away captive, all of it. It shall be wholly carried away captive. Lift up your eyes and behold them that come from the north. Where is the flock that was given thee, thy beautiful flock? What will you say when he shall punish you? For you has taught them to be captains, and as chief over thee. Shall not sorrow take you as a woman in travail? And if you say in thine heart, wherefore come these things upon me? Why come these things? For the greatness of thine iniquity are your skirts discovered, and your heel made bare. Can the Ethiopian change his skin, or the leopard his spots? Then may you also do good that are accustomed to evil. Turn from evil and do good. You who are accustomed doing wrong, turn from it and do right. And call on EZER, your mighty one. Therefore will I scatter them as the stubble that pass away by the wind of the wilderness. This is the lot, the portion of thy measures from me, says EZER, because you have forgotten me. You have forgotten EZER and trust in falsehood. So all EZER has forgotten EZER and are now trusting in lies. That some man died for them. That some man came and died and he is their savior. That he is going to bring them in heaven. All lies. Therefore will I discover your skirts upon your face, that your shame may appear. So EZER is going to put shame on their face for doing what they have done. I have seen your adulteries and your naysayings, the lewdness of thy whoredom, and thy abominations on the hills, in the fields. Woe unto you, O Jerusalem! Will you not be made clean? When shall it once be? When are you going to make yourself clean? When are you going to change your ways? When? When are you going to change? You have to change. You must change. To see the glory of EZER, to receive his forgiveness, you must change from wickedness. You must stop calling on these names that the heathen has given you. He told you earlier, do not follow the ways of the heathen. How come you and the heathen are praying to the same thing today? How come you and the heathens are praying to the same thing? You all are calling the same name. You all are going in the same building, in the same church, in the same synagogue. Why? Why are you among the heathen when EZER tells you to get out from among them? When he called you out from them and telling you over and over in the mouth of Jeremiah, they are liars. They are leading you astray. When will you hear what he's saying to you, my brother or my sister? When will you hear this and take up your book and cast this New Testament away from you? That's your fault. That's your error. That's your stumbling block. Cast it away and listen to the prophet or prophets of EZER. EZER of hosts, EZER Almighty. Chapter 14. Here EZER is going to speak into Jeremiah about the false prophets. And please, my brothers and sisters, remember what was in the beginning is going to be in the end. IAH sent his messengers with one message. The message for their time, for our time, and the time of our children. That's the message he sent. He said it is forever. His laws is forever. The messengers he sent, the messages is forever. As long as our generations exist, the messages is the instructions, the counsel, advice to us. And we must know it and give up the ways of the heathen who are telling us that the law is gone and the Old Testament. There's only one testament, the testament of IAH. That's the testament we have to accept. Nobody else's testament. No one else gave us laws. No one else gave us the commandments. No one else gave us his name. No one else gave us his promises, his statutes, his precepts. No one else gave us a land that was flowing with milk and honey. No one else. And even the one that the heathen has given you, they're lying to you, tell you, but he is gone to heaven to prepare a place for you. How could he go to heaven to prepare a place for you when IAH says, if we go beyond heaven, he is going to fetch us from there. If we go beyond the sea, he going to fetch us from there and bring us where? In the land that he promised our fathers. That's what IAH said to us. That's his word to us. Don't give up his word and go and accept some strange words that our fathers didn't know. Our fathers didn't break no law of no New Testament. Our fathers didn't worship nobody named JC. Abraham, Isaac, Noah, Job, Isaiah, Jeremiah, Zephaniah, Obadiah, Daniah, Zephaniah, Eliah. None of them worship anybody by the name JC. They all worship IAH. They all build altars and call upon the name of IAH. Edidiah, the one called Solomon, the son of David, he built the temple and called it by the name of IAH. No other name, my brother. No other name, my sister. Hear this. Chapter 14 of the book of Jeremiah. The word of IAH that came to Jeremiah concerning the dirt. IAH mourneth, and dirt, I think that means farming. IAH mourneth, the gates thereof languish. They are black unto the ground, yes. And they cry of Jerusalem is gone up. And their nobles have sent their little ones to the waters. Yes, our people have become real black, and we will always be real black in the time of famine. And their nobles have set their little ones to the waters. They came to the pits and found no water. That's why they became so black, because there was no water. There was in famine and thirst. They returned with their vessels empty. They were ashamed and confounded and covered their heads. Here, my people, he have just shown you again. He is speaking to a black people, a people who are black colored. Because the ground is chaffed, it's dry up, it's cracking. For there was no rain in the earth. The plowmen were ashamed, they covered their heads. Yea, the hind also cleaved in the field and forsook it, because there was no grass. All the animals, they die and they leave it. And the wild asses did stand in the high places. They snuff up the wind like dragons. They smell in the air to see if they smell any water. Their eyes did fail because there was no grass. O Ai, through our iniquities testify against us. Though our iniquities testify against us. That's why we are punished. Do you it for thy name's sake? Do you for your name's sake? For our backsliding are many. We have sinned against you. Do you see who we sinned against? Ai. Not nobody in New Testament. No JC. No new God. No God. No Lord. We sinned against Ai. Oh, the hope of EZER-IAH, the Savior thereof in time of trouble. Who is our Savior in the time of trouble? Ai. Why should you be as a stranger in the land, and as a wayfaring man that turn aside to tarry for a night? So Ai behaving like a stranger to them. Why should you be as a man astonished, as a mighty man that cannot save? Yet you, O Ai, are in the midst of us, and we are called by your name. Here they are acknowledging that we are called by the name of Ai. We are EZER-IAHites. Leave us not. Thus says Ai unto this people, thus have they loved to wander. We love to wander. We don't like stability. We don't like to stay with our Maker. They have not refrained their feet. They always run into some new strange thing. Therefore, Ai do not accept them. He will now remember their iniquity and visit their sin. Punishment time now. Then said Ai unto me, Jeremiah speaking, pray not for this people for their good. Don't pray for them. Because when I send you to speak to them, they won't listen to you. So don't come praying for them now. When they fast, I will not hear their cry. I wouldn't hear them, because when I send you to speak to them, they were not listening to you. Just like I'm reading this to my people and they wouldn't listen. And when they offer burnt offering and an obligation, I will not accept them, but I will consume them by the sword and by the famine and by the pestilence. It is time now for punishment. The time he gave them to come, he calling them, they did not come. The time is expired. My brothers and sisters, it's the same thing that will happen to us if we don't repent and turn to Ai. Verse 13, here we're going to see again Jeremiah calling on the name Ai. Then said Jeremiah, Ai, mighty one, behold, the prophets say unto them that they shall not see the sword, neither shall they have famine. But I will give you a sure peace in this land. So here Jeremiah is call out to Ai to tell Ai, but the prophets are telling the people, the false prophets, because they wasn't Ai sent Jeremiah, but the other prophets was false prophets. They was prophets of Baal, like you have men of God today, the men of the Lord God. That, and they always tell you that they are men of God. These were the false prophets, the prophets of Baal. If you see that, you will see with EZER-IAH how he destroyed the prophets of Baal. These are the same ones that are among us today, the prophets of Baal. And here Jeremiah is saying that the prophets of Baal are telling the people that they wouldn't have no famine, that they wouldn't have no war. Then Ai said unto Jeremiah, Jeremiah, the prophets prophesy lies in my name. So he's here telling Jeremiah, these prophets are prophesying lies, and they was using his name. I send them not, neither have I commanded them, neither speak unto them. They prophesy unto you a false vision and divination, a thing of nothing. They're speaking nothing. And the deceit of their heart. I say, I didn't speak to them. I don't send them. I don't give them no words. I didn't send them to come and speak to the people. They're lying to the people. Therefore, thus says EZER concerning the prophets that prophesy in my name, and I sent them not. Well, those that prophesying in the earth today, they're not even calling his name. So we know they're prophesying directly from Lucifer, from the God and the Baal, same demon. And I send them not, yet they say sword and famine shall not be in this land. And by them saying, lying to the people, EZER says, by sword and famine shall those prophets be consumed, by the famine and the sword that they're telling the people will not come in the land. By that they will die. And the people to whom they prophesy shall be cast out in the streets of Jerusalem. They're going to go into captivity because of the famine and the sword, and they shall have none to bury them, their wives, nor their sons, nor their daughters. For I will pour their wickedness upon them. It's the same thing will happen to our people in our time, my brothers and sisters. If you do not hear and hearken unto EZER your Redeemer, it's the same thing will happen to you. Stop believing and listening to the false prophets that are out there. There are thousands. In the time of EZER-IAH, the one they call Elijah, in his time, there was 200 and something prophets, and almost 300 of them was preaching Baal. And only one, EZER-IAH, was preaching EZER. Listen to what I'm telling you, my people. This is the word of EZER I'm speaking into your ears. Listen. He says, and the people to whom they prophesy shall be cast out in the streets of Jerusalem because of the famine and the sword, and they shall have none to bury them, their wives, their sons, nor their daughters, for I will pour their wickedness upon them. Therefore you shall say this word unto them, let my eyes run down with tears night and day, and let them not cease. For the virgin daughter of my people is broken with a great breach, with a very grievous blow. If I go forth into the field, then behold the slain with the sword. And if I enter into the city, then behold them that are sick with famine. So those in the field go die by the sword, those in the city by famine. Both the prophet and the priest go about unto a land that they know not, and both the prophet and the priest going into captivity. Has you utterly rejected EZER-IAH? Has thy soul Lord Zion? Why has you smitten us, and there is no healing for us? If EZER is not with us, there is no healing for us. I look for peace, and there is no good, and for the time of healing, and behold trouble. We acknowledge, O EZER, our wickedness, and the iniquity of our fathers, for we have sinned against you. It's only EZER we sinned against, my people. We cannot sin against no one else. EZER is the one who gave us his law, and when we break the law, we sin. Do not hate us for thy name's sake. Again, look how important the name is. That name that he put upon us. He didn't call us by no other name. He called us EZER-IAH. For thy name's sake, do not disgrace the throne of your glory. Remember, break not thy covenant with us. Are there any among the vanities of the Gentiles that can cause rain? Or can the heavens give showers? Are not you he, O Aya, our mighty one? Therefore we will wait upon you, for you have made all these things. Aya is the one who made all these things, no one else. Chapter 15. Destruction agents. Then said Aya unto me, though Moses and Samuel stood before me, yet my mind could not be towards this people. Cast them out of my sight and let them go forth. So here Aya is saying, if Samuel, and Moses stand up before him, he still will cast these people away from him. And it shall come to pass, if they say unto you, whither shall they go forth? Then you shall tell them, thus says Aya, such as are for death to death, and such as for the sword to the sword, and such as are for the famine to the famine, and such as for the captivity to the captivity. So those that are marked for death will die. Those that are marked to die by the sword will die by the sword. Those that will die by the famine will die by the famine. And those who go into captivity will go into captivity. And I will appoint over them 4 kinds, says Aya, the sword to slay, the dogs to tear, the fowls of the heaven and the beasts of the earth to devour and destroy. And I will cause them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth, because of Manasseh, the son of Hezekiah, king of Edom, for that which he did in Jerusalem. For who shall have pity upon you, O Jerusalem? Or who shall bemoan thee? Or who shall go aside to ask how you do? Thus has forsaken me, says Aya. You art gone backwards. Therefore will I stretch out my hands against you and destroy you. I am weary with repenting, and I will fan them with a fan in the gates of the land. I am saying he's tired just forgiving them. So he gonna make them feel the heat now. I will bereave them of children. He gonna take away their children. I will destroy my people, since they return not from their ways. Since they wouldn't turn from their sins, the only thing left is destruction. Their widows are increased to me above the sand of the sea. I have brought upon them against the mother of the young men a spoiler at noonday. I have caused him to fall upon it suddenly, and terrors upon the city, just like it is today in our time now. It was in their time. From place to place, wherever we are around the world, just killing one another. She that has borne 7 languish. She has given up the ghost. She died without seeing them. No help from them. Her son is gone down. She lost her glory while it was yet day. She has been ashamed and confounded, and the residue of them will I deliver to the sword before their enemies, says I. Woe is me, my mother, that you has borne me a man of strife and a man of contention to the whole earth. I have neither lent on usury, nor men have lent to me on usury. Yet every one of them do curse me. Here, Jeremiah is saying, I don't lend on usury. I don't oppress nobody. I do that which is right. Yet they're cursing him. I said, verily, it shall be well with thy remnant. Verily, I will cause the enemy to entreat you well in the time of evil. So here I is telling him, don't worry. I'm going to cause the enemy, when they come to destroy the wicked, I will cause the enemy to treat you right. And that's exactly what they did to Jeremiah. He didn't go to Babylon, and they treated him good. Took him out of prison and treated him well. And in the time of affliction shall iron break the not iron and the steel. Thy substance and thy treasuries will I give to the spoil without price. The Babylonians will take everything for free. And that for all thy sins, for your sins, even in all thy borders. And I will make you to pass with thine enemies into a land which you knows not. For a fire is kindled in my anger, which shall burn upon you. O Aya, you know, remember me. So Jeremiah is speaking to Aya now. And visit me. Revenge me of my persecutors. Take me not away in thy long suffering. Know that for your sake I have suffered rebuke. So Jeremiah is asking Aya to have mercy on him and do not allow him to die in his suffering. Because the suffering he is going through is because of Aya's sake. Because he is teaching the people the name and the words of Aya. He says, your words were found and I did eat them. He studied Aya's word. He said, eat them. And your word was unto me the joy and rejoicing of my heart. For I am called by your name, O Aya, the mighty one of hosts. Here again, Jeremiah is telling us in his name is the name Aya is in his name. Look at his name in your book and see Aya is right there as he is saying right here. I sat not in the assembly of the mockers, nor rejoice. I sat alone because of your hand, for you have filled me with indignation. Why is my pain perpetual and my wound incurable, which refuse to be healed? Will you be altogether unto me as a liar, and as waters that fail. Therefore thus says EZER-IAH, if you return, then will I bring you again, and you shall stand before me. And if you take forth the precious from the vile, you shall be as my mouth. Let them return unto me, but return not you unto them. And I will make you unto this people a fenced brazen wall, and they shall fight against you, but they shall not prevail against you. For I am with you to save you and to deliver you, says EZER-IAH. And I will deliver you out of the hand of the wicked, and I will redeem you out of the hand of the terrible. So here EZER-IAH is saying to Jeremiah, I'm going to protect you from them. I would not allow you to go back to them. And what did they do? They put him in prison. And that's where he was when the invasion came. And he was safe. And they took him out and treated him very nicely. The word of EZER-IAH came through, as it will always come true. What was done in the beginning will be done in the end. As it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. My people, we are in captivity. I know most of my people, they don't even think they are in captivity. Well, this is not your land. You was put here for 400 years. And if we had returned to EZER-IAH, we would have been out of here now that the 400 years is here. But he continued to tell us, if we continue to disobey, if we continue not to listen, if we continue not to hearken, he's going to double 7 times more. So we are going through now the plus years, because we still are not hearkening unto EZER-IAH. We are not listening. We are not changing our ways. We are not returning unto him. So he will keep adding this 7 and 7 years and 7 until we do. This is EZER-IAH's word, my people. It must be completed. It must be fulfilled. All the other words he have ever spoken has been fulfilled. Don't you see that? Don't you see they have been fulfilled? Why would you think that this one would not be fulfilled? Are we here for 400 years? Why are we still here? Because we continue to sin. And EZER-IAH says as we continue, he's going to double, he's going to add to the time. We must turn back to EZER-IAH, my people. We must turn back to EZER-IAH. Chapter 16. The word of EZER-IAH came also unto me, saying, You shall not take you a wife, neither shall you have sons or daughters in this place. For thus says EZER-IAH concerning the sons and concerning the daughters that are born in this place, and concerning their mothers that bear them, and concerning their fathers that begot them in this land. And this he was speaking about the land of Canaan. They shall die of grievous death. They shall not be lamented, neither shall they be buried, but they shall be as dung upon the face of the earth, and they shall be consumed by the sword and by famine, and their carcasses shall be meat for the fowls of the heaven and for the beasts of the earth. For thus says EZER-IAH, enter not into the house of mourning, neither go to lament, nor bemoan them. For I have taken away my peace from this people, says EZER-IAH, even loving kindness and mercy. My dear people, we are given a certain amount of time to turn to EZER. And when that time passes, EZER will take his peace and his loving kindness from the earth. Both the great and the small shall die in this land. They shall not be buried, neither shall men lament for them, nor cut themselves, nor make themselves bald for them. Neither shall men tear themselves for them in mourning, to comfort them for the dead. Neither shall men give them the cup of consolation to drink, for the fathers or for the mothers. I have given us a little bit of this with the COVID. No funeral, no mourning. My people, EZER is telling us what time we are in. We are in the latter days. And these times are coming to pass. For as it was in the beginning, so shall it be in the end. You shall not also go into the house of feasting, to sit with them to eat and to drink. For thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of Isaiah, behold, I will cause to cease out of this place in your eyes and in your days the voice of mirth and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride. It will happen also in this land where they brought us, the people of EZER. It will happen. And it shall come to pass, when you shall show this people all these words, and they shall say unto you, why EZER has pronounced all this great evil against us? Or what is our iniquity? Or what is our sin that we have committed against EZER, our mighty one? When they ask you, then shall you say unto them, because your fathers have forsaken EZER, says our Redeemer, and have walked after gods, and have served them, and have worshipped them, and have forsaken me, EZER speaking, and have not kept my law. The same law that they're telling you is done away with. Here EZER is telling you the answer that you are to give them. The days come, says EZER, it will come to pass. And you have done worse than your fathers. For behold, you walk every one after the imagination of his evil heart, that they may not hearken unto me. EZER is speaking. Therefore will I cast you out of this land into a land that you know not, neither you nor your fathers, and there shall you serve gods day and night, where I will not show you favor. And he didn't show our ancestors favor. But now he is showing us that favor, that we should turn back to him. Therefore, behold, the days come, says EZER, that it shall no more be said, EZER lived, that brought up the children of EZER-IAH out of the land of Egypt. But EZER lived, that brought up the children of EZER-IAH from the land of the north, and from all the lands where he shall drive them. And EZER will bring them again into the land that he gave unto our fathers. My brothers and sisters, hear what EZER is saying. Verse 16. Behold, I will send for many fishers, says EZER, and they shall fish them. And after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain, and from every hill, and out of the holes of the rocks. Here EZER is promising his people that he is going to send fishers to find us that are in the sea, those that died in the passage in the Atlantic. And he is going to send hunters to find those that died in the rocks, in the caves, and on land. Hear, my people. Hear what EZER is promising us. But we have to turn back to him. For my eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face. We are not hidden from EZER. EZER know where we are. In all the scattering, he scattered us. Look at the places he scattered us. Look at the climate. Look at the conditions that he scattered us in. The heathen didn't take us into their lands. They didn't take us in Europe in the snow. EZER did not allow them to do it. Neither is the iniquity hid from my eyes. So we cannot hide anything from EZER. And first, I will recompense their iniquity and their sins double, because they have defiled my land. They have filled my inheritance with the carcasses of their detestable and abominable things. They offered their children as sacrifice unto the devils, the idols. O EZER, my strength and my fortress, and my refuge in the day of affliction. The Gentiles shall come unto you from the ends of the earth, and shall say, surely our fathers have inherited lies, vanity, and things where there is no profit. They will come and tell you that they have inherited lies, the lies that they teach you. They will tell you they inherited vanity, the vanity that you are lusting after. They will tell you that the names they give you cannot profit you anything. The name that they give you, the JC and all the rest. Shall a man make a mighty one unto himself that are not mighty? Therefore, behold, I will this once cause them to know. Why is he saying, shall a man make a mighty one unto himself? Because that's what the Gentiles did. They make mighty ones unto themselves and give it unto you. You who turn your back on EZER, your mighty one. I will this once cause them to know. I will cause them to know my hand and my might, and they shall know that my name is EZER. Hear this, my brothers and sisters. Hear the word from EZER's mouth to you. I will read it again, verse 21. Therefore, behold, I will say this once. I will cause them to know. Who is them? You is the Israelites. I will cause you to know my hand and my might, because as he did it in Egypt in our sight, he will do it in this land of captivity in our sight. And they shall know that my name is EZER. Get to know the name of your mighty one. It's EZER, chapter 17. The sin of EZER-IAH is written with a pen of iron and with the point of a diamond. It is graven upon the table of the heart and upon the horns of your altar. While their children remember their altars and their groves by the green trees upon the high hills. That's their altars to the idols. On my mountain in the field, I will give thy substance and all your treasures to the spoil, and they high places for sin throughout all thy borders. And you yourself shall discontinue from your heritage. And that's why we don't know who we are. We have been discontinued from our heritage. We don't know the name of our mighty one. We don't know the name that he gave to us. So now we are calling on all other names and calling ourselves names that he never named us. That I gave you, and I will cause you to serve thy enemies in the land which you knows not. And we are still doing it. For you have kindled a fire in my anger, which shall burn forever, unless we turn and repent. Verse 5 of 17. Thus says EZER, cursed be the man that trusts in man. You Christians who trust in a man and make flesh his arm and say he is your savior. Whose heart depart from EZER? Your heart has departed from EZER, so now you are behind a man. And you Muslim behind a man. For he shall be like the heat in the desert, and shall not see when good come, but shall inhabit the parched places in the wilderness, in a salt land, and not inhabit it. No blessings. Blessed is the man that trusts in EZER, and whose hope EZER is. For he shall be as a tree planted by the waters, and that spread out her roots by the river, and shall not see when heat come. But her leaf shall be green, and shall not be careful in the year of drought. She don't have to worry about when it's dry or not. Neither shall cease from yielding her fruit. That's the reward of a righteous man who put his trust in EZER, not in a man. The heart is deceitful above all things and desperately wicked. Who can know it? EZER, the mighty one, he searched the heart. He tries the thoughts, even to give every man according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doing, your works. As the partridge sit on eggs and hatch them not, so he that gets riches and not by right shall leave them in the midst of his days. You're going to die at middle age. You who seeking wealth by evil doings, you're seeking wealth by sacrificing your human being. You who seek wealth by saying some man died for you, you're going to die in your middle age. And at his end, he shall be a fool. A glorious high throne from the beginning is the place of our sanctuary. O EZER, the hope of EZER-IAH, all that forsake you shall be ashamed. and they that depart from you shall be written in the earth, because they have forsaken you, Ayah, the fountain of living water. You who forsake that name, you who refuse to call his name. Heal me, Ayah, and I shall be healed. Save me, and I shall be saved, for you are my praise. Behold, they say unto me, where is the word of Ayah? Let it come now. As for me, I have not hastened from being a preacher to follow you, neither have I desired the woeful days. You know, that which come out of my lips was right before you. Be not a terror unto me. You are my hope in the day of evil. Let them be confounded and that persecute me, but let not me be confounded. Let them be dismayed, but let not me be dismayed. Bring upon them the days of evil, and destroy them with double destruction. Thus says Ayah unto me, go and stand in the gate of the children of the people, whereby the kings of EZER-IAH come in, and by the way they go out, and in all the gates of Jerusalem, and say unto them, who's them? The children of EZER-IAH. Hear you the word of Ayah, you kings of EZER-IAH, and all EZER-IAH, and all the inhabitants of Jerusalem that enter in by these gates. Thus says Ayah, take heed to yourselves, and bear no burden on the Sabbath day, nor bring it in by the gates of Jerusalem. Don't carry no load on the Sabbath day. Neither carry forth a burden out of your house on the Sabbath day. Neither do you any work, but hallow you the Sabbath, make it holy. As I command you, I command your fathers. But they obeyed not, neither did they incline their ear, but made their necks stiff, that they will not hear, nor receive instructions. And it shall come to pass, if you diligently hearken unto Ayah, says our Redeemer, to bring in no burden through the gates of this city on the Sabbath day, but hallow the Sabbath day to do no work therein. Then shall there enter into the gates of this city kings and princesses, sitting upon the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, they and their princesses, the men of EZER-IAH, and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, and this city shall remain forever. If only you will do what I'm telling you to do. Don't bring no burden on the Sabbath. Keep it holy. That's all they had to do. And they shall come from the city of EZER-IAH, and from the places about Jerusalem, and from the land of Benjamin, and from the plain, and from the mountains, and from the south, bringing burnt offerings, sacrifice, and meat offerings, and incense, and bringing sacrifice of praise unto the house of Ayah. That's all they had to do. But if you will not hearken unto me to hallow the Sabbath day, and not to bear a burden, even entering in at the gate of Jerusalem on the Sabbath day, then will I kindle a fire in the gates thereof, and it shall devour the palaces of Jerusalem, and it shall not be quenched. Hear what Isaiah is saying to us. Tell us what to do. And if we didn't do it, that's what will happen to you and your land. And they wouldn't do it. Chapter 18. The word that came to Jeremiah from Isaiah, saying, Arise and go down to the potter's house, and there I will cause you to hear my words. Then I went down to the potter's house, and behold, he wrought a work on the wheels, and the vessels that he made of clay was marred in the hand of the potter. So he made it again another vessel, as seems good to the potter to make it. Then the word of Isaiah came to me, saying, O house of EZER-IAH, cannot I do with you as this potter? Says Isaiah. Behold, as the clay is in the potter's hand, so are you in my hand, O house of EZER-IAH. At what instant I shall speak concerning a nation, and concerning a kingdom, to pluck up and to pull down and to destroy it. So here I is saying, as the clay is in the hand of the potter, so you, my people, are in my hand. And I could put you away, or I could make you over. If that nation against whom I have pronounced turn from their evil, I will repent of the evil that I thought to do unto them. If you will change, I will change his way towards you. And at what instant I shall speak concerning a nation and concerning a kingdom, to build and to plant it. If it do evil in my sight, that it obey not my voice, then I will repent of the good wherewith I said I will benefit them. Now therefore go to speak to the men of EZER-IAH and to the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, Thus says Isaiah, Behold, I frame evil against you, and devise a device against you. Return you now every one from his evil way, and make your ways and your doing good. And they said, There is no hope, but we will walk after our devices, and that they will walk every one to the imagination of their evil heart. They have not returned to Isaiah. They're not listening to the message that he's saying to them. Therefore thus says Isaiah, Ask you now among the heathen, who has heard such things? The virgin of EZER-IAH has done a very horrible thing. Will a man leave the snow of Lebanon, which come from the rock of the field, or shall the cold flowing waters that come from another place be forsaken? Because my people has forgotten me, I am speaking. They have burned incense to vanity, and they caused them to stumble in their ways from the ancient paths, to walk in paths in a way not cast up, a way that he didn't give them, to make their land desolate and a perpetual hissing. Everyone that passed thereby shall be astonished and wag his head. I will scatter them as with an east wind before the enemy. I will show them the back and not the face in the day of their calamity. Then said they, Come and let us devise devices against Jeremiah. For the law shall not perish from the priest, nor counsel from the wise, nor the word from the prophet. Come and let us smite him with the tongue, and let us not give heed to any of his words. Here, they're planning to destroy Jeremiah because he is prophesying the words of EZER, and they are contradicting the words of EZER. So they want to destroy him. Give heed to me, O EZER, and hearken to the voice of them that contend with me. Jeremiah is praying. Shall evil be recompensed for good? For they have digged a pit for my soul. Remember that I stood before you to speak good for them, and to turn away thy wrath from them. Jeremiah is saying, remember, I only speaking to them that they will change their ways, that you will turn away your wrath from them. But they can't hear that. Therefore deliver up their children to the famine, and pour out their blood by the force of the sword, and let their wives be bereaved of their children, and be widows, and let their men be put to death. Let their young men be slain by the sword in battle. Let a cry be heard from their houses, when you shall bring a troop suddenly upon them. For they have digged a pit to take me, and hid snare for my feet. So they're trying to destroy Jeremiah. Jeremiah pray against them. Yet, you know all their counsel against me to slay me. Forgive not their iniquity, neither blot out their sins from thy sight, but let them be overthrown before you. Deal thus with them in the time of thine anger. Chapter 19. Thus says EZER, Go and get a potter's earthen bottle, and take of the ancient of the people and of the ancient of the priests, and go forth unto the valley of the son of Hinnom, which is by the entry of the east gate, and proclaim there the word that I shall tell you, and say, Hear you the word of EZER, O kings of EZER and inhabitants of Jerusalem. Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER, Behold, I will bring evil upon this place, and whosoever heareth his ears shall tingle, because they have forsaken EZER, and have estranged this place, and have burned incense in it unto gods, whom neither they nor their fathers have known, nor the kings of EZER. They know, our ancestors didn't know no JC. They didn't know no Yahweh and Jehovah. They couldn't know those names because they didn't exist in our father's time. I have filled this place with the blood of innocence. They have built also the high places of Baal. That's what they do. They build the high altars to go and worship the Most High God, to burn their sons with fire for burnt offerings unto the Lord God. That I commanded them not, nor speak it, neither did it came into my mind. Therefore, behold, the days come, says EZER, that this place shall no more be called Topheth. Not the valley of the son of Hinnom, but the valley of slaughter. You're going to die. You people are going to die for that wickedness you have taught Aiah's people. And I will make void the counsel of EZER-IAH and Jerusalem in this place. As it was in the beginning, it will be in the end. It's coming for you all. And I will cause them to fall by the sword before their enemies. As they have fallen, you all going to fall. And by the hands of them that seek their lives. And their carcasses will I give to be meat for the fowl of the heaven and for the beast of the earth. And I will make this city desolate and unhissing, and every one that passed thereby shall be astonished and hiss because of all the plagues thereof. And I will cause them to eat the flesh of their sons and the flesh of their daughters. And they shall eat every one the flesh of his friend in the siege and straitness. That's what they did. Wherewith their enemies and they that seek their lives shall straiten them. Then shall you break the bottle in the sight of the men that go with you, and shall say unto them, Thus says EZER-IAH of hosts. EZER sent him to cast a curse upon the people for turning away from him and turning unto idols, like our people have done doing these days. They have turned away from EZER and they have gone unto Baal. B-A-A-L is your same L-O-R-D. EZER of hosts, even so will I break this people and this city as one breaketh a potter's vessel, that cannot be made whole again. And they shall bury them in Topheth, till there be no place to bury. Thus will I do unto this place, says EZER, and to the inhabitants thereof, and even make this city as Topheth, and the house of Jerusalem, and the house of the kings of EZER-IAH shall be defiled as the place of Topheth, because of all the house upon whose roofs they have burned incense unto all the host of heaven, the Queen of Heaven, and the Virgin Mary, and the JC, and all of that, and have poured out drink offering unto gods. Then came Jeremiah from Topheth, where EZER had sent him to prophesy. And he stood in the court of EZER's house, in the temple yard, where the house that was built for his name was, and said unto all the people, Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, Behold, I will bring upon this city and upon her towns all the evil that I have pronounced against it, because they have hardened their necks, that they might not hear my words. And this is just as they are still doing. Our people are still doing until today. Chapter 20. Now, Pashur, the son of Immer the priest, who was also chief governor in the house of EZER, heard that Jeremiah prophesied these things. And then Pashur smote Jeremiah, he hit him, the prophet, and put him in stocks. He put him in prison that were in the high gate of Benjamin, in the jail, which was by the house of EZER. And it came to pass on the morrow that Pashur brought forth Jeremiah out of the stocks, out of the jail. Then said Jeremiah unto him, EZER has not called thy name, Pashur, but Maga Missabib. For thus says EZER, Behold, I will make you a terror to yourself, and to all your friends, and they shall fall by the sword of their enemies, and your eyes shall see it. And I will give all EZER-IAH into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall carry them captive into Babylon, and shall slay them with the sword. Moreover, I will deliver all the strength of this city, and all the labors thereof, and all the precious things thereof, and all the treasuries of the kings of EZER-IAH will I give into the hand of their enemies, which shall spoil them, and take them, and carry them to Babylon. And they did. And then he brought us back into his land. And our ancestors did the same thing. And he drive us into captivity again. And we are here doing the same thing. And you, Pashur, and all that dwell in thy house shall go into captivity. And you shall come to Babylon, and there you shall die, and shall be buried there. You and all your friends, to whom you have prophesied lies, telling the people that nothing, all what Jeremiah is saying is not true. Nothing would happen. O IAH, thou hast deceived me, and I was deceived. You are strong than I, and has prevailed. I am in derision daily. Everyone mock me. For since I speak, I cried out. I cried violence and spoil, because the word of IAH was made a reproach unto me. They take his word and they insult him because he's speaking the word of IAH. And a derision daily. They turn his own words against him. The words that IAH gave him to speak, they turn it against him every day. Then I said, I will not make mention of him, nor speak any more in his name. But his word was in mine heart as a burning fire, shut up in my bones, and I was weary with forbearing, and I could not stay. He couldn't hold it back. So much pressure and insults, pulling his beard out, spitting in his face. So he decided that he can't continue speaking the name of IAH again. And I hope you see why they was doing it to him. They don't want to hear the name of IAH. They don't want no one to speak the name of IAH. Lucifer doesn't want that. And all the enemies in the earth is ruled and controlled by Lucifer. And it was so bad that Jeremiah is saying he's going to stop mention that name. But he couldn't stop it. As he told us here, he said like it was, the word was in his heart as a burning fire. It shut up in his bones, and he was weary with forbearing. He was weary from not speaking that name. Verse 10. For I heard the defaming of many, fear on every side. Reports, say they, and we will report it. All my familiars watch for my halting. They're watching to see when he will stop, saying, peradventure he will be enticed, and we shall prevail against him. They want to hear he start saying it again so they could rise up against him again. And we shall take our revenge on him. But IAH is with me as a mighty, terrible one. Therefore my persecutors shall stumble, and they shall not prevail. They shall be greatly ashamed, for they shall not prosper. The everlasting confusion shall never be forgotten. But EZER of hosts, that tries the righteous and see the thoughts of the heart, let me see your vengeance on them, for unto you have I opened my cause. Sing unto EZER, praise you, EZER, for he has delivered the soul of the poor from the hand of evildoers. Cursed be the day wherein I was born. Let not the day wherein my mother bare me be blessed. You're under pressure. Cursed be the man who brought tidings to my father, saying, a man-child is born unto you, making him very glad. And let that man be as the city which EZER overthrew. Repent not, and let him hear the cry in the morning and the shouting at noontide. That's insults. He's asking EZER to hear the insults that have been put upon him because of the name of EZER. Because he slew me not from the womb, or that my mother might have been my grave, and her womb to be always great with me. Wherefore came I forth out of the womb to see labor and sorrow, that my days should be consumed with shame. They're not stopping him. They don't stop insult and embarrass. Chapter 21. Up to today, they don't want to hear the name, my brother and sister. They don't want to hear the name. Even your brother, your sister does not want to hear that name. The spirit in the earth does not want that name to be mentioned. The word that came unto Jeremiah from EZER, when King Zedekiah sent unto him Pashur, the son of Melchiah, and Zephaniah, the son of Maaseiah, the priest, saying, inquire, I beg thee, of EZER for us. For Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, make war against us. If so be that EZER will deal with us according to all his wondrous works, that he may go up from us. Then said Jeremiah unto them, this shall you say unto Zedekiah. And this name Zedekiah, that was the king of EZER at that time. And his name means EZER's righteousness. And when EZER was speaking about in the day a king of righteousness shall come and what will happen, it was in this is who he was referring to. EZER, behold, I will turn back the weapons of war that are in your hands, where you fight against the king of Babylon and against the Chaldeans that besiege you without the walls. And I will assemble them into the midst of this city. And I myself will fight against you with an outstretched hand and with a strong arm, even in anger and in fury and in great wrath. He was doing this to our people, his own people, for their disobedience. And that's the same thing he is going to do to the heathen for what they have done to his people. And I will smite the inhabitants of the city, both man and beast. They shall die of a great pestilence. And afterwards, says EZER, I will deliver Zedekiah, king of EZER, and his servants, and all the people, and such as are left in this city, from the pestilence, and from the sword, and from the famine, into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. No escape. And into the hand of their enemies, and into the hand of those that seek their life. All the warning he gave them through Jeremiah, they refused to take. They refused to heed. They refused to listen. They refused to do. Instead of they taking the advice and the counsel, they sent false prophets out to contradict his words, the words that EZER gave to him. And he shall smite them with the edge of the sword. He shall not spare them, neither have pity, nor have mercy. And unto this people you shall say, Thus says EZER-IAH, Behold, I set before you the way of life and the way of death. He that abide in this city shall die by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he that go out and fall to the Chaldeans that besiege you, he shall live. So you who stay in the city, you're going to die. And you who go into Babylon, into captivity, you're going to live. And his life shall be unto him for a prey. For I have set my face against this city for evil, and not for good, says EZER-IAH. It shall be given into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. And they did. And touching the house of the kings of EZER-IAH, say, Hear you the word of EZER-IAH, O house of David. Thus says EZER-IAH, Execute judgment in the morning, and deliver him that is spoiled out of the hand of the oppressor. Let my fury go out like fire, and burn that none can quench it, because of the evil of your doings, your idols, your Lord God. Behold, I am against you, O inhabitants of the valley and rock of the plain, says EZER-IAH, who says, Who shall come down against us, or who shall enter into our habitation? They think they're so strong. But I will punish you according to the fruit of your doing, says EZER-IAH, and I will kindle a fire in the forest thereof, and it shall devour all things round about it. No place to hide. And the day come, and it will come to pass again in the end, as it did in the beginning. Chapter 22. Thus says EZER-IAH, Go down to the house of the king of EZER-IAH, and speak there these words, and say, Hear the word of EZER-IAH, O king of EZER-IAH, that sit upon the throne of David. That was Zedekiah. That was the king. Foolish king. Couldn't make no decision. You and your servants and your people that enter into these gates. Thus says EZER-IAH, Execute you judgment and righteousness, and deliver the spoil out of the hand of the oppressor, and do no wrong, do no violence to the stranger, the fatherless, nor the widow, neither shed innocent blood in thy place. For if you do these things, indeed, then shall there enter in by the gate of this house kings sitting upon the throne of David, riding in chariots and on horses, he and his servants and his people. But if you will not hear these words, I swear by myself, says EZER-IAH, that this house shall become a desolation. For thus says EZER-IAH unto the king's house of EZER-IAH, You are at Gilead unto me, and the head of Lebanon. Yet surely I will make you a wilderness, and cities which are not inhabited. And I will prepare destroyers against you, every one with his weapons. And they shall cut down thy choice cedars, and cast them into the fire. And many nations shall pass by this city, and they shall say, every man to his neighbor, Why has EZER-IAH done this unto this great city? Then they shall answer, Because they have forsaken the covenant of EZER the Mighty One, and worship gods and serve them. My dear people, this is what our ancestors did. Weep you not for the dead, neither bemoan him. Weep sore for him that goes away, for he shall return no more, nor see his native country. For thus says EZER, touching Shalom, the son of Josiah, king of EZER-IAH, who reigned instead of Josiah his father, who went forth out of this place. He shall not return here anymore, but he shall die in the place where they have led him captive, and shall see this land no more. Woe unto him that built his house by unrighteousness, and his chambers by wrong, those that do evil to get wealth, that use his neighbor's service without wages, and give him nothing for his work, that says he will build a wide house, large chambers, cut him out windows, suckle with cedar, paint with vermilion. Shall you reign because you clothe thyself in cedar? Did not thy fathers eat and drink, and do judgment and justice? And then it was well with him. He judged the cause of the poor and needy. Then it was well with him. So it only well with them when they do right, not when they build big house and have money. Was not this to know me, says EZER? The most important thing was to know EZER. But your eyes, your heart are not, but for thy covetousness, and for to shed innocent blood, and for oppression, and for violence to do it. That's what's in the heart of the people. Not to know EZER, to make money, to be covetous, greedy. Therefore thus says EZER concerning Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of EZER-IAH, they shall not lament for him, saying, ah, my brother, or ah, my sister. They shall not lament for him, saying, ah, EZER, or ah, his glory, EZER's glory. He shall be buried with the burial of an ass, drawn and cast forth beyond the gates of Jerusalem. Go up to Lebanon and cry. Lift up thy voice in Bashan and cry from the passages, for all thy lovers are destroyed. I speak unto you in your prosperity, but you said you will not hear. This has been your manner from thy youth, that you do not obey my voice. The wind shall eat up all thy pastors, and your lovers shall go into captivity. Surely then shall you be ashamed and confounded for all your wickedness. Inhabitants of Lebanon, that make thy nest in the cedars, how gracious shall you be when pain come upon you, the pain as of a woman in travail. As I live, says Ayah, you Coniah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of EZER-IAH, wear the signet upon my right hand, he were. Yet will I pluck thee thence, and I will give thee into the hand of them that seek thy life, and into the hand of them whose face you fear, even into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and into the hand of the Chaldeans. And I will cast you out, and your mother that bare you, into another country, where you were not born, and there shall you die. But to the land whereunto they desire to return, they shall not return. In this man Coniah, a despised, a broken idol, is he a vessel wherein is no pleasure. Wherefore are they cast out? He and his seed, and are cast into a land which they know not, because of idols. It's the same thing we was cast out for and put into captivity for, the same idols. We are going through just what they went through in the beginning, and then we are in the end now. We are going through it the second time. We are still in it. O earth, hear the word of Ayah. Thus says Ayah, write you this man childless, man that shall not prosper in his days. For no man of his seed shall prosper, sitting upon the throne of David and ruling any more in EZER-IAH. So he couldn't prosper, he will have no children. And that's the lineage they say that JC come from. A man who was cursed and was supposed to have no children. Chapter 23. Woe be unto the pastors that destroy and scatter the sheep of my pasture, says Ayah. Therefore thus says Ayah, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, against the pastors that feed my people. You have scattered my flock, you have driven them away, and have not visited them. Behold, I will visit upon you the evil of your doing, says Ayah. You pastors, you better wait for what's coming. Prepare. And I will gather the remnant of my flock out of all countries, where I have driven them, and I will bring them again to their folds, and they shall be fruitful and increase. And I will set up shepherds over them that shall feed them, and they shall fear no more, nor be dismayed, neither shall they be lacking, says Ayah. Ayah is going to set up people to teach us, and he's going to teach us himself. Behold, the days come, says Ayah, that I will raise up David, a righteous branch, and a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days EZER-IAH shall be saved, and EZER-IAH shall dwell safely. And this is his name. It's right there. Whereby he shall be called Ayah righteousness. And that's the meaning of the name of Zedekiah. Zedekiah, that he was that king that will be reigning in that time when Ayah will carry out this judgment on EZER-IAH that Jeremiah is speaking here about. It was Zedekiah. The meaning of his name is IAH, righteousness. Therefore, behold, the days come, says IAH, that they shall no more say, IAH live, who brought up the children of EZER-IAH out of the land of Egypt. But IAH live, who brought up, that was led, who was brought up, and who led the seed of the house of EZER-IAH out of the north country, and from all countries whither I have driven them. And they shall dwell in their own land. So we would not be saying, IAH who brought us out of the land of Egypt. We will be saying, IAH our Savior who saved us. Mine heart within me is broken because of the prophecies. All my bones shake. I am like a drunken man and like a man whom wine has overcome. Because of IAH, because of the word of his holiness. And IAH's word was from time of old. And the prophecies are for the beginning and for the end. There is nothing new under the heaven. What happened to them in the past will happen to us. Like they was led into captivity and IAH brought them back. Now he led us into captivity. We have not been brought back as yet. Nothing new. It's the same punishment. As long as we continue to disobey and not hearken unto his laws and call upon his name. As long as we continue to go after idols and demons and devils, these things will happen to us. For the land is full of adulterers, for because of swearing the land mourneth. The pleasant places of the wilderness are dried up, and their course is evil, and their force is not right. For both prophet and priest are profane. Yea, in my house have I found their wickedness, says IAH. Do you see their wickedness in this time that we are in these latter days? Do you see their wickedness, my people? Wherefore their way shall be unto them as slippery ways in the darkness. They shall be driven on and fall therein. For I will bring evil upon them, even the year of their visitation, says IAH. And I have seen folly in the prophets of Samaria. They prophesy in Baal, in the Lord, just like they do today. All of them is Lord, JC. And cause my people EZER-IAH to err, to fail, to go the wrong way. That's what they're doing. I have seen also in the prophets of Jerusalem a horrible thing. They commit adultery and walk in lies, just like today. They strengthen also the hand of the evildoers, that none do return from his wickedness. None of them turning from their wickedness. All of them are lying. On the radio, on the TV, on the pulpit, every one of them, they are lying. They are all of them unto me as Sodom, and the inhabitants thereof as Gomorrah, homosexuals. He's telling you. He's telling us to Jeremiah. Therefore thus says IAH of hosts concerning the prophets, behold, I will feed them with wormwood, and make them drink the water of gall. For from the prophets of Jerusalem of profaneness gone forth into all the land. So now it is spread all over the world, all where we are scattered. Thus says EZER of hosts, hearken not unto the words of the prophets that prophesy unto you. They make you vain, useless. They speak a vision of their own heart, and not out of the mouth of iron. They say still unto them that despise me, EZER has said, you shall have peace. And they say unto every one that walk after the imagination of his own heart, no evil shall come unto you. Just like they do today. Peace be upon you. I bless you. Lie. Just lying onto the people. For who has stood in the counsel of EZER, and has perceived and heard his words? Who has marked his words and heard it? Behold, a whirlwind of EZER is gone forth in fury, even a grievous whirlwind. It shall fall grievously upon the head of the wicked. The anger of EZER shall not return until he have executed, until he have performed the thoughts of his heart. In the latter days you shall consider it perfectly. And this is the days when we have to consider this perfectly. We are in the latter days. I have not sent these prophets, yet they ran. I have not spoken to them, yet they prophesied. But if they had stood in my counsel and had caused my people to hear my words, then they should have turned my people from their evil ways and from the evil of their doings. If these pastors would listen to the word of EZER, then they will teach you the word of EZER. But they are not listening to the word of EZER. The New Testament is not the word of EZER. Am I a mighty one at hand, says EZER, and not a mighty one afar off? Can any hide himself in secret places that I shall not see him, says EZER? Do not I fill heaven and earth, says EZER? I have heard what the prophet said, that prophesy lies in my name, saying, I have dreamed. In those days, they was calling his name. Now, they have gone from his name now. So they are prophets of L-O-R-D-G-O-D now. How long shall this be in the heart of the prophets that prophesy lies? How long are they going to do this? Yea, they are prophets of deceit of their own heart. They think to cause my people to forget my name by their dreams which they tell every man to his neighbor, as their fathers have forgotten my name for BAAH. the Lord. The prophets that had a dream, let him tell a dream. And he that has my word, let him speak my word faithfully. What is the chaff to the wheat, says EZER? Is not my word like as a fire, says EZER, and like a hammer that break the rock in pieces? That's EZER's name, the power that he gave us. That's his word, the power in his name that he gave us. Therefore, behold, I am against the prophets, says EZER, that steal my words, every one from his neighbor. They hide his words from us. They hide his words from you. They're giving you false doctrine. They have hidden his name. They don't know his name now no more. Look, he just told you. They cause you to forget his name. Behold, I am against the prophets, says EZER, that use their tongue and say, he said. Behold, I am against them that prophesy false dreams, says EZER, and do tell them. They make up their stories for you in the churches and lie to you, and you all love it. And cause my people to err, to go astray by their lies. Look at it in your book now. Jeremiah is telling you what EZER says. And by their lightness, yet I send them not, nor commanded them. Therefore, they shall not profit this people at all, says EZER. So they cannot profit us. That's why we are still in captivity and slaving for our enemies. Because what they are teaching us are lies, and there is no profit in it, because they have hidden his name. They cause us to forget his name. And they have given us Lord, God, which is the same Baal, my people. And when this people or the prophet or a priest shall ask you, saying, what is the burden of EZER? EZER don't have no burden. You shall then say unto them, what burden? I will even forsake you, says EZER, because EZER does not have no burden. And as for the prophet, and the priests, and the people that shall say, the burden of EZER, I will even punish that man and his house. EZER does not have no burden. Thus shall you say, every one to his neighbor, and every one to his brother, what have EZER answered? What has EZER spoken? And the burden shall you mention no more. Don't mention burden of our mighty one. He has no burden. EZER remove burdens from us. For every man's word shall be his burden. Every word that we say that we are not supposed to say will be the burden upon us. The priests, the pastors, they're lying, that will be their burden. For you have perverted the words of the living mighty one. They have perverted the words of the living mighty one, of EZER of hosts, our Redeemer. Thus shall you say to the prophet, what has EZER answered you? And what has EZER spoken? But since you say, the burden, therefore thus says EZER, because you said this word, burden, I have sent unto you, saying, you shall not say the burden of EZER. You are not to say that. You are not to say that EZER is a burden or EZER have burden. Therefore, behold, I, even I, will utterly forget you, and I will forsake you. And the city I gave you and your fathers, and cast you out of my presence. And I will bring an everlasting reproach upon you, and a perpetual shame, which shall not be forgotten. So as long as we are doing the things that EZER tell us not to do, as long as we keep leaving his name and calling on this Lord, as long as we saying that there is a burden, he put EZER burden on us, we will never get out of that condition. Listen to what Jeremiah is saying to you, my brother or my sister. We are not to forget the name of EZER and go and call any other name. We are not to say that he has burdened us. We are not to say those words. Chapter 24. EZER showed me, and behold, 2 baskets of figs were before the temple of EZER. After that, Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, had carried away captive Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of Edom, and the prince of Edom with the carpenters and smiths from Jerusalem, and had brought them to Babylon. 1 basket had very good figs, even like the figs that are first ripe, and the other basket had very naughty figs, which could not be eaten. They were so bad. And that is referring to the people. Then said EZER unto me, what seest you, Jeremiah? And I said, figs. The good figs, very good. The evil, very evil, that cannot be eaten. They are so evil. Again the word of EZER came unto me, saying, thus says EZER, the mighty one of Israel, like these good figs, so will I acknowledge them that are carried away captive of Edom, whom I have sent out of this place into the land of the Chaldeans for their good. So I send them into the land of Chaldea, into Babylon, for their good. That's the good people. Because if he left them in the land, all of them in the land, the Babylonians would have murdered them, most of them. So he sent them into captivity. Some of them went willingly. This was the good figs. The bad ones, they had to die. For I will set my eyes upon them for good, and I will bring them again to this land. You see, he will set his eyes upon the good ones for good, because he is going to bring them back. And I will build them and not pull them down, and I will plant them and not pluck them up. No destruction for the good ones. And I will give them an heart to know me, that I am EZER, and they shall be my people, and I will be their mighty one. EZER is speaking. For they shall return unto me with their whole heart. The same thing EZER telling us in this captivity that we have to do. We have to return unto him with our whole heart, soul, and strength. And as the evil figs, which cannot be eaten, they are so evil. Surely, thus says EZER, so will I give Zedekiah, the king of EZER-IAH, and his princesses, and the residue of Jerusalem that remain in this land, and them that dwell in the land of Egypt. And I will deliver them to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth for the hurt, to be a reproach and a proverb, a taunt and a curse in all places where I shall drive them. And I will send the sword, the famine, the pestilence among them, till they be consumed from off the land that I gave unto them and to their fathers. The wicked ones, the bad ones, they have to die. Chapter 25. The word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the people of EZER-IAH in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of EZER-IAH. That was the 1st year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. With Jeremiah the prophet speak unto all the people of EZER-IAH, unto all the inhabitants of Jerusalem, saying, from the 13th year of Josiah, the son of Ammon, king of EZER-IAH, even unto this day, that is the 23rd year, the word of EZER has come unto me, and I have spoken unto you, rising early and speaking, but you have not hearkened. And EZER has sent unto you all his servants, the prophets, rising early and sending them, but you have not hearkened, nor inclined your ear to hear. They said, turn you again now, every one from his evil ways, and from the evil of your doing, and dwell in the land that EZER gave unto you and to your fathers forever and ever. Just turn from your evil ways, turn from your idols, turn from your idol worships, and you will live in the land forever. And go not after gods to serve them, and to worship them, and to provoke EZER to anger with the works of your hands. And I will do you no hurt, yet you have not hearkened unto EZER, says EZER, that you might provoke EZER to anger with the works of your hands to your own hurt, they making their own gods. Therefore thus says EZER of hosts, because you have not heard my words, behold, I will send and take all the families of the north, says EZER, and the Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, because he's going to use him. That's why he called him a servant. And will bring them against this land, and against the inhabitants thereof, and against all the nations round about, and will utterly destroy them, and make them an astonishment, and an hissing, and perpetual desolation. Moreover, I will take from them the voice of mirth, and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom, the voice of the bride, the sound of the millstones, and the light of the candlestick. So he's taking away the millstone that grind their corn to make their food. He's taking away rejoicing. He's taking away Mary, and he's taking away the light. And this whole land shall be a desolation, an astonishment. And these nations shall serve the king of Babylon 70 years. And it shall come to pass, when 70 years are accomplished, that I will punish the king of Babylon and the nation, says EZER-IAH, for their iniquity, and the land of the Chaldeans, and will make perpetual desolation. Is it not the same thing EZER-IAH tell us? When the 400 years we're supposed to return, and then he go punish our captors who kept us in captivity. But we are still here because we are not hearkening. We must hearken. We must do it with our whole heart, our whole soul, with all our strength. We must show obedience. We must return to EZER-IAH. We must call upon his name. We must do it, else we're going to be here for a longer and longer period, as he promised. His hand is stretched out to us, but as long as we refuse to take his hand, he's going to punish us 7 times more, and 7 times more, and 7 times more. And I will bring upon that land all my words that I have pronounced against it, even all that is written in this book, that which Jeremiah has prophesied against all the nations. For many nations, great kings, shall serve themselves of them also. And I will recompense them according to their deeds, and according to the works of their own hands. For thus says EZER-IAH, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, unto me, Jeremiah speaking, take the wine cup of this fury at my hand, and cause all the nations to whom I send you to drink it. And they shall drink and be moved and be mad because of the sword that I will send among them. Then took I the cup at EZER-IAH's hand, and made all the nations to drink, unto whom EZER-IAH has sent me. For with Jerusalem and the cities of EZER-IAH, the kings thereof, the princes thereof, to make them a desolation, an astonishment, and hissing, and a curse, as it is this day. It still is the same way. Pharaoh, king of Egypt, and his servant, and his princesses, and all his people, and all the mingled people, and all the kings of the land of Uz, and all the kings of the land of the Philistines, and Ashkelon, and Gaza, and Ekron, and the remnant of Ashdod, Edom and Moab, and the children of Ammon, and all the kings of Tyrus, and all the kings of Zidon, and the kings of the isles which are beyond the sea, Dedan and Tema, Buz, and all that are in the uttermost corners, and all the kings of Arabia, and all the kings of the mingled people that dwell in the desert, and all the kings of Zimri, and all the kings of Elam, and all the kings of the Medes, and all the kings of the north, far and near, one with another, and all the kingdoms of the world which are upon the face of the earth, and all the kings of Shishak shall drink after them. Therefore you shall say unto them, Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, drink you and be drunk, spew and fall, and rise no more, because of the sword which I send among you. And it shall be, if they refuse to take the cup of thine hand to drink, then shall you say unto them, Thus says EZER of hosts, you shall certainly drink. For lo, I begin to bring evil on the city which is called by his name. And should you be utterly unpunished? Here EZER is saying, I'm beginning the punishment in my city that is called by my name. EZER-IAH, in the land of Moriah. And you think, you evil nations think you all will escape? You shall not be unpunished, for I will call for a sword upon all the inhabitants of the earth. Of the earth, my people, says EZER of hosts. Therefore prophesy you against them all these words, and say unto them, EZER shall roar on high, utter his voice from his holy habitation. He shall mightily roar upon his habitation. He shall give a shout, as they that tread the grapes, against all the inhabitants of the earth. A noise shall come even to the ends of the earth, for EZER has a controversy with the nations. He's not just talking about Babylon. He's talking about the nations. He's talking about now, the time that was to come, the latter days. He will plead with all flesh. He will give them that are wicked to the sword, says EZER. Thus says EZER of hosts, behold, evil shall go forth from nation to nation, as you're seeing it today. And a great whirlwind shall be raised up from the coast of the earth. And the slain of EZER shall be at that day from one end of the earth even unto the other end of the earth. They shall not be lamented, neither gathered, nor buried. They shall be dung upon the ground. In COVID, they was buried. He had people to bury them. What's coming? There is no burial. No burial. Nobody to bury them. Howl you shepherds, and cry and wallow yourselves in the ashes. You principal of the flock, for the days of your slaughter and of your dispersions are accomplished, and you shall fall like a pleasant vessel, and the shepherds shall have no way to flee, nor the principal of the flock to escape. A voice of the cry of the shepherds, and an howling of the principal of the flock shall be heard, for EZER has spoiled their pasture, and the peaceable inhabitants are cut down because of the fierce anger of EZER. He has forsaken his convert as the lion, for the land is desolate because of the fierceness of the oppressor, and because of his fierce anger. Hear this, my people. Chapter 26. In the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of EZER-IAH, came this word from EZER, saying, Thus says EZER, stand in the court of EZER's house, and speak unto all the cities of EZER-IAH that come to worship in EZER's house. All the words that I command you to speak unto them, diminish not a word. If so be they will hearken, and turn every man from his evil ways, that I may repent me of the evil. I am saying if they change their evil ways, then he will change and he wouldn't punish them. That I may repent me of the evil which I propose to do unto them, because of the evil of their doings. And you shall say unto them, Thus says EZER, if you will not hearken to me to walk in my law, that I have set before you. My brothers and sisters, it's the same law we have to walk in. And as he is warning them, if they refuse to walk in his law, what he will do to them is the same thing he will do to us. We must walk in that law. It is the reason why we are in captivity again. We broke the law. To hearken to the words of my servant the prophets, whom I sent unto you, both rising up early and sending them, but you have not hearkened. We must listen to the prophets, not disciples, not apostles, not Romans, not Catholic, not Christians, not Muslim. We listen to the words of the prophets, the words that EZER gave them to bring to us. As we read, Thus says EZER, thus says EZER, EZER says this. Then will I make this house like Shiloh, and will make this city a curse to all the nations of the earth. And that's why we are in all the nations of the earth, and everybody curses us. Everybody reproaches. Everybody hates us. So the priest and the prophet and all the people heard Jeremiah speaking these words in the house of EZER. Now it came to pass, when Jeremiah had made an end of speaking all that EZER had commanded him to speak unto all the people, that the priests and the prophets and all the people took him, saying, You shall surely die. They hate the truth. They hate the word of EZER. They hate his name. So when he finished speak, they take him. Why has you prophesied in the name of EZER, saying this house shall be like Shiloh? You see, they ask him, why you prophesying in that name? They don't want that name. This city be desolate without an inhabitant. Why are you saying those things? And all the people were gathered against Jeremiah in the house of EZER. In EZER's house, they are against his prophet. When the prince of EZER-IAH heard these things, then they came up from the king's house unto the house of EZER, and sat down in the entry of the new gate of EZER's house. Then speak the priests, the prophets unto the princes, and to all the people, saying, This man is worthy to die. For he has prophesied against this city, as you have heard with your ears. Then speak Jeremiah unto all the princes and to all the people, saying, EZER sent me to prophesy against this house and against this city all the words that you have heard. Therefore now amend your ways and your doing. Change your ways and your doing, and obey the voice of EZER, your mighty one. And EZER will repent himself of the evil that he has pronounced against you. As for me, behold, I am in your hand. Do with me as seemeth good and meet unto you. Here he's saying, do whatever you please with me. But I came here to prophesy the word of EZER, and I'm going to do it. And he did it. But know you for certain that if you put me to death, you shall surely bring innocent blood upon yourselves and upon this city and upon the inhabitants thereof. Here, my brothers and sisters, if Jeremiah said, do with me whatever you please, but no, if you put me to death, you will bring blood unto yourselves. And then they tell you that the Romans kill a man to save you. And now you depend on that blood. Well, the blood is on their hands. His blood can't be on you. For of a truth, EZER has sent me unto you to speak all these words in your ears. Then said the princes and all the people unto the priests and to the prophets, this man is not worthy to die, for he hath spoken to us in the name of EZER, our mighty one. My brother, my sister, do you see it? Let me read it again.
Please.
Then said the princes and all the people unto the priests and to the prophets, these false priests, false prophets, who worshiping idols at that time, want to kill him. For he hath spoken to us in the name of EZER, our mighty one. So they are saying to the priest and the prophet, this man is not worthy of death, because he is speaking to us in the name of EZER, our mighty one. Then rose up certain of the elders of the land and speak to all the assembly of the people, saying, Micah, the Moreshite, prophesy in the days of Hezekiah, king of EZER-IAH, and speak to all the people of EZER-IAH, saying, Thus says EZER of hosts, Zion shall be plowed like a field, Jerusalem shall become heaps, and the mountain of the house as the high places of the forest. Did Hezekiah king of EZER-IAH and all EZER-IAH put him at all to death? Did he not fear EZER and besought EZER, and EZER repented him of the evil which he had pronounced against them? This we must procure great evil against our souls. So here they're saying, when the other prophet came and preached the same thing, what happened? We changed our ways. And Aya didn't punish us. Now, you want to kill this man? And destroy your whole soul? That's what he's saying. And there was also a man that prophesied in the name of Aya. That man was EZER-IAH, the son of Shemaiah of Kokajah Jearim. Who prophesied against this city and against this land according to all the words of Jeremiah. So this is another man who prophesied the same words that Jeremiah was prophesying. And when Jehoiakim the king with all his mighty men and all the princes heard his words, the king sought to put him to death. But when EZER-IAH heard it, he was afraid and fled and went into Egypt. They never want to hear that name. They don't want that name. Even their own people, they don't want to hear that name. And Jehoiakim the king sent men into Egypt, namely Elnathan the son of Akbor, and certain men with him into Egypt. And they fetched forth EZER-IAH out of Egypt, and brought him unto Jehoiakim the king, who slew him with the sword, and cast his dead body into the grave of the common people. Nevertheless, the hand of Hiakam the son of Shaphanah was with Jeremiah, that they should not give him into the hand of the people to put him to death. In the beginning of the reign of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of Edom, came this word unto Jeremiah from Aya, saying, Thus says Aya to me, Make you bonds and yokes, and put them upon thy neck, and send them to the king of Edom, and to the king of Moab, and to the king of the Amorites, and to the king of Tyrus, and to the king of Zidon, by the hand of the messengers, which come to Jerusalem unto Zedekiah king of Edom, and command them to say unto their masters, Thus says Aya of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, Thus shall you say unto your masters, I have made the earth and the man and the beasts that are upon the ground, by my great power and by my outstretched arm, and have given it unto whom it seems meant unto me. So here I is saying he make the earth and he give it in the hands of those whom he give it. And now have I given all these lands into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant. And the beast of the field have I given him also to serve him. And all nations shall serve him, and his son, and his son's son, until the very time of his land come. And then many nations and great kings shall serve themselves of him. So many nations shall serve him, and when the time come, they go serve themselves of him. Like as he raised up Cyrus of Persia to serve himself of him. And it shall come to pass that the nations and kingdom which shall not serve the same Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, and that will not put their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, that nation will I punish, says EZER, with the sword, and with the famine, and with the pestilence, and I have consumed them by my hand, his hand. Here he is raising up Nebuchadnezzar to punish his people. But when he punishes his people and his people turn back to him and he bring them back into their land, then he is going to punish Nebuchadnezzar. The same thing he is doing with these nations today. He scatters us among them as his witnesses and his servants to see what they will do. They have failed. They have done horrible until this day. Therefore hearken not you to your prophets, not to your diviners, not to your dreamers, not to your enchanters, not to your sorcerers that speak unto you. And this is exactly what we have and calling pastors and deacons and the rest today. That's what they are. You shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they prophesy a lie unto you, to remove you far from your land, and that I shall drive you out, and you shall perish. But the nation that bring their neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon and serve him, those will I let remain still in their own land, says EZER, and they shall till it and dwell therein. So those that will obey EZER and serve the king of Babylon, he would leave them in their land. I will speak also to Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, according to all these words, saying, bring your neck under the yoke of the king of Babylon, and serve him and his people, and live. Why will you die, you and your people, by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, as I have spoken against the nation that will not serve the king of Babylon? Therefore hearken not unto the words of the prophets, hearken unto the word of the false prophets. That's what Jeremiah is saying. He's telling him, do not hearken, do not listen to the words of the false prophets. The prophets that was teaching that there will be no famine, there will be no captivity, there will be no pestilence, there will be no war, there will be no siege, no invasion. That is who he was talking to him about. That speak unto you, saying, you shall not serve the king of Babylon, for they prophesy a lie unto you. For I have not sent them, says EZER, yet they prophesy a lie in my name, that I might drive you out, and that you might perish, you and the prophets that prophesy unto you. Also I speak to the priests and to all these people, saying, thus says EZER, hearken not to the words of your prophets that prophesy unto you, saying, behold, the vessel of EZER's house shall now shortly be brought again from Babylon. For they prophesy a lie unto you. They're lying, because he told them already they're going to be there for 70 years. But these false prophets saying, oh, everything coming back, we go bring back everything. They're lying. Hearken not unto them. Serve the king of Babylon and live. Wherefore should this city be laid waste? But if the prophets and if their words of EZER be with them, let them now make intercession to EZER of hosts, that the vessels which are left in the house of EZER and in the house of the king of EZER-IAH, and in Jerusalem, go not to Babylon. For thus says EZER of hosts, concerning the pillars, and concerning the sea, and concerning the base, and concerning the residue of the vessels that remain in this city, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, took not. When he carried away captive Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of EZER-IAH, from Jerusalem to Babylon, and all the nobles of EZER-IAH and Jerusalem. Yea, thus says EZER of hosts, EZER, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, concerning the vessels that remain in the house of EZER, and in the house of king of EZER-IAH of Jerusalem. They shall be carried to Babylon, and there shall they be until the day I visit them, says EZER. Then will I bring them up and restore them to this place. So they will remain there until he decide to bring these people back and his vessels back into his land. The prophets cannot change the word of EZER. They are false prophets. The true prophet are the ones who speak the word of EZER. Not those now who telling you the law is done away with and some man has died for you and you have to call his blood on you. The blood of a man, if it's on you, it's a curse. And the man who is hanged on a tree is cursed. That's what EZER would say unto us, my people. Hear his word. Now, I want to take you back to chapter 23, verse 5 to 6, so that I could explain this to you. Because the Gentiles has taken this and portray it to Jesse. Now, it reads, verse 5, Behold, the days come, says EZER, that I will raise up David a righteous branch. So he is going to raise up in EZER-IAH the son of David. And a king, he said, and a king is that son of David who is raising up. He is not speaking about him now. He is speaking of someone else here. So he says, and a king, which means in the time of this branch of David, a king shall reign and prosper, and shall execute judgment and justice in the earth. In his days, EZER-IAH shall be saved, and EZER-IAH shall dwell safely. Well, who was that king? That's Cyrus of Persia, who is the branch of David. That's Zedekiah. For here, the next line says, he shall be called EZER's righteousness. So in the time of King Zedekiah, David's son, these things will happen. This captivity, they will go into captivity in Babylon and come out of the captivity in Babylon. That's what this scripture is speaking about. And to confirm this, you may check the meaning of the name Zedekiah. It means EZER's righteousness. So EZER was speaking about Zedekiah, and he was speaking about Cyrus. In the time of Zedekiah, he's going to raise up Cyrus. And Cyrus is going to execute judgment in the earth. To confirm this scripture, we go to 2 Chronicles chapter 36, verse 22. And it reads, Now, in the first year of Cyrus, king of Persia, that the words of EZER spoken by the mouth of Jeremiah might be accomplished. EZER stirred up the spirit of Cyrus, king of Persia, that he may make a proclamation throughout all his kingdoms, and put it also in writing, saying, Thus says Cyrus, king of Persia, all the kingdoms of the earth has EZER, the mighty one of heaven, give me. And he has charged me to build him an house in Jerusalem, which is in EZER-IAH. And then you will see how he gathered the people, he called the people who wanted to go back to rebuild the house, and what happened there. That is, if you look, it says to accomplish. So this was accomplished in the time of Cyrus and in the time of King Zedekiah. Chapter 28. And it came to pass the same year, in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, in the 4th year and in the 5th month, that Hananiah, the son of EZER, the prophet, who was of Gibeon, speak unto me in the house of EZER. Jeremiah is speaking of a conversation he had with Hananiah, and of all the people, saying. Now, Hananiah was a false prophet. I'm going to make this clear to you, and when we read this, you will see how he was misleading the people. Thus speak EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, saying, I have broken the yoke of the king of Babylon. Within 2 full years will I bring again into this place all the vessels of EZER's house that Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, took away from this place and carried them to Babylon. So here, Hananiah is saying, telling the people, in 2 years, EZER is going to bring back all the vessels and the people that he took into Babylon. But I will bring again to this place Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim, king of EZER-IAH, with all the captives of Judah, EZER-IAH, that went into Babylon, says EZER, for I will break the yoke of the king of Babylon. Then the prophet Jeremiah said unto the prophet Hananiah, in the presence of the priests, and in the presence of all the people that stood in the house of EZER. So Jeremiah now is going to answer Hananiah in the presence of all the people. Even the prophet Jeremiah said, praise be to EZER. EZER do so, EZER perform thy words which you have prophesied, to bring again the vessels of EZER's house, and all that is carried away captive from Babylon in this place. Nevertheless, hear you now this word that I speak in your ears, and in the ears of all the people. So he tell Hananiah, you just say what you said, but let me tell you something now. You better listen. The prophets that have been before me and before you of old prophesy both against many countries and against great kingdoms of war and of evil and of pestilence. The prophet who prophesy peace, when the word of the prophet shall not come to pass, then shall the prophet be known that EZER hasn't truly sent him. So here he's telling the people, he's telling Hananiah, when a prophet says something that Ayah did not tell them to say. When they say it, when the people look and see what you say didn't happen, they should know you. You're a false prophet. That's what he's mean. Then Hananiah, the prophet, took the yoke from off the prophet Jeremiah's neck and break it. And Hananiah speak in the presence of all the people, saying, Thus says Ayah, even so will I break the yoke of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, from the neck of all nations, which within the space of 2 full years. And the prophet Jeremiah went his way. So when Jeremiah here, he's saying that Jeremiah walked and left and go his way. Then the word of Ayah came unto Jeremiah the prophet, after Hananiah the prophet had broken the yoke from off his neck. And that yoke is wood. It was like a V. They wear it on their shoulders to put their load on it, like how you have a backpack with the straps, where it used to be made with wood. Of the prophet Jeremiah, saying, Go and tell Hananiah, say, Thus says Ayah, you have broken the yoke of wood, but you shall make for them a yoke of iron. So here he tell Jeremiah, go tell Hananiah, he break the yoke of wood off your neck. But tell him, for the children of Israel, as he lying to them, because Ayah didn't tell him to say what he's saying, then they go wear a yoke of iron instead of wood. For thus says Ayah of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, I have put a yoke of iron upon the neck of all these nations, that they may serve Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and they shall serve him. And I have given him the beast of the field also. Then said the prophet Jeremiah unto Hananiah the prophet, Hear now, Hananiah, Ayah has not sent you, but you make this people to trust in a lie. You see, he was not telling them. Ayah didn't send him to speak those words. He was speaking his own words. Therefore, thus says Ayah, because you lie, behold, Ayah will cast you from off the face of the earth. This year you shall die, because you have taught rebellion against Ayah. He lying against Ayah. So Jeremiah, the Most High, speak to Jeremiah and telling him that he's going to die. Tell him he's going to die. So Hananiah the prophet died the same year in the 7th month. Chapter 29. Now, these are the words of the letter that Jeremiah the prophet sent from Jerusalem unto the residue of the elders which were carried away captives, and to the priests, and to the prophets, and to all the people whom Nebuchadnezzar had carried away captive from Jerusalem to Babylon. After that, Jehoiakim the king, and the queen, and the Enoch, the prince of EZER-IAH and Jerusalem, the carpenters and the smiths, were parted from Jerusalem by the hand of Elisha, the son of Shaphan, and Gemaiah, the son of Hilkiah, whom Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, sent into Babylon to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, saying, so he sent these men into Babylon to Nebuchadnezzar, saying, Thus says Ayah of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, unto all that are carried away captives, whom I have caused to be carried away from Jerusalem unto Babylon. Now he is taking the credit, saying he sent them to Babylon. He's not saying that Ayah's prophecy was that they have to go into Babylon. And here he's going to tell them that EZER says something that he now is going to lie on EZER as well as how Hananiah lied. He said, build you houses and dwell in them, plant gardens, eat the fruit of them. Take you wives and beget sons and daughters. Take wives for your sons and give your daughters to husbands, that they may bear sons and daughters, that you may be increased there and not diminished. And seek the peace of the city where I have caused you to be carried away captives, taking credit for sending them to Babylon. And pray unto EZER for it, for in the peace thereof shall you have peace. For thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, let not your prophets and your diviners that be in the midst of you deceive you, neither hearken to your dreamers which you cause to be dreamed. For they prophesy falsely unto you in my name. So here EZER is saying, this one here, Zedekiah, is lying. I didn't tell him to tell you to say anything. I have not sent them, says EZER. For thus says EZER, that after 70 years be accomplished at Babylon, I will visit you and perform my good words towards you in causing you to return to this place. So EZER is confirming here. He said, I told you I'm going to send you there for 70 years, and you're going to be there for 70 years. So all the prophets like Hananiah telling you that you're going to come back from there in 2 years, that's a lie. Zedekiah telling you about build house and take the Babylonians to be husbands and wives, that's another lie. I didn't tell them that. I didn't tell them to say that. Verse 11, for I know the thoughts that I think towards you, says EZER, thoughts of peace and not of evil, to give you an expected end. So here EZER is saying, what I tell you, that's what you listen to. What I say to you. And I'm going to show you how to know when the prophets are lying to you. When they say something to you and it does not come to pass, that they are false prophets. I did not send them. That's what EZER is saying here. Then shall you call upon me, and you shall go and pray unto me, and I will hearken unto you, and you shall seek me and find me, when you shall search for me with all your heart. And this is in the same condition we are in now. Like he was telling them, you in Babylon, when you seek me and you go and pray unto me, and you're going to find me, and then he now is going to help them. It's the same saying to us. Remember, we are in Babylon again. We are in captivity again. And what was told to them is the same thing we have to do. Because if we did what was told to them, we would not have been sent back into captivity. It's the same transgressions, the same idols, the same iniquities. It's the same thing that they did, we are doing. And we now have to listen to what I had told them to do, so that we will know what to do. Because when they did it, he took them out. When we do it, he will take us out also. And I will be found of you, says EZER, and I will turn away your captivity, and I will gather you from all the nations and from all the places where I have driven you, says EZER, and I will bring you again into the place whence I caused you to be carried away captive. So I have told us, he gave us a illustration of what he is going to do for us. When we turn and seek him, and we search for him with our whole heart, when we find him and we pray to him, he will hear us. He is going to turn our captivity. Then he's going to gather us. We have to take it as he is saying it to us, as he's saying it to Jeremiah to tell us. Jeremiah is the prophet. He is the one I am speaking to come to us with his words. We must listen to him, my brother or my sister. That's how we will learn what we have to do. Verse 15. Because you have said, EZER has raised us up prophets in Babylon. Know that you said, EZER, the king that sit upon the throne of David, and of all the people that dwell in this city, and of your brethren that are not gone forth with you into captivity. Thus says EZER of hosts, behold, I will send upon them the sword. Here he's telling us now about Zedekiah sitting on the throne of David. And he just lied. So here EZER is telling us what he's going to do to these people. The famine, the pestilence, and will make them like vile figs that cannot be eaten. They are so evil. And I will persecute them with the sword, with the famine, and with the pestilence, and will deliver them to be removed to all the kingdoms of the earth, to be a curse and an astonishment and hissing and a reproach among all the nations where I have driven them. And that's what we are until today, my brothers and sisters. And we will stay in this unless we do what he tells us. We have to search for him. We have to call out to him. We have to pray to him. Not to no one else. Not to JC, not to no man, not to no idol. To EZER. We must do this, my brothers and sisters. Because they have not hearkened to my words, says EZER, that I sent unto them by my servants the prophets, rising up early and sending them, but you will not hear, says EZER. We all came into this world and find his words. So when he says send it early, he sent it before we were here. And we came and meet it here, but yet we're not studying them. Yet we're not giving it the attention it deserves. That's what EZER is saying to us. Hear you therefore the word of EZER, all you of the captivity, whom I have sent from Jerusalem to Babylon. Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER, of Ahab, the son of Koliah, and Zedekiah, the son of Mashiach, which prophesy a lie unto you in my name. You see, they prophesy lies unto the people in his name. Behold, I will deliver them into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall slay them before your eyes. For the lies that they tell, he's going to send them into Babylon, and you all will see they die. And of them shall be taken up a curse by all the captivity of EZER, which are in Babylon, saying, I make you like Zedekiah and like Ahab, whom the king of Babylon roasted in the fire, because they have committed vainly in EZER, and have committed adultery with their neighbors' wives, and have spoken lying words in Ayah's name, that Ayah have not commanded them. Even Ayah know, and I am a witness, says Ayah. Thus shalt thou also speak to Shemaiah the Nicolamite, saying, You speaketh Ayah of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, saying, Because you have sent letters in your name unto all the people at Jerusalem, and to Zephaniah the son of Maaseiah the priest, and to all the priests, saying, Ayah has made you priests instead of Jehoiada the priest, that you should be officer in the house of Ayah. For every man that is mad and make himself a prophet, that you should put him in prison and in the stocks. Another one lying. Now therefore, why have you not reproved Jerusalem of Anathoth, which make himself a prophet to you? For therefore he sent unto us in Babylon, saying, This captivity is long. Build you houses and dwell in them. Plant garden, eat the fruit of them. And Zephaniah the priest read this letter in the ears of Jeremiah the prophet. Then came the word of Ayah unto Jeremiah, saying, Send to all them of the captivity, saying, Thus says Ayah concerning Shemaiah the Nicolamite, because that Shemaiah has prophesied unto you, and I sent him not. So another one who is lying to the people. And Ayah is telling Jeremiah to tell the people, don't do what he told them to do. To buy house, buy land, build houses, marry the Babylonians. Don't do it. I sent him not, and he caused you to trust in a lie. Therefore thus says Ayah, Behold, I will punish Shemaiah the Nicolamite, and his seed. He shall not have a man to dwell among his people, neither shall he behold the good that I will do for my people, says Ayah, because he has taught rebellion against Ayah. He lied against Ayah. My people, do you see why they took the name of Ayah out of this book? That's the reason why these nations do it. They cannot use the name of Ayah and lie with it. So they make up their own false name, and they could lie as much as they want. I hope you're seeing this. Chapter 30 of the book of Jeremiah. The word that came to Jeremiah from Ayah, saying, Speak, Ayah, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, saying, Write you all the words that I have spoken unto you in a book. That's the book we have. For lo, the days come, says Ayah, that I will bring again the captivity of my people, EZER-IAH and EZER-IAH, says Ayah, and I will cause them to return to the land that I gave to their fathers, and they shall possess it. And these are the words that Ayah speak concerning EZER-IAH and EZER-IAH. For thus says Ayah, we have heard a voice of trembling, of fear, and not of peace. Ask you now, and see whether a man doeth travail with child. See if a man making a child, because he crying like if he is giving birth. Wherefore do I see every man with his hands on his loins, is holding his loins, as a woman in travail, and all faces are turned into paleness. Alas, for that day is great, so that none is like it. Is even the time of Jacob's trouble, but he shall be saved out of it. This is the time we are in, my brothers and sisters. This is the time that we are in. That's why we must turn to higher if we are to be saved. Because this is the end time. It has come to pass. For it shall come to pass in that day, says EZER of hosts, that I will break his yoke from off his neck, and will burst thy bonds, and strangers shall no more serve themselves of him. This is our time to set free from their bonds. This is the allotted time EZER has given us to turn back to him. We must do it if we are to be saved. But they shall serve EZER the mighty one, and David the king, whom I will raise up unto them. EZER promised to raise up David unto us. David the anointed, the Messiah, EZER's anointed, David. And that's the one who is still telling us he's going to raise up unto us. Not no man that died on no tree or a cross. Not no man that was never anointed. Not no man that the Romans make up, the Gentiles make up and give to our people. No, we have to accept what EZER give to us. And here he's telling us, he says, but they shall serve EZER the mighty one, and David the king, whom he will raise up unto us. He didn't put no JC there. It's EZER and David, my brothers and sisters. The anointed, our shepherd, David, the Messiah. Therefore, fear you not, O my servant EZER-IAH, says EZER, neither be dismayed, O EZER-IAH, for lo, I will save you from far, and your seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return, and shall be in rest, and be quiet, and none shall make us afraid. That's the promise to us from EZER, our Redeemer. He's telling us who we have to seek, him and David. He's telling us he's going to move us out of our captivity. Don't believe these false prophets, these pastors and preachers, and even some of our own people who saying that they are teaching the word of EZER, telling us about some Yeshua. And he was black. What does that matter to us? EZER didn't promise to raise him up to us. He promised to raise David, our shepherd. He says, as a commander and a leader to the people, whom he have anointed. He said, I found David my son, and with my holy oil as I have anointed him. That's the one he's saying to us. For I am with you, says EZER, to save you. Though I make a full end of all the nations. Here he's telling us, although he will make a full end of all the nations. Hear this. He will make a full end of all the nations. Where I have scattered you, yet will I not make a full end of you. He's going to make a full end of all the nations where he has scattered us. Do you you see why we are his witnesses and his servants? Do you see why he's still looking over us? He see what they are doing to us, my people. And that's why they will be destroyed. And will not leave you altogether unpunished. So we have to get punished, but not death. If we turn from our sins, we will not get death. But if we continue after the idols of the Gentiles, we will die with them. For thus says EZER, your bruise is incurable, your wound is grievous. Yes. Then there is none to plead our cause. There is nobody to plead our cause. The pastors are lying to us. They're going to these witchcraft people to get powers to gather thousands and thousands in their mega churches. They all are homosexual because they can't go with the women. They are devil worshippers. EZER is exposing them every day before your eyes. Yet you fall for their lies. There is none to plead our cause, my brother and sister, that we may be bound up. Nobody to take us for healing. Nobody to help us. They're all lying to us. And then we take their lies and we pray to their idols and their demons and their devil. And what we get in return? Death, suffering, hunger, pestilence, woe. You have no healing medicine. We have no healing medicine because we have turned away from our mighty one. Listen to what he's saying. He's telling Jeremiah to tell you, my brother or my sister. All your lovers have forgotten you. They seek you not. For I have wounded you with the wound of an enemy. So all those that we're running after, all the nations we've been running after, they all forsake us. Don't you see it? Don't you comprehend what he's saying? There is none to help us. They will never help us. They will never help us, my people. With the chastisement of a cruel one, for the multitude of our iniquities. We continue to worship the idols, and EZER continue to punish us. He says 7 times more. As we continue, he's going to lengthen our days in captivity. 400 years he gave us, but he's going to lengthen it because our people are not doing what they were supposed to do. We're supposed to turn back to EZER. And then he was going to return our captivity, get us out of it. But we have not. And he said, as long as we would not hearken unto him, he is going to punish us 7 times, or just continue to lengthen our time in the captivity. Why cry you for your affliction? Why are you crying? Why do you go out in the street and talking about no justice, no peace? Do you establish justice? Do you have the system in your hand? You don't. You're not getting justice, but you're going in the street talking about no justice, no peace. Isn't that foolish? Isn't that like a madman will do this? Somebody who have lost their sanity? You're complaining that you're not getting justice, but yet you're going in the street and crying out, talking about no justice, no peace. Your iniquities, because your sins were increased, I have done these things unto you. Because our sins continue to increase, EZER is doing those things to us. We wouldn't call his name. And even though I gave you the name, would you search it for yourself? Would you prove the name of EZER? Would you call out to him? Would you speak to him? How hard is this? How hard it is to call out his name and speak to him. Therefore all they that devour you shall be devoured, and all thine adversaries, even one of them, shall go into captivity, and they that spoil you shall be a spoil, and all that prey upon you will I give for a prey. This is what EZER is saying about us, and what he will do to our enemies. So then why are you still clinging to your enemy? Don't you want what he have for you? Or you want what he have for your enemy? If you're clinging on to his enemies, then you will get what is coming for the enemy. But if you search for him and find him and seek him with your whole heart, your whole soul, and with all your strength, confess your sins and ask for mercy and forgiveness. Ask EZER to show compassion, for we all have sinned. But if you wouldn't do that, but you're going after some man's blood, calling about some man who they killed, that's how foolish you will be. Check yourself, my people. Verse 17. For I will restore health upon you, and I will heal you of your wounds, says EZER, because they call you an outcast, saying, This is Zion, whom no man seek after. No man seek after us. Since in the 1600s we've been here as slaves. Has any nation from the continent of Africa come to look for us or save us or to bring us back? Has it happened? No, it has not. No one seek for us. And why wouldn't we seek for EZER, our mighty one, who is telling us what to do so that he could save us? That's how hard-headed we are, and stubborn, and foolish. Turn. Thus says EZER, Behold, I will bring again the captivity of Jacob's tents, and have mercy on his dwelling places. And the city shall be built upon her own heap, and the palace shall remain after the manner thereof. EZER is telling us he's going to bring us back into the land, and he is going to raise up all the old foundations. All we will have to do is build on them. So the temple, the places will remain the same. All we have to do is build on the foundation that he will raise up. And out of them shall proceed thanksgiving, and the voice of them make merry. And I will multiply them, and they shall not be few. And I will also glorify them, and they shall not be small. All we have to do is what he told us in verse 7, 8, and 9. We have to seek after EZER. We have to go after him. EZER and David, whom he promised he will raise up unto us. Their children also shall be as before aforetime, like in the time of our fathers. And their congregation shall be established before EZER. And EZER will punish all that oppress them. Don't you want your enemies to be punished? Or you're choosing to be punished together with your enemies? Or do you want your enemies, do you hear my voice? Do you want your enemies to be punished? Or do you want to be punished with them? It's your choice. Listen what he's saying to you. And their nobles shall be of themselves, and their governors shall proceed from the midst of them. So when EZER is telling us, when he brings us back, there is no white man go rule over us. It will be our own people. Our leaders will be from among our own people. That's what he's telling us. Just like he did it when he took them out of Babylon. It's the same way he will do with us. And I will cause them to draw near, and they shall approach unto me. For who is this that engage his heart to approach unto EZER, says our Redeemer. And you shall be EZER's people, and EZER will be your mighty one. Behold, the whirlwind of EZER goes forth with fury, a continuing whirlwind. It shall fall with pain upon the head of the wicked. The fierce anger of EZER shall not return until he have done it, and until he have performed the intent of his heart. In the latter days you shall consider it. My brothers, my sisters, in the latter days we have to consider this. That's why I'm begging you to consider it. We are in the latter days. We are in the latter days. The days have come to pass. We are in the latter days. Here he's telling us in the latter days we are going to consider what he's telling us here. And I'm encouraging you to consider what you are hearing, because this is EZER, our mighty one, sending this message to us in this time so long ago. And now we are seeing everything is being fulfilled. Open your eyes and see, and ask EZER to open your ears that you may hear. Turn to him, your mighty one. EZER of hosts. Chapter 31. And the same time, says EZER, will I be the mighty one of all the families of EZER-IAH, and they shall be my people. He is one. He will be the mighty one of all the families. No Christian, no Muslim, no Pentecostal, no Jehovah's Witness, no, all of this nonsense. It is time to wake up, my people, and turn to EZER. All he gave us was a name. He didn't give us no religion. He didn't give us no religion. Although our people are now choosing a religion. They say they are Jews. They say they are Jews now. So they are choosing a religion. When EZER himself called us EZER-IAHites. They doesn't even want to know his name, nor the name that he gave us. He told us that he called us by his name. Yet they don't even want to know the name that he called us by. So they are choosing their own names. So now they are claiming to be Jews. They're claiming to be Christian. They're claiming to be Baptist. They're claiming to be Muslim. See, a foolish people. You who hear the word of EZER, turn to him, my brother or my sister, and turn your children. Turn your children. Thus says EZER, the people who were left of the sword from grace in the wilderness. Even EZER-IAH, when I went to cause him to rest. EZER has appeared of old unto me, Jeremiah speaking, saying, you have I loved you with an everlasting love. Therefore, with loving kindness have I drawn you. And that's to all of us. EZER loves us, and he draws us with his loving kindness. And we have to be loving and kind to EZER and to each other, to be in his likeness. Again I will build you, and you shall be built, O virgin of EZER-IAH. You shall again be adorned with thy tabrets, and shall go forth in the dance of them that make merry. You shall yet plant vines upon the mountain of Samaria-IAH. Samaria-IAH. The planters shall plant, and that shall eat them as common things. For they shall be a day that the watchmen upon the mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise you, and let us go up to Zion, unto EZER, our mighty one. For thus says EZER, Sing with gladness, O for EZER-IAH. Shout among the chief of the nations. Publish you, praise you, and say, EZER save thy people, the remnant of EZER-IAH. We have to pray so that we could be saved. He's telling us, people, he keeps telling us what we have to do. He tells us here we have to call on him and ask him to save us. Not no one else, not no JC, not no all the other names they give you. Behold, I will bring them from the north country and gather them from the coast of the earth, and with them the blind and the lame, the woman with child, and her that travaileth with child together. A great company shall return here. They shall come with weeping and with supplication. EZER will lead us. EZER will cause them to walk by the river of water in a straight way, where they shall not stumble. For EZER is a father to EZER-IAH, and Ephraim is his firstborn. Oh, you Igbos! You Igbos are EZER-IAH. Hear the word of EZER. Hear the word of EZER. And Yorubas, you are Benjamin. Hear this word I speak to you today. You in West Africa, especially in Nigeria. You Igbos and Yoruba, you are brothers. You are the same bloodline. You are EZER-IAH. Learn to get along like brothers. Stand up for your brother, you Yoruba. Stand up for your brother, you Igbo. And stop this separation. EZER is telling us here he's going to bring us together. He's going to bring us back. Hear what he's saying, my people. Hear this, my people. Hear the word of EZER, you nations. Declare it in the isles afar off, and say, He that scattered EZER-IAH will gather him and keep him, as a shepherd do his flock. For EZER has redeemed Jacob, EZER-IAH, and ransomed him from the hand of him that was stronger than he. Therefore they shall come and sing in the height of Zion, and shall flow together to the goodness of EZER, for wheat, and for wine, and for oil, and for the young of the flock and of the herd. And their soul shall be as a watered garden, and they shall not sorrow any more at all. EZER is telling us our sorrow will come to an end. Not by marching in the street, my brothers and sisters, by seeking him. And David, whom he just told us he won't raise up unto us. No, JC. Come on, my people. Then shall the virgin rejoice in the dance, both young men and old together. For I will turn their mourning into joy, and will comfort them, and make them rejoice from their sorrow. And I will satiate the soul of the priests with fatness, and my people shall be satisfied with my goodness, says EZER. Thus says EZER, a voice was heard in Ramah, lamentation, bitter whipping. Rachel, she's whipping for her children. She refused to be comforted for her children because they are not. We are not there in her land. We are not there. We are scattered. And our mother is crying out for us. She's over there crying out for us. Thus says EZER, refrain thy voice from weeping, and thine eyes from tears, for your work shall be rewarded, says EZER, and they shall come again from the land of their enemy. We will go back to our land, and there is hope in thy end, says EZER, that your children shall come again to their own border. I have surely heard Ephraim bemoaning himself. Thus has chastised me, and I was chastised, as a bullock accustomed to the yoke. Turn me, and I shall be turned. Yes, come on now, you Yorubas, you need to turn back to your brother and to EZER, both of you, Igbo and Yoruba. Turn you unto EZER, and EZER shall be turned from you, for you art EZER, my mighty one. EZER is our mighty one. You Yoruba and Igbo, EZER is your mighty one. Surely after that I was turned, I repented, and that's what we all have to do. Repent, turn away from the idols, from the demons, turn away from the fornication and the adultery and the idolatry. Turn, my people. And after that I was instructed. When you repent, I will instruct you. I smote upon my thighs. Yeah, you're going to hit yourself. I was ashamed. Yes, you will be ashamed when you realize how foolish you was. Even confounded, because I did bear the reproach of my youth. When you see all the wrong things you have done, you are going to be sorry. Is Ephraim my dear son? Is he a pleasant child? That's you, Yorubas. For since I speak against him, I do earnestly remember him still. I still care for you. You have turned unto idols, O Yoruba. You have turned unto idols. But EZER is saying here, he still loves you. Therefore my bowels are troubled for him. He's still worrying over you. I will surely have mercy upon him. He will have mercy upon you, says EZER. Set you up waymarks, make you high heaps. Set thine heart towards the highway, even the way which you went. Turn again, O virgin of EZER-IAH. Turn again to these your cities. Turn towards your cities, my people. Turn towards your homeland. Turn towards Jerusalem. How long will you go about, O you backsliding daughter? For EZER has created a new thing in the earth. A woman shall compass a man. Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH. As yet they shall use this speech in the land of EZER-IAH and in the cities thereof, when I shall bring again their captivity. EZER bless thee, O habitation of justice and mountain of holiness. Give up the ways of the heathen, and turn back to your ways. Turn back to your righteous ways. Turn back to the law of EZER, my people. Turn back to the law of EZER. And there shall dwell in EZER-IAH itself, and in all the cities thereof together, husbandmen caring for one another, and they that go forth with flocks. We will be caring for one another. We need to start caring for one another. For I have satiated the weary soul comforted, and will have replenished every sorrowful soul. I is going to give us joy and happiness again in his righteousness, in his law. Upon this I awakened and beheld, and my sleep was sweet unto me. My dear brothers and sisters, that's what we have to be awakened to, the law. Not just knowing we are Israelites, not just knowing that we are the Hebrews. It's getting back to the law of EZER. Behold, the days come, says EZER, that I will sow the house of EZER-IAH and the house of EZER-IAH with the seed of man, with the seed of beast. And it shall come to pass that like as I have watched over them to pluck up and to break down and to throw down and to destroy and to afflict, so will I watch over them to build and to plant, says EZER. So as EZER punished us, as he scattered us, as he put these curses upon us, when we turn back to him, he is going to heal us. He going to remove the curses. He will forgive our sins. He will show compassion. He will have mercy, and his loving kindness will return unto us. In those days they shall say no more, the father have eaten sour grapes, and the children's teeth are set on edge. But everyone shall die for his own iniquity. Every man that eat the sour grape, his teeth shall set on edge. Behold, the days come, says EZER, that I will make a new covenant with the house of EZER-IAH and with the house of EZER-IAH. Here he's telling us, whoever eat the sour grape, his teeth that will be on edge. You turn from your sins, you will be forgiven. You continue to sin, you will be punished. Not according to the covenant that I made with their fathers in the day that I took them by the hand to bring them out of the land of Egypt. So this new covenant would not be like the covenant he made with our fathers. My covenant they break. Although I was a husband unto them, means caretaker, says EZER. But this shall be the covenant that I will make with the house of EZER-IAH after those days, says EZER. And listen to the new covenant that EZER will make with us. Because the Gentiles trying to tell us the new covenant was JC that's going to die for us. But EZER is telling us something totally different in his book. He is telling Jeremiah to tell them that he is going to make a new covenant with them. And this is the new covenant that he will make with us. Listen, my people. I will put my law in their inward parts. The very law that these Gentiles are telling you is done away with. They are telling you we are no longer under the law. Here EZER is saying he's going to make a new covenant with us. Not like the covenant that he made with our fathers when he took them out of the land of Egypt. But this new covenant he will make, he says he will put his law in our inward parts and write his law in our hearts, and will be our mighty one. So we must know whose law we have to keep. And if we have to keep EZER's law, and EZER is saying that he is going to write his law in our heart, we have to call on EZER, our mighty one. And they shall be my people. We will be his people. He is telling us what we have to do. Turn away from the Gentiles and those things that they give us to worship. Verse 34. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know I, for they shall all know me. So when I put his law in your heart, you will get to know him. Because you must know his name to keep his law. You must call upon him that he may write his law in your heart. The law he gave to Moses. You have to call the name he gave to Moses, that he may write the law that he gave to Moses in your heart. And they shall teach no more every man his neighbor, and every man his brother, saying, Know I. They shall all know me. We all will know him, from the least of them unto the greatest of them, says I. For I will forgive our sins. Look at it in your book. He will forgive our iniquities. And I will remember our sins no more. That's his promise to us. We have to keep our promise to him. We have to be obedient unto his law. We have to turn back. Remember what our ancestors said when we made the first covenant, when Moses sprinkled the blood on them. They said, everything that Isaiah says, we will do. We have to do them, my people. And I will remember their sins no more. It's so easy. Thus says I, who give the sun for a light by day, and the ordinance of the moon and of the stars for a light by night, who divide the sea when the waves thereof roar. I of hosts is his name. I of hosts is his name. If the ordinance depart from before me, says I, then the seed of EZER-IAH shall cease from being a nation before me forever. So as long as the sun and the moon exist, IAH is still looking out for us. He is still waiting upon us. He knows we are here. He knows where we are. He is the one who scattered us. He is the one who drives us here. Thus says I, if heaven above can be measured, and the foundation of the earth searched out beneath, I will also cast off all the seed of EZER-IAH for all that they have done, says I. Here I is saying, if the heavens could be measured, and the foundation of the earth from beneath the earth, then he will cast us away. But has that happened? No. Nobody has done it. No one can do it except I himself. That's why he is giving that as a measure. He is giving that as a measure because he knows there is none who can do it except him. He is the maker of it. He is the only one that can do it. Behold, the days come, says I, that the city shall be built to I from the tower of Hananiel unto the gate of the corner. And this Hananiel, I think it's Hananiel because I don't know why they keep putting this L in all these words. They put L. We never worship L. Our mighty one is I. And the measuring line shall yet go forth over against it upon the hill of Gareb, and shall compass about to Goath, and the whole valley of the dead bodies and of the ashes, and all the fields unto the brook of Kidron, unto the corner of the house gate, towards the east, shall be holy unto Ai. It shall not be plucked up, nor thrown down any more forever. That's the promise to Ai. That's the promise Ai is making to us. That's the promise from Ai to us, my people. That's his promise to us. We continue. Then the word that came to Jeremiah from Ai in the 10th year of Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, that was in the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar. For then the king of Babylon army besieged Jerusalem, and Jeremiah the prophet was shut up in the court of the prison, which was in the king of EZER-IAH's house. They put him in jail because he prophesied the truth. For Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, had shut him up. Who set him up? Shut him up? The king, the same king whose name is Aiah's righteousness. And in his reign, Aiah was going to raise up Cyrus from Persia. To do what? To defeat Nebuchadnezzar. Wherefore thou prophesy and say, Thus says Aiah, Behold, I will give this city into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall take it. And Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, shall not escape out of the hand of the Chaldeans. He's going to be in Babylon. But shall surely be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon, and shall speak with him mouth to mouth, and his eyes shall behold his eyes. Here I is saying he is going to go to Babylon, and I'm going to cause him to speak to Nebuchadnezzar face to face. And he shall lead Zedekiah to Babylon, and there shall he be until I visit him, says Aiah. Though he fight with the Chaldeans, he shall not prosper. He going to fight against the Babylonians, but he will not prosper. He have to go as Aiah commanded. And Jeremiah said, The word of Aiah came unto me, saying, Behold, Hanamel the son of Shallum, thine uncle, shall come unto you, saying, Buy thee my field that is in Antioch, for the right of redemption is thine to buy it. So Hanamel, my uncle's son, came to me in the court of the prison, according to the word of Aiah, and said unto me, Buy my field, and I pray thee, that it is in Antioch, which is in the court of Benjamin, for the right of inheritance is yours, and the redemption is yours. Buy it for yourself. Then I knew that this was the word of Aiah, and I bought the field of Hanamel, my uncle's son, that was in Antioch, and weighed him the money, even 17 shekels of silver. And I subscribed the evidence and sealed it, and took witness, and weighed him the money in the balance, in the scale. So I took the evidence of the purchase, both that which was sealed according to the law and custom, and that which was open. And I gave the evidence of the purchase unto Baruch, the son of Neriah, the son of Maaseiah, in the sight of Hanamel, my uncle's son, and in the presence of the witness that subscribed the book of the purchase, before all the Israelites that sat in the court of the prison. Do you see how they slip in this Jew there? My brothers and sisters, by now, you who listen to me and study this book, you should know that this word here never existed. This JEWS, it never was in existence, because the J itself was never in existence at that time. So this name could not have been in existence. They're lying. They take the word EZER-IAH out from there. All the other passages is the children of EZER-IAH, the children of EZER-IAH. Now they started putting the Jew. They want to turn it into Jew. False people, Satan's children, serpent seeds, liars, cheats, murderers. And I charge Baruch before them, saying, Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, take this evidence of the purchase, both which is sealed, and this evidence which is open, and put them in an earthen vessel, that they may continue many days. For thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, houses and fields and vineyards shall be possessed again in this land. Now when I had delivered the evidence of the purchase into Baruch the son of Neriah, I prayed unto EZER, saying, EZER, behold, you have made the heavens and the earth by your great power and stretched out arm, and there is nothing too hard for you. Right here, my brothers and sisters, look it in your book. This AH you see here, they left the I out. Here, Jeremiah is telling you, when he delivered the purchase unto Baruch, the son of Neriah, he prayed unto EZER, saying what? EZER, just put the I. EZER, behold, thou hast made the heavens and the earth by your great power and stretched out arm, and there is nothing too hard for you. Right there. And take this LOD, GOD out that they put there to deceive you. Let it not be heard out of your mouth. Thou showest loving kindness unto thousands, and recompense the iniquity of the fathers into the bosom of the children after them. The great, the mighty EZER of hosts is his name. Great in counsel, mighty in work. For your eyes are open upon all the ways of the sons of men, to give every one according to his ways and according to the fruit of his doing, which has set signs and wonders in the land of Egypt, even unto this day, and in EZER-IAH, and among other men, and has made you a name as this day. Do you see why EZER performed all these miracles in Egypt and continue to do all these miracles and mighty works? To make his name, so that we will know his name. We will see how important his name is to us, and that we will call upon his name. That's why the heathens, the Gentiles, took his name out of our book, my people. That's why. And has brought forth your people EZER-IAH out of the land of Egypt, with signs, with wonders, with a strong hand, with a stretched out arm, and with great terror, and has given them this land that you did swear to our fathers to give us, a land flowing with milk and honey. And they came in and possessed it, but they obeyed not your voice. That's why we are not in it. Neither walk in your law. We did not obey the law. They have done nothing at all that you commanded them. They did not do what I have commanded them. And we now have to do it so that we could possess the land. Therefore, you have caused all this evil to come upon them. Yes, all this captivity and slavery. Behold, the monks, they are come unto the city to take it. And the city is given into the hand of the Chaldeans, the Babylonians, that fight against it, because of the sword and of the famine and of the pestilence. And what you have spoken is come to pass, and behold, you see it. Here Jeremiah, they're saying that the things he spoke about Jerusalem and EZER-IAH has come to pass. Well, what about us now? Are we seeing the things that are happening? Are we making a note of what we are seeing? Do we come to the comprehension that we are seeing just like our ancestors were seeing it coming to pass? And you have said unto me, O EZER-IAH, buy you the field for money, and take witnesses, for the city is given into the hand of the Chaldeans. Then came the word of EZER-IAH unto Jeremiah, saying, Behold, I am EZER-IAH, the mighty one of all flesh. Is there anything too hard for me? EZER-IAH is asking a question. Therefore thus says EZER-IAH, Behold, I will give this city into the hand of the Chaldeans, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and he shall take it. And the Chaldeans that fight against this city shall come and set fire on this city, and burn it with the houses. Upon those roofs they have offered incense unto the Lord, Baal. Same Lord that you all are praying to today. And poured out drink offering unto gods, to provoke EZER-IAH to anger. For the children of EZER-IAH and the children of EZER-IAH have only done evil before EZER from their youth. For the children of EZER-IAH have only provoked EZER to anger with the work of their hands, says EZER. For this city has been to me as a provocation of my anger and of my fury from the day that they built it, even until this day, that I should remove it from before my face, because of all the evil the children of EZER-IAH and of the children of EZER-IAH. The same evil they're still doing today, human sacrifice. They follow the Canaanites. Now they appear in the rituals in Nigeria and in the rest part of Africa. Even in the United States, they're doing it too. The idol worshipping and performing all abominable acts they have done to provoke EZER to anger. Their kings, their princes, their priests, and their prophets, and the men of EZER-IAH and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, all of them doing it. And they have turned unto me the back. They turned their back to EZER, and not the face, until today. They have taught them, rising up early and teaching them. I have been doing this before we get here. Yet they have not hearkened to receive instruction. Our people hates instruction. But they set the abominations in the house, which is called by my name, to defile it. They brought their idols into EZER's house, the house of EZER. And they built the high place of Baal, the Lord, which are in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to cause their sons and their daughters to pass through the fire unto Molech. You see, they was offering the children as human sacrifice. That's why when they came here and the Gentiles tell them JC sacrifice his life for them, they accept it. Because they was all scattered from over there. They was full of the abominations from since they was over there. The idols and human sacrifice. That's what they was doing. That I commanded them not, neither came into my mind, that they should do these abominations to cause EZER-IAH to sin. What it caused us to do? Sin. And now therefore Thus says EZER, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, concerning this city, whereof you say, it shall be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon, by the sword, and by the famine, and by the pestilence. Behold, I will gather them out of all countries, where I have driven them in my anger, and in my fury, and in my great wrath. And I will bring them again unto this place, and I will cause them to dwell safely. I still have love for us. All the wickedness, He still have love for us. Why wouldn't you change your ways, my people? Ask for forgiveness. Seek EZER's loving kindness and His mercy. And they shall be my people, and I will be their mighty one. And I will give them one heart, one way, that they may love EZER forever, for the good of them and for their children after them. So EZER is the one we have to love forever. EZER is the one we have to teach our children. EZER is the one that we have to love, to worship. EZER is His name. And I will make an everlasting covenant with them, that I will not turn away from them to do them good. I will put my love in their heart, His law, the love for the law. We are not to fear our mighty one. We have to love Him. He commands us to love Him with our whole heart, with our whole soul, and with all our strength. Don't follow the heathen with what they're trying to deceive us. We have to love EZER. If you are confessing that you are afraid of your mighty one, how could your mighty one come unto you? If you are confessing that you are afraid of Him, when you are afraid of something, and do you hide from it? That's what you do. You run away, you hide. You don't approach. And they shall not depart from me. So how could we be afraid of Him and don't depart from Him? When you're afraid of someone, you run, you keep away from them. We have to love EZER. So you see here, it has to be read, I will put my love in their heart. His loving kindness that He just told us earlier, He is going to pour upon us. I will put my love in their heart, that they shall not depart from me. When we love Him, we wouldn't depart from Him. Like a husband and a wife. You love one another, you will not leave. Yea, I will rejoice over them to do them good, and I will plant them in this land assuredly, with my whole heart and with my whole soul. For thus says EZER, like as I have brought all this great evil upon this people, so will I bring upon them all the good that I have promised them. He brought all the slavery, all the trauma. Here He's telling us, as He brought this on us for punishment, so He is going to take it out and give us good, do good for us. And fields shall be brought in this land. Wherefore you say, it is desolate, without man or beast. It is given into the land of the Chaldeans. Men shall buy field for money, subscribe evidence, and seal them, and take witnesses in the land of Benjamin, and in the places about Jerusalem, and in the cities of EZER-IAH, and in the cities of the mountain, and in the cities of the valley, and in the cities of the south. For I will cause their captivity to return, says EZER. He is going to cause their captivity to return. And He did it. And He will do it for us again. It's the same forgiveness we have to ask for. It's the same name we have to call. It's the same prayers we have to say to the same mighty one. It's the same mighty one of our fathers. It's the same mighty one that we have to worship. It's the same mighty one. He have not changed. He will never change. EZER of hosts is His name. EZER of hosts I Almighty. That's his name forever. Chapter 33. Moreover, the word of EZER-IAH came unto Jeremiah the second time, while he was yet shut up in the court of the prison, saying, Thus says EZER, your maker thereof, EZER that formed you to establish you, EZER is his name. Call unto me, and I will answer you, and show you great and mighty things that you know not. For thus says EZER, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, concerning the house of this city, and concerning the house of the kings of EZER-IAH, that are thrown down by the monks and by the sword. They come to fight with the Chaldeans, but it is to fill them with the dead bodies of men, whom I have slain in mine anger and in my fury, and for all whose wickedness I have hid his face from the city. Behold, I will bring it health and cure, and will cure them, and will reveal unto them the abundance of peace and truth. And I will cause the captivity of EZER-IAH and the captivity of EZER-IAH to return, and will build them as at the first. And I will cleanse them from all their iniquity, whereby they have sinned against EZER. And I will pardon all their iniquities, whereby they have sinned, and whereby they have transgressed against EZER. And it shall be to EZER a name of joy, a praise and an honor before all the nations of the earth, that shall hear all the good that I do unto us, his people, and they shall love and tremble for all the goodness and for all the prosperity that I procure unto us. Thus says EZER again, there shall be heard in this place which you say shall be desolate, without man and without beast, even in the city of EZER-IAH and in the streets of Jerusalem, that are desolate, without man and without inhabitants and without beast. The voice of joy and the voice of gladness, the voice of the bridegroom and the voice of the bride, the voice of them that shall say, Praise EZER of hosts, for EZER is good, for his mercy endures forever. And of them that shall bring the sacrifice of prayers into the house of EZER, for EZER will cause to return the captivity of the land as at the first, says EZER. Thus says EZER of hosts again, in this place which is desolate, without man and without beast, and in all the cities thereof shall be an habitation of shepherds, causing their flock to lie down. In the cities of the mountain, in the cities of the valleys, and in the cities of the south, and in the land of Benjamin, and in the place about Jerusalem, And in the cities of EZER-IAH shall the flocks pass again under the hands of him that telleth them, says EZER-IAH. Behold, the days come, says EZER-IAH, that I will perform that good thing which I have promised unto the house of EZER-IAH and to the house of EZER-IAH. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER-IAH is telling us the day is going to come when he will fulfill all the promises that he made unto our people. Behold, the days come, says EZER-IAH, that I will perform that good thing that I have promised unto the house of EZER-IAH and to the house of EZER-IAH. In those days and at that time will I cause the branch of righteousness to grow up unto David, and he shall execute judgment and righteousness in the land. In those days shall EZER-IAH be saved, and here is Jerusalem shall dwell safely. And this is the name wherewith he shall be called, EZER righteousness. And my brothers and sisters, that's Zedekiah, the king that was called Zedekiah. When he will be made king in Jerusalem, which means he's supposed to be the judge of Jerusalem. He's supposed to be the minister of righteousness. He's supposed to be a righteous judge in Jerusalem. In his reign, EZER-IAH is going to fulfill those promises of bringing back the children of EZER-IAH from Babylon. So in the time of Zedekiah, whose name means EZER's righteousness, in his time, EZER raised up Cyrus to destroy Nebuchadnezzar and bring the children of EZER-IAH back into the land. And that's what Jeremiah is prophesying here about. EZER is telling him what time, when it will happen, and in who will be reigning at that time, who will be the ruler in Jerusalem at that time. For thus says EZER, David shall never want a man to sit upon the throne of the house of EZER-IAH. Neither shall the priests, the Levites, want a man before me to offer burnt offering and to kindle meat offering and to do sacrifice continually. And here I is telling them, when he bring the captivity back, EZER-IAH wouldn't be short of having Levites to offer his sacrifice. Just the same thing he's telling us will happen in our time. And when he brought them back, he brought back Nehemiah and the others, and they set up the priesthood. They divided the land. They portioned it out. They rebuilt the temple. They built the walls. They did everything. Just as EZER was saying to Jeremiah, so it happened. And the word of EZER came unto Jeremiah, saying, Thus says EZER, if you can break my covenant of the day and my covenant of the night, and that there should not be day and the night in their season, then may also my covenant be broken with David, my servant. Here, my brothers and sisters, EZER told us earlier he's going to raise up David unto us. He's going to raise him up unto us in the latter days. Here, EZER is telling Jeremiah, if you could break the covenant of day and night, then maybe the covenant will be broken with David. So that promise he made about David and to David, that is David's children that will come back, the tribe of EZER-IAH will come back into that land and set up that kingdom again. That's what he's saying here. That's what he's telling them. The royal house of David will come back and set it up. And he's saying that no man could change his covenant with day and night. You could say the day begins at night, but that doesn't mean you change it, because night is going to come when night is supposed to come, and day is going to come when day is supposed to come. No man can change this. No man, and that's what IAH is saying here. No man. So as long as it cannot be changed, these things that he's saying here will come to pass. They must happen. And we must know that he should not have a son to reign upon the throne, and with the Levites, the priests, my ministers. As the host of heaven cannot be numbered, neither sand of the sea measured, so will I multiply the seed of David my servant, and the Levites that minister unto me. So here I am saying, the seed of David, that's the seed he promised will live forever, my people. The tribe of EZER-IAH, they will live forever. That's a promise, a covenant he made with David. And it is not broken. He said he will never break any covenant that he made with David. Moreover, the word of IAH came to Jeremiah, saying, Consider you not what these people have spoken, saying the two families that IAH has chosen, he has even cast them off. Thus they have despised my people, that they shall be no more a nation before. They shall never be a nation no more. So what IAH is saying here, all the nations, all these other nations that he told us earlier that has to be completely destroyed, they don't want us to be a nation before IAH. They does not want us to be a nation. That's why they give us all this false doctrine, all these false names to call my people. Thus says IAH, if my covenant be not with day and night, and if I have not appointed the ordinance of heaven and earth, then will I cast away the seeds of Jacob and David my servant. So IAH is saying, oh, if anybody could change his covenant from day and night, then you wouldn't see David have children no more. And then you wouldn't see the covenant with Jacob. But as long as they exist, we will exist. He says, so that I will not take any of his seed to be rulers over the seed of Abraham and Isaac and Jacob. For I will cause their captivity to return and have mercy on them. Nobody could change this. Nobody could stop us from getting back into the promises of IAH and ruling his kingdom on the earth. No one, no nation, no man, no one can change it. IAH has just proven that to us by telling us the things he told us that I just read. Nobody could change it. They will try, but they wouldn't be able to. Chapter 34. The word that came unto Jeremiah from IAH, when Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and all his army, and all the kingdoms of the earth of his dominion, and all the people fought against Jerusalem, and against all the cities thereof, saying, Thus says IAH, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, go and speak to Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, and tell him, thus says IAH, behold, I will give this city into the hand of the king of Babylon, and he shall burn it with fire. Here he's telling him to go and tell Zedekiah. You see, these things had to happen in the time of Zedekiah. Zedekiah's name means Zedekiah. His name is spelled right here for you. And he's telling him, go and speak to Zedekiah, Zedekiah. He is telling him, go and tell him what he is going to do. And you shall not escape out of his hand, but shall surely be taken and delivered into his hand. And your eyes shall behold the eyes of the king of Babylon, and he shall speak with your mouth to mouth, and you shall go to Babylon. Yea, hear the word of IAH, O Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH. Thus says IAH of hosts, you shall not die by the sword, but you shall die in peace, and with the burning of your fathers, the former kings which were before you. So shall they burn others for you, and they will lament you, saying, IAH Almighty, for I have pronounced the word, says IAH. Then Jeremiah the prophet speak all these words unto Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, in Jerusalem, when the king of Babylon's army fought against Jerusalem and against all the cities of EZER-IAH that were left against Lachish and against Azekah. For these defense cities remained of the city of EZER-IAH. This is the word that came unto Jeremiah from IAH. After that, the king Zedekiah had made a covenant with all the people that were at Jerusalem to proclaim liberty unto them, that every man shall let his manservant and every man his maidservant, being a Hebrew or a Hebrewess, go free, that none shall serve himself of them. To wit of a Israelite is his brother. Now, when all the prince here again, they're trying to put this new name for you, and they give you the word Jew. All the other places is Israelite or Jacob, but they're starting to want to put that Jew on us. They start slipping it in. Now, when all the princes and all the people that had entered into the covenant heard that every one shall let his manservant and every one his maidservant go free, that none shall serve themselves of them any more, then they obeyed and let them go. But afterwards they turned and caused the servants and the handmaids whom they had let go free to return, just like I tell Pharaoh, let my people go. Hey, I tell him, set everybody free. And he do just like the Pharaoh. Like the Pharaoh want to go and came behind the Israelites to bring them back into Egypt. He brought all the servants back. He couldn't make decisions. This man he couldn't make good decisions. Whom they had let go, for the servants and for the handmaid. Therefore the word of IAH came to Jeremiah from IAH, saying, thus says IAH, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, I make a covenant with your fathers in the day that I brought them forth out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, saying, at the end of 7 years, you go every man his brother and Hebrew, who has been sold unto you. And when he has served you 6 years, you shall let him go free from you. But your fathers hearkened not unto me, I am speaking, neither inclined the ear. So here he's telling them, I commanded your fathers, for every 7 years you must let your servants go free. And they're supposed to settle them, give them something, and let them go free. But your fathers did not listen. And you were now turned and had done right in my sight, in proclaiming liberty, every man to his neighbor. And he said, now you have done the right thing. Your fathers didn't do it, but you have done it. Talking about is Zedekiah passing that decree, because that was one of Ayah's law. And you had made a covenant before me in the house which is called by my name. That's the temple, Ayah's house, the house of Ayah that David and Jedediah built. But you turned and pollute my name, and caused every man his servant and every man his handmaid, whom he had set at liberty at their pleasure, to return. He said, but you disobey, you pollute my name, because you set them free in my name, and then you go and you bring them back to be servants and slaves to you. You're doing like Pharaoh. You pollute it. And you brought them back under subjection to be unto you for servants and for handmaidens. Ayah didn't make us to be servants to anybody but him. Ayah didn't make us to be witness to any nation but to him. We are Ayah's servants. We are Ayah's witness. And when we are kept in servitude and he says, let us go, they must let us go. If they don't, they're going to be punished. Anyone. When he set his time, when he to let them go, they have to let them go. Therefore thus says Ayah, you have not hearkened unto me in proclaiming liberty, every one to his brother, and every man to his neighbor. Behold, I proclaim a liberty for you, says Ayah, to the sword, to the pestilence, and to the famine. So since you refuse to do what I tell you, I'm going to put you into captivity. That's what Ayah is telling him. And I will make you to be removed into all the kingdoms of the earth, scatter them. And I will give the men that have transgressed my covenant, that have not performed the word of the covenant, that which they had made before me. They cut the calf in twain and passed between the parts thereof. The princes of EZER-IAH and the prince of Jerusalem, the eunuchs and the priests and all the people of the land that passed between the parts of the calf. I will even give them into the hand of their enemies and into the hand of them that seek their life. And their dead bodies shall be for meat unto the fowls of the heaven and to the beasts of the field. And Zedekiah king of EZER-IAH and his princesses will I give into the hand of their enemies. I tell him to do it. I tell him to go. He don't want to go. I tell him what to do. He doing otherwise. So now I'm going to do this to him. And into the hand of them that seek their life, and into the hand of the king of Babylon, Babylon's army, which are gone up from you. Behold, I will command says EZER, and cause them to return to this city, and they shall fight against it, and take it, and burn it with fire. And I will make the city of EZER-IAH a desolation without an inhabitant. And that's the reason why the city of EZER-IAH, Jerusalem, was burned. That's the reason why. Hard-headedness. They will not listen, they wouldn't hearken, and they wouldn't do what they are told. Chapter 35. And all these things, it happened in the time of King Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, and Cyrus, king of Persia, and Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon. In their time, this is when these things happen. So it is not no son being raised up, no branch called JC that coming in some time to rule this earth. I don't know where they get this from, but that's not what the scripture is saying to you. I just read, I show you what it is saying. It's speaking about those three kings, and in their time, what would have happened. The word that came unto Jeremiah, and again in 2 Chronicles chapter 36, you could read it there, and it show you when it was fulfilled, when these things happen. You will see it. Jeremiah from EZER, in the days of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of EZER-IAH, saying, Go unto the house of the Rechabites, and speak unto them, and bring them into the house of EZER, into one of the chambers, and give them wine to drink. Then I took Jazaniah, the son of Jeremiah, the son of Habaziah, and his brethren, and all his sons, and the whole house of the Rechabites. And I brought them into the house of EZER, into the chamber of the sons of Hanan, the son of Igdaliah, a man of EZER. You see right here, you see his name? Igdaliah, a man of EZER. They don't put the man of EZER, they put a man of God. As I continue to show you all how they changed the name. All they had to put here, it is a man of EZER, but they didn't put that. They put a man of God. Do you see any God in man's name? No. What name you see there? EZER. That was by the chamber of the princes, who was above the chamber of Mashiach, the son of Shallum, the keeper of the door. And I set before the sons of the house of the Rechabites pots full of wine and cups. And I said unto them, Drink you wine. But they said, We will drink no wine. For Jonadab, the son of Rechab, our father, commanded us, saying, that we shall drink no wine. So here, EZER is showing them that these people will listen, they will hearken, they will do what they are told. Their fathers tell them, don't drink no wine. They wouldn't drink no wine. Neither you nor your sons forever. So there was not to drink wine forever. Neither shall you build houses, nor sow seed, nor plant vineyards, nor have any. But all your days you shall dwell in tents, that you may live many days in the land where you be strangers. Thus have we obeyed the voice of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, our father, in all that he has charged us, to drink no wine at all our days. we, our wives, our sons, nor our daughters, nor to build houses for us to dwell in. Neither have we vineyards, nor field, nor seed. But we have dwelt in tents, and have obeyed and done according to all that Jonadab our father commanded us. But it came to pass, when Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came up into the land, that we said, Come, and let us go to Jerusalem, for fear of the army of the Chaldeans, and for fear of the army of the Syrians. So we dwell at Jerusalem. Then came the word of EZER unto Jeremiah, saying, Thus said EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, Go and tell the men of EZER-IAH and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, will you not receive instructions to hearken to my words? EZER speaking, says EZER. The words of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, that he commanded his sons not to drink wine, are performed, for unto this day they drink none, but obey their father's commandment. Notwithstanding, I have spoken unto you, rising early, speaking, but you hearken not unto me. So EZER is telling, go and tell the Israelites, show them what happened here. These people, their fathers command them to drink no wine and build no house and stay in tents. And they are doing it until this day. But he, EZER, who rise up all these prophets and send unto his people with his words, his people not listening. They're not listening. I have sent also unto you all my servants the prophets, rising up early and sending them, saying, Return you now every man from your evil way, amend your doing, and go not after gods to serve them. And you shall dwell in the land I have given to you and to your fathers. But you have not inclined your ears, nor hearken unto me. EZER speaking. He said, I tell you what you got to do. I'm telling you what you have to do. You have to return unto EZER. You have to turn from your evil ways, this false doctrine, this praying to idols, these names that we are calling. You have to turn from all of this. Every man from his evil ways, believing that your day begins at night. Your day begins in the morning with the sun. It ends with the setting of the sun. Your Sabbath day is the seventh day of the week. You must keep the way of EZER, not of what man telling you. Look, get in the book and see what the Most High himself is saying. No man could die for you. That's a false doctrine. No JC gonna save you, a false doctrine. These are anti-messiahs. I had told you there is one Messiah, Messiah. It means EZER anointed. And the one whom EZER anointed was David. And that's why he keeps telling us, you have a covenant with David concerning us. He's going to raise up David unto us in the latter days. That's why he's telling us. He don't have no covenant with anyone named JC. He never tells us that we have to offer sacrifice of human sacrifice unto him. EZER never said those words to his prophets. Read the words of the prophets. Verse 16. Because the sons of Jonadab, the son of Rechab, have performed the commandments of their fathers, that he command them. But these people have not hearkened unto me. Isaiah is saying, listen, these people that you brought here, they listen to the commandment from their fathers. And they are obedient. They listen to it. So they won't drink no wine. They won't build no house. But what's about my commandments that I give to my people? They're not listening it. They're not doing it. They're disobedient. So he's using these people to show Jeremiah how different these people are. These people listen to what their fathers tell them and they are obedient. But Isaiah, who is sent his prophet to speak to his people whom he made, they will not listen to him. Therefore because you wouldn't listen to me, so Isaiah is now going to say something. He says, therefore, thus says Isaiah, the mighty one of hosts. Isaiah, the mighty one of Isaiah. Behold, I will bring upon EZER-IAH and upon all the inhabitants of Jerusalem all the evil that I have pronounced against them. Since they wouldn't listen, because I tell them what they need to do to avoid that evil, to avoid that invasion of their enemy, to avoid going into Babylon. I tell them what they have to return to him, to Isaiah. They have to call his name. They have to turn away from their evil. They have to put away their idols. They have to turn back to him. So since they will not do that, Isaiah is saying, now I'm going to put that evil upon them. Because I have spoken unto them, but they have not heard. And I have called unto them, but they have not answered. And this is exactly what's happening in our days. Our people are not listening. Our people are not hearing. Our people are not turning to Isaiah, the mighty one. All the message he sent, all the prophets, all the words I speak, will you turn your ways? Will you listen? Will you change your ways? I pray that you will. And Jeremiah said unto the house of the Rechabites, thus says Isaiah of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, because you have obeyed the commandments of Jonadab your father, and kept all his precepts, and done according unto all that he has commanded you. Therefore thus says Isaiah of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, Jonadab the son of Rechab shall not want a man to stand before me forever. So here Isaiah make a promise with them now. He make a covenant with them. For you all being so obedient to your fathers and the things they command you not to do, you will always have a son of one of you to come to me for them, for your cause, to call on me like Moses or like Levite, like a priest. You will always have one to come to me, and I'm going to talk to him, or you're going to listen to me because of your obedience. But my people, and it came to pass in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of EZER-IAH, that this word came unto Jeremiah from Isaiah, saying, take you a roll of a book, and write therein all the words that I have spoken unto you against EZER-IAH, and against EZER-IAH, and against all the nations, from the day I speak unto you, from the days of Josiah, even unto this day. Write everything I tell you about the nations. Write everything I tell you about EZER-IAH. Write everything I tell you about the whole house. EZER-IAH. Write everything. Because you know why? They will not listen. So I'm going to cause all these things that I've said to you, I'm going to bring it to pass on them. And that's why we are here where we are here. We don't have a nation. We lost our heritage. Now we call ourselves Jews, Christians, Muslims. We don't even have a heritage. We lost it because Ayah has taken it off away from us. And he's just given us this latter days here to return unto him. He's given us a period of quietness, a period of calm, a period before the storm, that we should turn back to him. Take this opportunity that you have. Call upon his name. Read the word that he gave to the prophets to bring unto us. Ask for forgiveness for your sins. Turn away from your evil doings. Seek Ayah, your Redeemer, Ayah of hosts, Ayah Almighty. Seek him while he may be found. No one else. Verse 3 of chapter 36. It may be that the house of EZER-IAH will hear all the evil that I propose to do unto them, that they may return every man from his evil ways. So you see the reason why he tell him to write it? Write it down in the book, so that when they read it, they will see what I propose unto them. And that might cause them to turn. They will know that they need to turn back. I may forgive their iniquity and their sins. You see, we have to turn to Ayah and ask for forgiveness. We must do it as a people. Not to call on anybody's blood. You Yoruba, you Igbos, stop calling on some blood and all these demons your pastors are dealing with, and you all are accepting these demons and evil spirits. Stop doing this and turn to Ayah, your Redeemer. Then Jeremiah called Baruch, the son of Neriah, and Baruch wrote from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words of Ayah that he had spoken unto him upon a roll of a book. And that's the book that we have, that we should read. That is what we have to read. And Jeremiah commanded Baruch, saying, I am shut up. I cannot go into the house of Ayah, because he was in prison. Zedekiah put him in prison for prophesying the words of Ayah. Therefore go you and read in the roll which you have written from my mouth the words of Ayah in the ears of the people in Ayah's house upon the fasting day. And also you shall read them in the ears of all EZER-IAH that come out of their cities. It may be they will present their supplication before Ayah, and will return every one from his evil ways. Then maybe they will turn from their evil ways. And that's what Ayah wants us to do. That's why he told Jeremiah to write this book and read it to everyone in EZER-IAH, that they will turn from their evil ways. Well, your evil ways is you into a new book that Ayah didn't give you. That's one of your evil ways. You are your two eyes and your mind, your heart, your whole soul is in a book that Ayah didn't give you. Ayah didn't give us a New Testament. Testament means the word from someone's mouth. The testament of Ayah is the words that come out his mouth. As we see Jeremiah saying, thus says Ayah. Ayah say unto me. He told me to say this. He told me to write this. He told me to do this. That's testament. Not no New Testament. Ayah didn't speak in that book. Ayah didn't send no prophet in that book. That's one of your evil ways you have to turn away from, the New Testament. For great is the anger and the fury that EZER has pronounced against this people. And Baruch the son of Neriah did according to all that Jeremiah the prophet commanded him, reading in the book the words of EZER in EZER's house. And it came to pass in the 5th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah, king of EZER-IAH, in the 9th month, that they proclaim a fast before EZER to all the people in Jerusalem, and to all the people that came from the cities of EZER-IAH unto Jerusalem. Then read Baruch in the book the words of Jeremiah in the house of EZER. So they proclaim a feast, a fast, and they bring all the people, all who came. Baruch read the words in the air, in the chamber of the Gemariah, the son of Shaphan, the scribe, in the high court, at the entry of the new gate of EZER's house, in the ears of all the people. And I want you all to see, the house was called EZER's house. That's the temple. It was EZER's house. It was a house built for his name. His name was upon it. So they break it down. So now you can't, that's why you out there, you're not searching for the name to prove his name. So you accept any name that they give you because your house is broken down. Who broke it down? The same people who give you all these names that you're running after. They are the ones who broke it down. Why they broke it down? They don't want you to see the name. That's why. They break it down, burn it, and they take it out your book. All the princes sat there, even Elishama the scribe, and Delaiah the son of Shemaiah, and Elnathan the son of Akbar, and Gemariah the son of Shaphan, and Zedekiah the son of Hananiah, and all the princesses. And I hope you see, all these princes, they had the name of EZER in their names. They won't show you that. They won't tell you that. I'm showing you, Jeremiah is telling you, they had the name of EZER in their names. Then Micaiah declared unto them all the words that he had heard when Baruch read the book in the ears of the people. Therefore all the princes set Ehudi the son of Netaniah the son of Shelemiah the son of Cushi unto Baruch, saying, Take in thy hand the roll wherein you have read in the ears of the people, and come. So Baruch the son of Neriah took the roll in his hand, and came unto them. And they said unto him, Sit down now, and read it in our ears. So Baruch read it in their ears. Now it came to pass, when they had heard all the words, they were afraid, both one and other were afraid, both one and the other, and said unto Baruch, We will surely tell the king of all these words. And they asked Baruch, saying, Tell us now, how did you write all these words at his mouth? Then they asked him, Baruch, how come you write all these things? Because Jeremiah was in prison. I was speaking to him in this prison. And Baruch went there in the prison to meet him. And Baruch was writing down all the things he telling him. Then Baruch answered them. He pronounced all these words unto me with his mouth. And I wrote them with ink in the book. This is our ancestors writing books, my people. They're writing books. The same book we read in here, they wrote it. No other nation write this. Our ancestors wrote it. He's describing it to you. Then said the princes unto Baruch, go hide you, thou at Jeremiah, and let no man know where you be. So here I tell him, go and hide, and don't let nobody know where you are. And they went into the king, into the court, but they laid up the roll in the chamber of Elishama, the scribe, and told all the words in the ears of the king. So the king sent Jehudi to fetch the roll, and he took it out of Elishama, the scribe's chamber, and Jehudi read it in the ears of the king, and in the ears of all the princes that stood before the king. Now, the king sat in the winter house in the 9th month, and there was a fire in the heat burning before him. And it came to pass that when Ehudi had read 3 or 4 leaves, he cut it with the penknife and cast it into the fire that was on the hearth, until all the roll was consumed in the fire that was on the earth. So this earth, you see, H-E-A-R-T-H, it's like what we call a fireplace for heat. So here he is reading the book, the scroll that I had told him to write. And he is reading it unto this king. And he took his knife and cut it and put it in the fire. Yet they were not afraid, nor rent their garment, neither the king nor any of his servants that heard all these words. None of them, they don't give it no mind. Nevertheless, Elnathan and Delaiah and Gemariah had made intercession to the king that he will not burn the roll, but he will not hear them. He's so stubborn. They tell him, don't do it, but he insists. But the king commanded Jeremiah, the son of Hamelech, and Seraiah, the son of Aziel, and Shemaiah, the son of Abidel, to take Baruch, the scribe, and Jeremiah, the prophet. But Aiah hid them. So they wanted to get Jeremiah, and they wanted to get Baruch, but Aiah hid them. Then the word of Aiah came to Jeremiah after that the king had burned the roll, and the words which Baruch wrote at the mouth of Jeremiah, saying, take you again another roll, and write in it all the former words that were in the first roll, that Jehoiakim the king of Judah had burnt. So Jehoiakim is the arrogant king who burned the words that EZER commanded Jeremiah to get Baruch to write. And you shall say to Jehoiakim, king of EZER-IAH, thus says EZER, you have burned this roll, saying, why have you written therein? Saying, the king of Babylon shall certainly come and destroy this land, and shall cause to cease from thence man and beast, because they don't believe in the prophecies. Just like them today. They're telling you the laws of EZER is done away with. It's the same. That's these evil people. They wouldn't change. Therefore thus says EZER to Jehoiakim, king of EZER-IAH, he shall have none to sit upon the throne of David, and because he burned that scroll, he will never have a son. And his dead body shall be cast out in the day to the heat. So when he die, he go be on the open air. And in the night to the frost. His body go, wherever he die, body go be on the earth, not buried. And I will punish him and his seed and his servants for their iniquity. So he have children, but he will never have a son to sit on the throne of David. He will never have a son to be king in EZER-IAH. And I will bring upon them and upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem and upon the men of EZER-IAH all the evil that I have pronounced against them, but they hearkened not. So he's telling them what he's going to do, and they still will not listen. Just like our people today, we are not listening. When you listen something, you take action. When you really listen, you take action. That's what you do. When you listen, you don't just listen, it passes through your ear and it comes out the other ear. No, when you hear something of value, you keep it. And when you get a good instruction, you use it. That's what it is. Then took Jeremiah another roll and gave it to Baruch the scribe, the son of Neriah, who wrote therein from the mouth of Jeremiah all the words of the book that Jehoiakim, king of EZER-IAH, had burned in the fire. And there were added besides unto them many like words. So here Jeremiah gets some more things that Baruch should write on. And then he add more words to what Baruch had written before. So this is how what we are reading now. We are reading the same words that Baruch had written from the mouth of Jeremiah, that Jeremiah received from EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH. Chapter 37. And King Zedekiah, the son of Josiah, reigned instead of Coniah, the son of Jehoiakim, whom Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, made king in the land of EZER-IAH. So EZER made Nebuchadnezzar rule the land because of what they was doing. But neither he nor his servants nor the people of the land did hearken unto the word of EZER. None of them listened to the words of EZER that he speak by the prophet Jeremiah. None of them. That's why they jailed him. They didn't want to hear what he had to say. And Zedekiah the king sent Jehoiakim, the son of Shemaiah, and Zephaniah, the son of Maaseiah, the priest, to the prophet Jeremiah, saying, Pray now unto EZER, our mighty one, for us. Now Zedekiah sent messengers to Jeremiah that Jeremiah should intercede for them and pray for them. Now Jeremiah came in and went out among the people, for they had not put him into prison. Now they released him. Then Pharaoh's army was come forth out of Egypt. And when the Chaldeans that besieged Jerusalem heard tidings of them, they departed from Jerusalem. Then came the word of EZER unto the prophet Jeremiah, saying, Thus says EZER, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, you shall say to the king of EZER-IAH, that sent you unto me to inquire of me. Behold, Pharaoh's army, which is come forth to help you, shall return to Egypt into their own land. And the Chaldeans shall come again and fight against this city and take it and burn it with fire. So here he tell him, go and tell the king. He went to Egypt for help, but the Egyptian wouldn't be able to help him. Nebuchadnezzar going to come, he's going to take his land and he's going to burn it. You burn the scroll that I told Jeremiah to write, that Jeremiah caused Baruch to write. You burn it, your whole city going to be burnt. Thus says EZER, deceive not yourselves, saying the Chaldean, which is the Babylonian, shall not surely depart from us, for they shall not depart. For though you had smitten the whole army of the Chaldean that fight against you, and there remain but wounded men among them, yet should they rise up every man in his tent and burn this city with fire. Even though you get help from Egypt and you destroyed most of the men, they still go burn down that city. And it come to pass that when the army of the Chaldeans was broken up from Jerusalem for fear of Pharaoh's army, then Jeremiah went forth out of Jerusalem to go into the land of Benjamin, to separate himself thence in the midst of the people, to hide himself. And when he was in the gate of Benjamin, a captain of the ward was there, whose name was EZER-IAH, the son of Shelemiah, the son of Hananiah. And he took Jeremiah the prophet, saying, You fall away to the Chaldeans. Then said Jeremiah, It is false. I fall not away to the Chaldeans. So they thought that the Babylonians took him. But he said, No. But he hearkened not to him. So EZER-IAH took Jeremiah and brought him to the prince, where the prince was wroth with Jeremiah, and smote him, and put him in prison in the house of Jonathan the scribe. For they had made that the prison. When Jeremiah was entered into the dungeon, into the cabins, and Jeremiah had remained there many days, then Zedekiah the king sent and took him out. And the king asked him secretly in his house and said, Is there any word from EZER? Now we want to inquire of EZER. Now he want to inquire. And Jeremiah said, There is. For said he, You shall be delivered into the hand of the king of Babylon. You see, they think they succeed. But here the same message Jeremiah had from EZER is that you are going to be into Babylon. Moreover, Jeremiah said unto King Zedekiah, What have I offended against thee? What have I done to you, or against to your servants, or against your people, that you have put me in prison? What have I done? Where are now your prophets that prophesy unto you, saying, The king of Babylon shall not come against you, no, against this land. He said, no, where's your prophets? Your prophets that was lying to you, telling you that there will be no war, there will be peace, there will be no famine, there will be no pestilence, nobody will be taking anybody. Where are they? No, you're calling me now to inquire. Therefore hear now, I pray you, O my master, the king. And that's how they used to call the kings in them days, no? Let my supplication, I pray thee, be accepted before thee. In other words, let what I'm going to say to you be accepted. That you cause me not to return to the house of Jonathan, the scribe, lest I die there. So he said, don't send me back into that house, into that prison. I'm going to die there. Don't send me there. Then Zedekiah the king commanded that they should commit Jeremiah into the court of the prison, and that they should give him daily a piece of bread out of the baker's street, until all the bread in the city was finished. Thus Jeremiah remained in the court of the prison. So he stayed in that prison. Chapter 38. Then Shaphaniah the son of Matan, and Gedaliah the son of Pashu, and Jukal the son of Shelemiah, and Pashu the son of Malachiah, heard the words that Jeremiah had spoken unto all the people, saying, Thus says Isaiah, he that remain in this city shall die by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence. But he that go forth to the Chaldeans shall live, for he shall have his life for a prey, and shall live. If you stay in the land, you're going to die. If you go into captivity, you're going to live. Because Isaiah's punishment. Thus says Isaiah, this city shall surely be given into the hand of the king of Babylon army, that shall take it. Therefore the princes said unto the king, we beg thee, let this man be put to death. For thus he weakened the hands of the men of war that remained in this city. He said, put him to death, because he causing the people to be afraid. And the hands of all the people in speaking such words unto them. For this man seek not the welfare of this people, but the hurt. Here again, another one wouldn't hearken. So he now prescribing death for Jeremiah. Then Zedekiah the king said, Behold, he is in your hand, for the king is not he that can do anything against you. Then took they Jeremiah, so the king Zedekiah give them Jeremiah. Do all you want, do what all you think. And cast him into the dungeon of Malachiah, the son of Hamelech, that was in the court of the prison. And they let down Jeremiah with cords, and in the dungeon there was no water, but mire. So Jeremiah sunk in the mire mud. Now, when Ebed-Melech, the Ethiopian, one of the eunuchs that was in the king's house, heard that they had put Jeremiah in the dungeon, the king then sitting in the gate of Benjamin, Ebed-Melech went forth out of the king's house, and speak to the king, saying, My master, the king, these men have done evil in all that they have done to Jeremiah, the prophet, whom they have cast into the dungeon. And he is like to die for hunger in the place where he is, for there is no more bread in the city. Then the king commanded Ebed-melech the Ethiopian, saying, Take from hence 30 men with you, and take up Jeremiah the prophet out of the dungeon before he die. So Ebed-melech took the men with him, and went into the house of the king under the treasury, and took thence old cast cloths and old rotten rags, and let down by cords into the dungeon to Jeremiah. And Ebed-melech the Ethiopian said unto Jeremiah, Put now these old cast cloth and rotten rags under thine armholes, under the cords. And Jeremiah did so. So they drew up Jeremiah with cords, and took him up out of the dungeon. And Jeremiah remained in the court of the prison. Then Zedekiah the king sent and took Jeremiah the prophet unto him into the third entry that is in the house of EZER-IAH. And the king said unto Jeremiah, I will ask you a thing, hide nothing from me. Then Jeremiah said unto Zedekiah, If I declare it unto you, will you not surely put me to death? And if I give you counsel, will you not hearken unto me? I give you counsel, you won't listen. And if I tell you something and you don't like it, you're going to kill me. So Zedekiah the king sware secretly unto Jeremiah, saying, As I live that made us this soul, I will not put you to death, neither will I give you into the hand of these men that seek your life. Then Jeremiah said unto Zedekiah, Thus says EZER-IAH, the mighty one of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, if you will assuredly go forth unto the king of Babylon, princes, then your soul shall live. And again, he's telling you that your soul is your body. If you go into Babylon, you will live. And this city shall not be burned with fire. If you go, it wouldn't be burned. This city would not be burned. Jerusalem would not be burned. And you will live. And you shall live, and your house, you and your family going to live. You have to go to Babylon. But if you will not go forth to the king of Babylon, princes, then shall this city be given into the hand of the Chaldeans, and they shall burn it with fire, and you shall not escape out of the hand. And Zedekiah the king said unto Jeremiah, I am afraid of the Israelites that are fallen to the Chaldeans. He's afraid. He don't want to be like the Israelites that has gone into captivity. He don't want to go into captivity. And here again, they're trying to change the narrative. They're giving you this name here, this Jew. My brothers and sisters, EZER-IAH never call us Jews. EZER-IAH call us Israelites. And they mock me, So that's what he's scared of. They're going to mock him like the king, carrying the king into captivity. They're going to mock him. So he's scared. That's why he wouldn't obey what the prophet is telling him. But Jeremiah said, they shall not deliver you. Obey, I beg you, the voice of IAH that speak unto you. So it shall be well unto you, and your soul shall live. Hearken unto the words that I speak to you. It's IAH telling me to tell you this. Do it, and you're going to live. But if you refuse to go forth, this is the word that IAH have shown me. And behold, all the women that are left in the king of EZER-IAH's house shall be brought forth to the king of Babylon. If you don't go voluntarily, this is what's going to happen. And those women shall say, your friends have set you on and have prevailed against you. Your feet are sunk in the mire, and they are turned away back. They left you. So they shall bring out all your wives and your children to the Chaldeans, and you shall not escape out of their hand, but shall be taken by the hand of the king of Babylon. And you shall cause this city to be burned with fire. His whole city will be burned with fire, but yet he will not obey the words of IAH, my people. Then said Zedekiah unto Jeremiah, let no man know of these words, and you shall not die. But if the prince hear that I have talked with you, and they come unto you, and say unto you, declare unto us now what you have said unto the king. Hide it not from us, and we will not put you to death. Also, what the king said unto you. He says, what we discuss have to be a secret between me and you. Because if this is made known, these men going to come to you and they're going to want to know what you told me and what I told you. You are not to speak, not to say it. Even though they threaten you with death, you're not to say it. Then you shall say unto them, I presented my supplication before the king, that he will not cause me to return to Jonathan's house to die there. And he said, this is what you're going to say. You just say that you came to me to beg me not to put you back into the house. Then came all the princes unto Jeremiah and asked him, and he told them according to all these words that the king had commanded. So they left off speaking with him, for the matter was not perceived. So they left him. They thought what he said was true. So Jeremiah abode in the court of the prison until the day that Jerusalem was taken. And he was there when Jerusalem was taken. So he remained in jail, in prison, until the Babylonians came and take over the city. My brothers and sisters, this is the word of IAH unto Jeremiah. Don't you see what he's telling us? And all these prophecies was pertaining to their time. The time when Zedekiah is going to be king, Persia with Cyrus, and Babylon with Nebuchadnezzar. That's all this is telling us about, my brothers and sisters, there is no JC there. And as you see, most of the princesses and the priests had the name of IAH in their names. Chapter 39. In the 9th year of Zedekiah, king of EZER-IAH, in the 10th month, came Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, and all his army against Jerusalem, and they besieged it. And in the 11th year of Zedekiah, in the 4th month, the 9th day of the month, the city was broken up, and all the princesses of the king of Babylon came in and sat in the middle gate, even Nergal-Sharezer, Samgar-Nebo, Sarah-Sishim, Rab-Saris, Nergal-Sharezer, Rabmag, with all the residue of the princesses of the king of Babylon. And it came to pass, when Zedekiah the king of EZER-IAH saw them, and all the men of war, they fled and went forth out of the city by night, by the way of the king's garden, by the gate between the two walls. And he went out the way of the plain. But the Chaldean army pursued after them, and overtook Zedekiah in the plains of Jericho. And when they had taken him, they brought him up to Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, to Riblah in the land of Hamath, where he gave judgment upon him. Then the king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah in Riblah before his eyes. Also the king of Babylon slew all the nobles of EZER-IAH. See, Jeremiah was telling them to go to Babylon. They're going to live. Go, go. Don't resist. But they choose to fight the Babylonian. And then they try to run away when the Babylon come in to capture them. And here we see, as Jeremiah had prophesied earlier, now they're going to die. Moreover, he put out Zedekiah's eye, so he plucked the two eyes out of Zedekiah, and bound him with chains to carry him to Babylon. And the Chaldean burned the king's house and the house of the people with fire, and break down the walls of Jerusalem. Then Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, carried away captive into Babylon the remnant of the people that remained in the city, and those that fell away, that fell to him, with the rest of the people that remained. But Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, left off the poor of the people that had nothing in the land of EZER-IAH, and gave them vineyards and fields at the same time. So they left the poor, and they tell them, take over the land, take over the gardens. Now Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, gave charge concerning Jeremiah to Nebuzaradan, the captain of the guard, saying, take him, look well to him, do him no harm, but do unto him even as he shall say unto you. So here he tells his captain, take Jeremiah out of the prison and do anything he asks you to do to him, for him, do it. Treat him well. So Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, sent Nebuchadnezzar, Rabsaris, and Negal-Sharezer, Rabmag, and all the king of Babylon's princesses. Even they sent and took Jeremiah out of the court of the prison, and committed him unto Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, that he shall carry him home. So he dwelt among the people. Now the word of EZER came unto Jeremiah while he was shut up in the court of the prison, saying, Go and speak to Ebed-melech the Ethiopian, saying, Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, Behold, I will bring my words upon this city for evil, and not for good, and they shall be accomplished in that day before you. But I will deliver you in that day, says EZER, and you shall not be given into the hand of the men of whom you are afraid. For I will surely deliver you, and you shall not fall by the sword, but your life shall be for a prey unto you, because you have put thy trust in me, says EZER. Chapter 40. The word that came to Jeremiah from EZER after Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, had let him go from Ramah, when he had taken him being bound in chains among all that were carried away captive of Jerusalem and Judea, which were carried away captive unto Babylon. And the captain of the guard took Jeremiah and said unto him, EZER, your mighty one, has pronounced this evil upon this place. Now EZER has brought it and done according as he has said, because you have sinned against EZER and have not obeyed his voice. Therefore this thing is come upon you. And here the God is telling Jeremiah, the reason why your city is being sacked is because you all disobey the law of EZER. And now, behold, I loose you this day from the chains which were upon thy hand. If it seem good unto you to come with me into Babylon, come, and I will look well unto you. But if it seems ill unto you to come with me into Babylon, forbear. Behold, all the lands is before you. Whether it seems good and convenient for you to go, there go. So he got his freedom. Now, while he was not yet gone back, he said, Go back also, Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the city of Judea, and dwell with him among the people, or go wheresoever it seems convenient unto you to go. So the captain of the guard gave him victuals and a reward, and let him go. Then went Jeremiah unto Gedaliah, the son of Hakim, to Mizpah, and dwelt with him among the people that were left in the land. And that's how Jeremiah never went into Babylon. Now, when all the captains of the forces which were in the field, even they and the men heard that the king of Babylon had made Gedaliah the son of Ahikam governor in the land, and had committed unto him men and women and children, and of the poor of the land, of them that were not carried away captive to Babylon. Then they came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, even Ishmaiah the son of Nethaniah, and Johanna, and Jonathan the son of Kareiah, and Seraiah the son of Tahumeth, and the son Iphi the Nephlomite, and Jezaniah the son of Maachatite, they and the men, and Gedaliah the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, swear unto them and to the men, saying, Fear not to serve the Chaldeans, dwell in the land, serve the king of Babylon, and it shall be well with you. As for me, behold, I will dwell at Mizpah to serve the Chaldeans, which will come unto us. But you, gather you wine and summer fruits and oil, and put them in your vessels, and dwell in your city that you have taken. Likewise, when all the EZER-IAHites that were in Moab, and among the Ammonites, and in Edom, and that were in all the countries, heard that the king of Babylon had left a remnant of EZER-IAH, and that he had set over them Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan. Even all the EZER-IAHites returned out of all places where they were driven, and came to the land of EZER-IAH, to Gedaliah, unto Mizpah, and gather wine and summer fruits very much. Moreover, Johanan, the son of Kareiah, and all the captains of the forces that were in the field, came to Gedaliah to Mizpah, and said unto him, Dost you certainly know that Baalis, the king of the Ammonites, had sent Ishmaiah, the son of Nethaniah, to slay you? But Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, believed them not. Then Johanna, the son of Kareiah, spake to Gedaliah in Mizpah secretly, saying, Let me go, I pray you, and I will slay Ishmaiah the son of Nehemiah, and no man shall know it. Wherefore should he slay you, that all the EZER-IAHites that are gathered unto you should be scattered, and the remnant in EZER-IAH perish? But Gedaliah the son of Ahikam said unto Johanna, the son of Kareiah, You shall not do this thing, for you speak falsely of Ishmaiah. So here, one of his men is telling him that, one of EZER-IAHite is telling him that this Ishmaelite has come to assassinate him. But he don't believe it. Chapter 41. Now it came to pass in the 7th month that Ishmaiah the son of Nehaniah, the son of Elisha Ammah, of the seed royal, and the prince of the king, even 10 men with him, came unto Gedaliah the son of Ahikam to Mizpah, and there they did eat bread together in Mizpah. Then arose Ishmaiah the son of Nehaniah, and the 10 men that were with him, and smote Gedaliah the son of Ahikam, the son of Shaphan, with the sword, and slew him, whom the king of Babylon had made governor over the land. He should take the warning. He didn't take the warning. Ishmaiah also slew all the Israelites that were with him, even with Gedaliah at Mizpah, and the Chaldeans that were found there, and the men of war. And it came to pass the 2nd day after he had slain Gedaliah, and no man knew it, that there came certain from Shechem, from Shiloh, and from Samaria, even 80 men, having their beards shaven and their clothes rent, having cut themselves with offerings and incense in their hand, to bring them to the house of IAH. And Ishmaiah the son of Nethaniah went forth from Mizpah to meet them, weeping all along as he went. And it came to pass, as he met them, he said unto them, Come to Gedaliah the son of Ahikam. And it was so, when they came into the midst of the city, that Ishmaiah the son of Nehaniah slew them, and cast them into the midst of the pit. He and his men were with him. But 10 men were found among them that said unto Ishmaiah, Slay us not, for we have treasuries in the field, of wheat, and of barley, and of oil, and of honey. So he forbare, and slew them not among their brethren. Now the pit wherein Ishmaiah had cast all the dead bodies of the men whom he had slain because of Gedaliah, was it which is Asa the king had made for fear of Baasha, king of EZER-IAH. And Ishmaiah the son of Nehaniah filled it with them that were slain. Then Ishmaiah carried away captive all the residue of the people that were in Mizpah, even the king's daughters, and all the people that remained in Mizpah, whom Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, had committed to Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam. And Ishmaiah, the son of Nehaniah, carried them away captive, and departed to go to the Ammonites. But when Jonathan, the son of Kareiah, and all the captains of the forces that were with him heard of all the evil that Ishmaiah the son of Nethaniah had done, then they took all the men and went to fight with Ishmaiah the son of Nethaniah, and found him by the great waters that are in Gibeon. Now it came to pass that when all the people who were with Ishmaiah saw Johanan the son of Kariah, and all the captains of the forces that were with him. Then they were glad. So all the people that Ishmaiah had carried away captives from Mizpah cast about and returned and went unto Johanan, the son of Kariah. But Ishmaiah, the son of Nehaniah, escaped from Joniah with 8 men, and went to the Ammonites. Then took Johanan, the son of Kariah, and all the captains of the forces that were with him, all the remnants of the people whom he had recovered from Ishmaiah, the son of Nethaniah, from Mizpah. After that he had slain Jedaliah, the son of Ahikam, even mighty men of war, and the women, and the children, and the eunuchs, whom he had brought again from Gibeon. And they departed and dwelt in the habitation of Shechem, which is by Bethlehem, to go to enter into Egypt, because of the Chaldeans, for they were afraid of them, because Ishmael, the son of the Nehaniah, had slain Gedaliah, the son of Ahikam, whom the king of Babylon made governor in the land. So here we see the Ishmaelites was against Nebuchadnezzar leaving the poor and the weak in the land. They wanted the Babylonians to destroy the whole of EZER-IAH. Chapter 42. Then all the captains of the forces and Johanan, the son of Kariah, and Jezaniah, the son of Hoseiah, and all the people from the least even unto the greatest came near, and said unto Jeremiah the prophet, Let we beseech you, our supplication be accepted before you, and pray for us unto Aya our mighty one, even for all this remnant, for we are left but a few of many, as thine eyes do behold us, that Aya your mighty one may show us the way wherein we may walk, and the things that we may do. Then Jeremiah the prophet said unto them, I have heard you. Behold, I will pray unto Aya your mighty one, according to your words. And it shall come to pass that whatsoever thing Aya shall answer you, I will declare it unto you. I will keep nothing back from you. Then they said to Jeremiah, Aya be a true and faithful witness between us, if we do not even according to all things for thee which Aya your mighty one shall send you to us. Wherefore it be good, or whether it be evil, we will obey the voice of Aya our mighty one, to whom we send you, that it may be well with us, when we obey the voice of Aya our mighty one. And it came to pass after 10 days that the word of Aya came unto Jeremiah, and they called he Joniah the son of Kariah, and all the captains of the forces which are with him, that were with him, and all the people from the least even to the greatest, and said unto them, Thus says Aya, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, unto whom you sent me to present your supplication before him. If you will still abide in this land, then will I build you and not pull you down, and I will plant you and not pluck you up. For I repent me of the evil that I have done unto you. Be not afraid of the king of Babylon, of whom you are afraid. Be not afraid of him, says EZER, for I am with you to save you and to deliver you from his hand. And I will show mercy unto you, that he may have mercy upon you and cause you to return to your own land. So here we see EZER saving the poor, the fatherless, and the widow, the weak. He is saving them from captivity and promising them that he is going to be with them and save them. But if you say, we will not dwell in this land, neither obey the voice of EZER, saying no, but you will go into the land of Egypt, where we shall see no war, nor hear the sound of the trumpet, nor have hunger of bread, and there will you dwell. And now therefore hear the word of EZER, you remnants of EZER. Thus says EZER, the mighty one of hosts. EZER, the mighty one of Israel, if you wholly set your faces to enter into Egypt and go to sojourn there, then it shall come to pass that the word that you feared shall overtake you there in the land of Egypt, and the famine whereof you was afraid shall follow close after you there in Egypt, and there you shall die. Here I tell them, if you stay in this land and you keep my commandments, you obey my words, I will be with you. I will take care of you. Everything will be fine with you. But if you turn your face and say that you are going into Egypt, all the things you are afraid of will happen to you. So shall it be with all the men that set their face to go into Egypt to sojourn there. They shall die by the sword, by famine, and by the pestilence, and none of them shall remain or escape from the evil that I will bring upon them. For thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, as my anger and my fury has been poured forth upon the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so shall my fury be poured forth upon you, when you shall enter into Egypt, and you shall be an execration, an astonishment, and a curse, and a reproach, and you shall see this place no more. You wouldn't come back to this place. EZER loves his people. EZER wants the best for his people. But you must do his commandments. He wants you to stay in the land he prepared for you, in the way he prepared for you. That is the way he wants you. Not going to learn somebody else's way. It will not be good for you. EZER said concerning you, O you remnant of Israel, go you not into Egypt. Know certainly that I have admonished you this day. Know for sure I warned you, don't go. For you dissemble in your heart when you sent me unto EZER your mighty one, saying, pray for us unto EZER our mighty one. And according unto all EZER our mighty one shall say, so declare unto us, and we will do it. And now I have this day declared it to you, but you have not obeyed the voice of EZER, your mighty one, nor anything for which he have sent me unto you. Now therefore know for certainly that you shall die by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence in the place where you desire to go and to sojourn. You're hard-headed. You beg him to go and pray for you. You beg him to talk to EZER. EZER tell him what to tell you, and yet they wouldn't believe. They still want to go. So there they will die. Chapter 43. And it came to pass that when Jeremiah had made an end of speaking unto all the people, all the words of EZER the mighty one, for which EZER the mighty one sent him to them, even all these words, then speak Azariah the son of Hoshaiah, and Jonathan the son of Kareiah, and all the proud men, saying unto Jeremiah, you speak falsely. EZER, our mighty one, has not sent you to say, go not into Egypt to sojourn there. That's the same man they begged to go and pray to EZER for them. The same man who they asked to inquire of EZER. And when EZER speak to him, and he gave them the message, hear what they say now. They're saying that he still lies to them. That's our people. But Baruch, the son of Neriah, sitteth thee on against us, for to deliver us into the hand of the Chaldeans, that they might put us to death, and carry us away captive into Babylon. So Joniah, the son of Kareiah, and all the captains of the forces, and all the people obeyed not the voice of EZER to dwell in the land of Iduiah. But Johanna, the son of Kareiah, and all the captains of the forces took all the remnant of Iduiah, that they were returned from all nations, whether they had been driven, to dwell in the land of Iduiah, even men and women, children and the king's daughters, and every person that Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, had left with Jedediah, the son of Ahiokim, the son of Shaphan, and Jeremiah the prophet, and Baruch the son of Neriah. So they came into the land of Egypt, for they obeyed not the voice of EZER. Thus came they even to Tappanha. Then came the word of EZER unto Jeremiah in Tappanha, saying, take great stones in your hand, hide them in the clay in the brickland, which is at the entry of Pharaoh's house, in the Tappanhes, in the sight of the men of Iduiah, and say unto them, thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of Israel, behold, I will send and take Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, my servant, and will set him his throne upon these stones that I have hid, and he shall spread his royal pavilion over them. And when he come, he shall smite the land of Egypt, and deliver such as are for death to death, and such as are for captivity to captivity, and such as are for the sword to the sword. And I will kindle a fire in the houses of the gods of Egypt, and he shall burn them, and carry them away captives. And he shall array himself with the land of Egypt, as a shepherd put on his garment, and he shall go forth from thence in peace. He shall break also the images of Beth-shemesh, that is in the land of Egypt, and the houses of the gods of the Egyptian shall be burned with fire. So here he's telling a message to them. I told you don't go into Egypt, and you're going to Egypt. So you are still afraid to stay in the land because Nebuchadnezzar is going to come back and get you. Although I tell you stay there and I'm going to protect you. So you decide to go where you want to go for safety. So I'm going to bring the same Nebuchadnezzar into Egypt, and there he go deal with you. That's a stubborn people. And EZER is just proving to us how stubborn we are as a people. And although we are punished over and over, we are still stubborn. Chapter 44. The word that came to Jeremiah concerning all the EZER-IAHites who dwell in the land of Egypt, who dwell at Migdol and at Tapanhes and at Nophah and in the country of Patros, saying, Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, you have seen all the evil that I have brought upon Jerusalem and upon all the cities of EZER-IAH. And behold, this day they are a desolation, and no man dwell therein, because of their wickedness that they have committed to provoke me to anger, in that they went to burn incense and to serve gods, whom they knew not, neither they, yea, nor their fathers. Howbeit I sent unto you all my servants the prophets, raising them early and sending them, saying, Oh, do not this abominable thing that I hate. But they hearken not, nor incline their ear to turn from their wickedness, to burn no incense unto gods. Wherefore my fury and my anger was poured forth, and was kindled in the city of EZER-IAH, and in the streets of Jerusalem. And they are wasted and desolate as at this day. Therefore now, thus says EZER, the mighty one of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, commit you this great evil. Why did you commit this great evil against your souls? To cut off from you man and woman, child and suckling out of EZER-IAH, to leave you none to remain. In that you provoke me, I am speaking, unto wrath with the works of your hands, burning incense unto gods in the land of Egypt, where you gone to dwell, that you might cut yourselves off, and that you might be a curse and a reproach among all the nations of the earth. Have you forgotten the wickedness of your fathers, and the wickedness of the kings of EZER-IAH, and the wickedness of their wives, and your own wickedness, and the wickedness of your wives, which they have committed in the land of EZER-IAH, and in the streets of Jerusalem? They are not humbled even unto this day, neither have they feared, nor walk in my law, nor in my statutes, that I set before you and before your fathers. Still, until today, they will not walk in it. Therefore thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, behold, I will set my face against you for evil, and to cut off all of EZER-IAH. And I will take the remnant of EZER-IAH that have set their faces to go into the land of Egypt to sojourn there. And they shall all be consumed and fall in the land of Egypt. They shall even be consumed by the sword and by the famine. They shall die, from the least even unto the greatest, by the sword and by the famine. And they shall be an execration, an astonishment, and a curse, and a reproach. And I will punish them that dwell in the land of Egypt, as I have punished Jerusalem by the sword, by the famine, and by the pestilence, so that none of the remnant of EZER-IAH that have gone into the land of Egypt to sojourn there shall escape or remain, that they shall return into the land of EZER-IAH, to thee which they have a desire to return to dwell there. For none shall return, but such as shall escape. So all those who left the place that EZER secured for them and go into Egypt will die in Egypt. Then all the men that knew that their wives had burned incense unto gods, and all the women that stood by, a great multitude, even all the people that dwell in the land of Egypt, in Patros, answer Jeremiah, saying, As for the word that you have spoken unto us in the name of EZER, we will not hearken unto you, but we will certainly do whatsoever thing goes forth out of our own mouth, to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven, the Virgin Mary. You see how long this has begun? It not just started. It's been there in the time of our fathers. And to pour out drink offering unto her, as we have done. We and our fathers, our kings and our princesses, in the cities of EZER-IAH and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then have we plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil. So when they was worshiping these evil spirits and demons, they was happy. So now they're saying they're going to do the same. They wouldn't stop. But since we left off burning incense to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offering unto her, we have wanted all things, and have been consumed by the sword and by the famine. And they don't know the reason why they have lost everything is because of what they was doing. And when we burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and poured out drink offering unto her, did we make her cakes to worship her and pour out drink offering unto her without our men? Then Jeremiah said unto all the people, to the men and to the women, and to all the people that had given him that answer, saying, The incense that you burned in the cities of EZER-IAH and in the streets of Jerusalem, you and your fathers, your kings, your princesses, and the people of the land, did not EZER remember them, and came it not into his mind, so that EZER could no longer bear because of the evil of your doing, and because of the abomination that you have committed? Therefore is your land a desolation. So Jeremiah tell them, your problem is not because you was unable to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven. That's not your problem. The problem is that you was burning it to her. That is the cause of your problem, and that's why your land is desolate. And an astonishment and a curse without an inhabitant, as it is this day. Because you have burned incense, and because you have sinned against EZER, and have not obeyed the voice of EZER, nor walk in his law, nor in his statutes, nor in his testimonies. Therefore this evil is happened unto you, as at this day. Moreover, Jeremiah said unto all the people, and to all the women, hear the word of EZER. All EZER that are in the land of Egypt, telling them, listen now, what EZER said to you. Thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, saying, you and your wives have both spoken with your mouth, and fulfill with your hand, saying, you will surely perform your vows that you have vowed, to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven. What they're supposed to burn to EZER, they're burning it to idols. And to pour out drink offering unto her. Yea, you will surely accomplish your vow, and surely perform your vow. Yes, do it. You will be able to do it. Therefore hear you the words of EZER, all you EZER that dwell in the land of Egypt. And remember, up to today, they still want to go over there to do incarnation and divination, and to burn light to the Virgin Mary and the Queen of Heaven and all of that. Behold, I have sworn by my great name, says EZER, that my name shall no more be named in the mouth of any man of EZER in all the land of Egypt. Here, the first curse, EZER put it on them. None of their mouth will be able to call on EZER's name again. That's to show you, brothers and sisters, how the power that EZER gave us is his name. That's the power of his name. So here, they use their mouth to say that they will not do what EZER tell them to do through Jeremiah, but they're going to continue to do what they're going to do. So here EZER is putting that curse on them and telling them, as from now, none of their mouth will ever be able to speak his name. Saying, saying, EZER the mighty one liveth. They will never be able to say that in their mouth. That's those who went back to Egypt, that he told not to go to Egypt. Behold, I will watch over them for evil and not for good. And all the men of EZER that are in the land of Egypt shall be consumed by the sword and by the famine, until there be an end of them. Again, EZER is proving to us we are different. We are different peoples. We might have the same complexion, but we are different people. Yet a small number that escape the sword shall return out of the land of Egypt into the land of EZER. And all the remnant of EZER that are gone into the land of Egypt to sojourn there shall know whose words shall stand, mine or theirs. I say, they all will know whose word that will stand, whose word that will be fulfilled, his words or their words. And this shall be a sign unto you, says EZER, that I will punish you in this place, that you may know that my words shall surely stand against you for evil. Thus says EZER, behold, I will give Pharaoh's king of Egypt into the hand of his enemy, and into the hand of them that seek his life. as I gave Zedekiah king of EZER-IAH into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, his enemy, and that sought his life. Then the word that came to Jeremiah the prophet, speaking unto Baruch the son of Neriah, when he had written these words in a book at the mouth of Jeremiah in the 4th year of Jehoiakim the son of Josiah king of EZER-IAH, saying, Thus says IAH, the mighty one of EZER-IAH, unto you, O Baruch, you did say, Woe is me now, for IAH has added grief to my sorrow. I fainted in my sighing, and I find no rest. You shall now say to him, IAH said this, Behold, that which I have built will I break down, and that which I have planted I will pluck up, even this whole land. And seekest you great things for yourself? Seek them not. For behold, I will bring evil upon all flesh, says IAH. But your life will I give unto you for a prey in all places where you goes. Chapter 46. The word of IAH that came to Jeremiah the prophet against the Gentiles, against Egypt, against the army of Pharaoh, Necho, king of Egypt, that was by the river Euphrates in Carchemish, which Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon smote in the 4th year of Jehoiakim, the son of Josiah king of EZER-IAH. Order you the buckler and shield, draw near to battle, harness the horses, and get up, you horsemen. Stand forth with your helmets, furbish the spears, and put on the brigandines. Wherefore have I seen them dismayed and turned away back, and the mighty ones are beaten down and are fled apiece, and look not back, for fear was round about, says IAH. Let not the swift flee away, nor the mighty man escape. There shall stumble and fall towards the north by the river Euphrates. Who is this that come up as a flood, whose waters are moved as the river? Egypt rise up like a flood, and his waters are moved like the rivers. And he says, I will go up and will cover the earth. I will destroy the city and the inhabitants thereof. Come up, you horses, and rage, you chariots, and let them mighty men come forth, the Ethiopians and the Libyans that handle the shield, and the Lydians that handle and bend the bow. For this is the day of IAH, the mighty one of hosts, a day of vengeance, that he may avenge him of his adversaries. And the sword shall devour, and it shall be satiate and make drunk with their blood. For IAH, the mighty one of hosts, has a sacrifice in the north country by the river Euphrates. Go up into Gilead and take Balaam, O virgin, the daughter of Egypt. In vain shall you use many medicines, for you shall not be cured. The nations have heard of thy shame, and your cry has filled the land. For the mighty man has stumbled against the mighty, and they are fallen both together. The word that IAH speak to Jeremiah the prophet, how Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon shall come and smite the land of Egypt. Declare you in Egypt, and publish in Migdol, and publish in Nophah and the Tapanis. Say you stand fast, and prepare you, for the sword shall devour round about you. Why are your valiant men sweep away? They stood not, because IAH did drive them. He made many to fall, yea, one fell upon another. And they said, Arise, and let us go again to our own people, and to the land of our nativity, from the oppressing sword. They did cry there, Pharaoh king of Egypt is but a noise. He has passed the time appointed. As I live, says the king, whose name is IAH of hosts, surely as Tabor is among the mountains, and as Carmel by the sea, so shall he come. O thou daughter dwelling in Egypt, furnish yourself to go into captivity, for Nophah shall be waste and desolate without an inhabitant. Egypt is like a fair heifer. Destruction cometh out of the north. Also her hired men are in the midst of her like fattened bullocks. They also are turned back and are fled. Away together they did not stand, because the day of their calamity was come upon them, and the time of their visitation. The voice thereof shall go like a serpent, for they shall march with an army, and come against her with axes and hews of wood. They shall cut down her forest, says IAH, though it cannot be searched, because they are more than the grasshoppers and are innumerable. The daughter of Egypt shall be confounded. She shall be delivered into the hand of the people of the north. IAH of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH says, Behold, I will punish the multitude of No, and Pharaoh and Egypt with their gods, and their kings, even Pharaoh and all them that trust in him. And I will deliver them into the hand of those that seek their lives, and into the hand of Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon, and into the hand of his servants, and afterwards it shall be inhabited, as in the days of old, says IAH. Fear not you, O my servant Jacob. Be not dismayed, O EZER-IAH. For behold, I will save you from afar off, and your seed from the land of their captivity. And Jacob shall return and be in rest, and at ease, and none shall make him afraid. Fear you not, O Jacob, my servant, says IAH, for I am with you. For I will make a full end of all the nations where I have driven you. But I will not make a full end of you, but correct you in measure. Yet will I not leave you wholly unpunished. That is the message from IAH to us the people whom he have chosen. Chapter 47. The word of EZER that came to Jeremiah the prophet against the Philistines before that Pharaoh smote Gaza. Thus says EZER, behold, waters rise up out of the north. And this water is talking about the enemies. And shall be an overflowing flood, talking about the armies. And shall overflow the land and all that is therein, the city and them that dwell therein. Then the men shall cry, and all the inhabitants of the land shall howl, and the noise of the stamping of the hoofs of his strong horses, at the rushing of his chariots, and at the rumbling of his wheels. The fathers shall not look back to their children. Their fathers will not look back to their children for feebleness of hand, because of the day that come to spoil all the Philistines, and to cut off from Tyrus and Zidon every helper that remaineth. For EZER will spoil the Philistines, the remnant of the country of Captor. Baldness is come upon Gaza. Ashkelon is cut off with the remnant of the valley. How long will you cut thyself, O you sword of EZER? How long will it be ere you be quiet? Put up thyself into thy scabbard. Rest and be still. How can it be quiet, seeing EZER has given it a charge against Ashkelon and against the sea shore? There has he appointed it. When EZER put nations against nations, there is nothing they cannot do. They cannot be too strong that they cannot fall, and they cannot be too weak to destroy strong nations. EZER is in their midst, and whichever he desire, it shall be done. Chapter 48. Against Moab, thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH. Woe unto Nebo, for it is spoiled. Carry Tim is founded and taken. Misgab is confounded and dismayed. There shall be no more praise of Moab in Heshbon. They have devised evil against it. Come and let us cut it off from being a nation. Also you shall be cut down, O Madamin. The sword shall pursue you. A voice of crying shall be from Horonaim, spoiling and great destruction. Moab is destroyed. Her little ones have caused a cry to be heard. For in the going up of Luhith, continual weeping shall go up. For in the going down of Horonaim, the enemies have heard a cry of destruction. Flee, save yourself, and be like the heat in the wilderness. For because you have trusted in thy word, in thy works, and in your treasuries, you shall also be taken. And Shemosh shall go forth into captivity with his priests, his princesses together, and the spoil shall come upon every city, and no city shall escape. The valley also shall perish, and the plain shall be destroyed, as EZER has spoken. Give wings unto Moab, that it may flee and get away. For the cities thereof shall be desolate, without any to dwell therein. Cursed be he that do the work of EZER deceitfully, and cursed be he that keep back his sword from blood. Moab has been at ease from his youth. He has settled on his lees, and has not been emptied from vessel to vessel, neither has he gone into captivity. Therefore his taste remained in him, and his scent is not changed. Therefore, behold, the days come, says EZER, that I will send unto him wanderers, that all cause him to wander, and shall empty his vessel and break their bottles. And Moab shall be ashamed of Shemosh, and the house of EZER-IAH, as the house of EZER-IAH was ashamed of Beth-IAH, their confidence. How say you, we are mighty and strong men for war? Moab is spoiled and gone up out of her cities, and his chosen young men are gone down to the slaughter, says the king, whose name is EZER of hosts. The calamity of Moab is near to come, and his affliction hasten fast. All you that are about him bemoan him. All you that know his name, say, how is the strong staff broken, and the beautiful rod? You daughter that does inhabit Dibon, come down from thy glory, sit in thirst, for the spoiler of Moab shall come upon you, and he shall destroy your stronghold. O inhabitants of Ariel that stand by the way, and Ipsi, ask him that fleeth, and her that escape, and say, what is done? Moab is confounded, for it is broken down. Howl and cry, tell you in Arnon, and Moab is spoiled, and judgment is come upon the plain country, upon Holon, and upon Jahaza, and upon Mephat, and upon Dibon, and upon Nebo, and upon Beth Deblatim, and upon Kiriatanim, and upon Beth Gamul, and upon Beth Meon, and upon Kerioth, and upon Bozrah, and upon all the cities of the land of Moab, far or near. The horn of Moab is cut off as a strength, and his arm is broken, becomes weak, says EZER. Make you him drunken, for he magnify himself against EZER. Moab also shall wallow in his vomit, and he also shall be in derision. For was not EZER-IAH a derision unto thee? Was he found among thieves? For since you speak of him, you skip for joy. O you that dwell in Moab, leave the cities and dwell in the rocks, and be like the dove that maketh her nest in the side of the holes of Mount. We have heard the pride of Moab. He is exceedingly proud. His loftiness and his arrogance and his pride and the haughtiness of his heart. I know his wrath, says EZER-IAH, but it shall not be so. His lies shall not so effect it. Therefore will I howl for Moab. I will cry out for all Moab. My heart shall mourn for the men of Cushris. O vine of Sibmah, I will weep for you with the weeping of Jazer. Your plants are gone over the sea. They reach even to the sea of Jazer. The spoiler is fallen upon thy summer fruits and upon thy vintage. And joy and gladness is taken from the plentiful field and from the land of Moab. And I will have caused wine to fail from the winepress, and none shall tread with shouting. The shouting shall be no more shouting. From the cry of Heshbon even unto Eleth, and even unto Jahaz, have they uttered their voice. From Zoar even unto Horonaim, as an heifer of 3 years old. For the waters also of Nimrim shall be desolate. Moreover, I will cause to cease in Moab, says EZER-IAH, him that offer in the high places, that those who go and offer sacrifice to the high God, and him that burn incense to his God, this high God, where they climb upstairs to go and offer the most high GODs. Therefore, my heart shall sound for Moab like pipes, and my heart shall sound like pipes for the men of Keshherish, because the riches that he has gotten are perished. For every head shall be bald, and every beard clipped. Upon all the hands shall be cuttings, and upon the loins sackcloth. There shall be lamentation generally upon all the houses top of Moab, and in the streets thereof. For I have broken Moab like a vessel wherein no pleasure, says EZER-IAH. They shall howl, saying, how is it broken down? How has Moab turned the back with shame? So shall Moab be a derision and a dismaying to all them about him. For thus says EZER-IAH, behold, he shall fly as an eagle, and shall spread his wings over Moab. That's the enemy. Keriath is taken, and the strongholds are surprised, and the mighty men hearts in Moab at that day shall be as the heart of a woman in her pains. And Moab shall be destroyed from being a people, because he has magnified himself against EZER-IAH. Fear and the pit and the snare shall be upon you, O inhabitants of Moab, says EZER-IAH. He that flee from you fear shall fall into the pit, and he that get up out of the pit shall be taken in the snare. For I will bring upon it, even upon Moab, the years of their visitation, says EZER-IAH. They that fled stumble under the shadow of Heshbon because of the force, but a fire shall come forth out of Heshbon, and a flame from the midst of Shihon, and shall devour the corner of Moab, and the crown of the head of the tumultuous ones. Woe be unto you, O Moab, the people of Shemish perished, for your sons are taken captives, and your daughters captives. Yet will I bring again the captivity of Moab in the latter days, says EZER-IAH. Thus far is the judgment of Moab. Chapter 49. Concerning the Ammonites, thus says EZER-IAH, has EZER-IAH no sons? Has he no heir? Why then does the king inherit Gad, and his people dwell in his cities? Therefore, behold, the days come, says EZER-IAH, that I will cause an alarm of war to be heard in Rabbath of the Ammonites, and it shall be a desolate heap, and her daughters shall be burned with fire. Then shall EZER-IAH be heir unto them that wore his hairs, says EZER-IAH. Howl, O Heshbon, for Ai is spoiled. Cry, you daughters of Rabbath. Gird you with sackcloth. Lament. Run to and fro by the hedges. For the king shall go into captivity, and his priests and his princesses together. Wherefore glorious you in the valley, wide flowing valley, O backsliding daughter, that trust in her treasuries, saying, who shall come unto me? Behold, I will bring a fear upon you, says EZER, the mighty one of hosts, from all those that are about you. And you shall be driven out, every man right forth, and none shall gather up him that wandereth. And afterwards I will bring again the captivity of the children of Ammon, says EZER. Concerning Edom, thus says EZER of hosts, is wisdom no more in Teman? Is counsel perished from the prudent? Is their wisdom vanished? Flee you, turn back. Dwell deep, O inhabitants of Dedan. For I will bring the calamity of Esau upon him, the time that I will visit him. If grape gatherers come to you, will they not leave some gleaning grapes? If thieves by night, will they destroy till they have enough? But I have made Esau bare. I have uncovered his secret places, and he shall not be able to hide himself. His seed is spoiled, and his brethren, and his neighbor, and he is not. Leave yourself, leave thy fatherless children. I will preserve them alive, and let your widows trust in me. For thus says EZER, behold, they whose judgment was not to drink of the cup have assuredly drunken. And although he shall altogether go unpunished, you shall not go unpunished, but you shall surely drink of it. You have to pay for what you did, all these nations. For I have sworn by myself, says EZER, that Bozrah shall become a desolation, a reproach, a waste, a curse, and all the cities thereof shall be perpetually waste. I have heard a rumor from EZER And an ambassador is sent unto the heathen, saying, Gather you together and come against her. Rise up to the battle. For lo, I will make you small among the heathen, and despised among men. Esau. So the Arabians, they are mingled seed today. Your terribleness has deceived you. The pride of your heart, O you that dwell in the cliff of the rocks, that hold the high of the hills, you who should make your nest as high as the eagle. I will bring you down from thence, says EZER-IAH. Also Edom shall be a desolation. Every one that go by it shall be astonished, and shall hiss at all the plagues thereof, as in the overthrow of Sodom and Gomorrah, and the neighbor cities thereof, says EZER-IAH. No man shall abide there, neither shall a son of man dwell in it. Behold, he shall come up like a lion from the swelling of Jordan against the habitation of the strong. But I will suddenly make him run away from her. And who is a chosen man, that I may appoint over her? For who is like me, and who will appoint me the time? And who is that shepherd that will stand before me? Therefore hear the counsel of EZER-IAH, that he has taken against Edom, and his purposes that he has proposed against the inhabitants of Teman. Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out. Surely he shall make their habitation desolate with them. The earth is moved at the noise of their fall. At the cry, the noise thereof was heard in the Red Sea. Behold, he shall come up and fly as the eagle, and spread his wings over Bozrah. And at that day shall the heart of the mighty men of Edom be as the heart of a woman in her pains. Concerning Damascus, Hamath is confounded, and Arpad, for they have heard evil tidings. They are faint-hearted. There is sorrow on the sea. It cannot be quit. Damascus is waxed feeble, and turned herself to flee, and fear has seized on her, and anguish and sorrow have taken her as a woman in travail. How is the city of praise not left, the city of my joy? Therefore her young men shall fall in her streets, and shall the men of war shall be cut off in that day, says EZER-IAH of hosts. And I will kindle a fire in the wall of Damascus, and it shall consume the palaces of Ben-Hadad, which is Baghdad. Ben-Hadad, who knows? Concerning Kedar, and concerning the kingdoms of Hazor, which Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, has smitten. Thus says EZER-IAH, arise you and go up to Kedar, and spoil the men of the east. Their tents and their flocks shall they take away. They shall take to themselves their curtains, and all their vessels, and their camels, and they shall cry unto them, Fear is on every side. Flee, get you far off. Dwell deep, O you inhabitants of Hazor, says EZER. For Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, has taken counsel against you, and has conceived a purpose against you. Arise, get you up unto the wealthy nation that dwell without care, says EZER, which have neither gates nor bars, which dwell alone, and their camels shall be a booty, and the multitude of their cattle is spoil. And I will scatter into all winds them that are in the uttermost corners, and I will bring their calamity from all sides thereof, says EZER. And Hazor shall be a dwelling for dragons, and a dragon and a desolation forever. There shall no man abide there, nor any son of man dwell in it. The word of EZER that came to Jeremiah the prophet against Elam, in the beginning of the reign of Zedekiah king of EZER, saying, Thus says EZER of hosts, Behold, I will break the bow of Elam, the chief of their might, and upon Elam will I bring the four winds from the four quarters of heaven, and will scatter them towards all those winds. And there shall be no nation whether the outcasts of Elam shall not come. For I will cause Elam to be dismayed before their enemies, and before them that seek their life. And I will bring evil upon them, even my fierce anger, says EZER. And I will send the sword after them till I have consumed them. And I will set my throne in Elam, and will destroy from thence the king and the princes, says EZER. But it shall come to pass in the latter days that I will bring again the captivity of Elam, says EZER. Chapter 50. The word that EZER speak against Babylon and against the land of the Chaldeans by Jeremiah the prophet. Declare you among the nations, and publish and set up a standard. Publish and conceal not. Say, Babylon is taken. Bel is confounded. Merodach is broken in pieces. Her idols are confounded. Her images are broken in pieces. For out of the north there cometh upon a nation against her, which shall make her land desolate, and none shall dwell therein. They shall remove, they shall depart, both man and beast, in those days and in that time, says EZER. The children of EZER-IAH shall come, they and the children of EZER together. Going and weeping, they shall go and seek EZER, the mighty one. They shall ask the way to Zion with their faces toward, saying, Come, and let us join ourselves to EZER in a perpetual covenant that shall not be forgotten. My people has been lost sheep. Their shepherds have caused them to go astray. They have turned them away on the mountains. They have gone from mountain to hill. They have forgotten their resting place. Forget everything. All that found them have devoured them until today. And their adversaries said, We offend not, because they have sinned against EZER, the habitation of justice, even EZER, the hope of their fathers. Remove out of the midst of Babylon. Go forth out of the land of the Chaldeans. Be as the he-goats before the flock. For lo, I will raise and cause to come up against Babylon an assembly of great nations from the north country, and they shall set themselves in array against her. From thence she shall be taken. Their arrows shall be as of a mighty expert man. None shall return in vain. And Chaldea shall be a spoil. All that spoil her shall be manifest, says EZER-IAH. Because you are glad, because you rejoice, O you destroyers of my heritage. Because you are grown fat as the heifer of grass, and bellow at bulls, as bulls. Your mother shall be sore confounded. She that bare you shall be ashamed. Behold, the hindmost of the nation shall be a wilderness, a dry land, and a desert. Because of the wrath of EZER-IAH, it shall not be inhabited, but it shall be wholly desolate. Every one that go by Babylon shall be astonished, and hiss at all her plagues. Put yourselves in array against Babylon round about. All you that bend the bow, shoot at her. Spare no arrow, for she has sinned against EZER-IAH. Shout against her round about. Shoot against her round about. She has given her hand. Her foundations are fallen. Her walls are thrown down, for it is the vengeance of EZER-IAH. Take vengeance upon her as she has done unto her. Cut off the sower from Babylon, and him that handle the sickle in the time of harvest. For fear of the oppressing sword, they shall turn every one to his people, and they shall flee every one to his own land. EZER-IAH is a scattered sheep. The lions have driven him away. First, the king of Assyria has devoured him. Last, this Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, has broken his bones. That's what they have done to us, my people. Therefore, thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER-IAH. Behold, I will punish the king of Babylon and his land, as I have punished the king of Assyria. And I will bring EZER-IAH again to his habitation, and he shall feed on Carmel and Bashan, and his soul shall be satisfied upon Mount Ephraim and Gilead. In those days and in that time, says EZER-IAH, the iniquity of EZER-IAH shall be sought for, and there shall be none. And sins of EZER-IAH, and they shall not be found. For I will pardon them whom I reserve. He will pardon those who ask for forgiveness. Go up against the land of Mutanim, even against it, and against the inhabitants of Pekod. Waste and utterly destroy after them, says EZER-IAH. Do according to all that I have commanded you. A sound of battle is in the land, and of great destruction. How is it the hammer of the whole earth cut asunder and broken? Talking about Babylon. How is Babylon become a desolate desolation among the nations. Because Ai used them to destroy the nation he wanted to destroy. And then he is using another nation now to destroy them. And that is the same thing will happen in our civilization. I have laid a snare for you, and you are also taken, O Babylon, and you was not aware. You are found and also caught, because you have striven against Ai. Ai has opened his armory and has brought forth the weapons of his indignation. For this is the work of Ai, the mighty one of hosts, in the land of the Chaldeans. Come against her from the uttermost border. Open the storehouse, cast her up as heaps. Destroy her utterly, let nothing of her be left. Slay all her bullocks, let them go down to the slaughter. Woe unto them, for their day is come, the time of their visitation. My dear brothers and sisters, all nations will have a visitation. All civilization will have a visitation of Ai. The voice of them that flee and escape out of the land of Babylon, to declare in Zion the vengeance of Ai, our mighty one, the vengeance of his temple, yes, for all what they did to it, for breaking it down and burning it. Call together the archers against Babylon, all you that bend the bow, camp against it round about. Let none thereof escape. Recompense her according to her work, according to all that she has done. Do unto her, for she has been proud against Ai, against the Holy One of EZER-IAH. My dear people, that was in long time ago, in our ancestors' time, ancient time. It's the same thing these nations are doing today. They are proud against Ai. That's why they abolish his law. They change some of his laws. They hide his name. They are doing the same thing these nations have done. And they will get the same punishment. It's the same punishment they will get. So let us listen what Ai is saying. Therefore shall her young men fall in the streets, and all her men of war shall be cut off in that day, says Ai. Behold, I am against her, O you most proud, says Ai of hosts, for the day is come, the time that I will visit you, and the most proud shall stumble and fall, and none shall raise him up. And I will kindle a fire in his cities, and it shall devour all round about him. Thus says Ai of hosts, the children of EZER-IAH and the children of EZER-IAH were oppressed together, and all that took them captives held them fast. They refused to let them go. Isn't the same thing here, my brothers and sisters? What happened in the beginning, it's going to happen again. There is nothing new under the heaven. The nations, they're giving us a history of what happened to our people and the nations that oppressed them, the nation who enslaved them. And it's the same thing will happen to the nations that are doing this to us as I speak. Their Redeemer is strong. Ai of hosts is his name. He shall thoroughly plead their cause, that he may give rest to the land and disquiet the inhabitants of Babylon. A sword is upon the Chaldeans, says Ai, and upon the inhabitants of Babylon, and upon her princesses, and upon her wise men. A sword is upon the liars, and they shall dote. A sword is upon her mighty men, and they shall be dismayed. Isn't the same thing it did to the Egyptians who had us in slavery? It's the same thing he did to Babylon. It's the same thing he's going to do to these nations today. A sword is upon their horses and upon their chariots and upon the mingled people. All the mingled people, the Arabs now, they are mingled, that are in the midst of her. And they shall become as women. They are all mingled. Babylon, Iraq, Syria, even the Arabs, they are all mingled people now. All over there are mingled seed. They are not the original people. They are not. But they are the children. They are part of them. And they are going to pay for it, for what they did. And they shall be dismayed. A sword is upon their horses, and upon the chariots, and upon the mingled people that are in the midst of her. And they shall become as woman. A sword is upon her treasure, and they shall be robbed. A drought is upon her waters, and they shall be dried up. We see the drying up. For it is the land of graven images, and they are mad upon the idols. They love the idols. Therefore the wild beasts of the desert, which the wild beasts of the islands shall dwell there, and the owls shall dwell therein, and it shall be no more inhabited forever, neither shall it be dwelt in from generation to generation. As EZER overthrew Sodom and Gomorrah and the neighbor cities thereof, says EZER, so shall no man abide there, neither shall any son of man dwell there. Behold, a people shall come from the north, and a great nation, and many kings shall be raised up from the coast of the earth. They shall hold the bow and the lance. They are cruel and will not show mercy. Their voice shall roar like the sea, and they shall ride upon horses, every one put in array, like a man to the battle against you, O daughter of Babylon. And here now, my people, we have seen what he's saying right here now. This is not referring to the first Babylon. O daughter of Babylon. The king of Babylon has heard the report of them, and his hands waxed feeble. Anguish took hold of him, and pains as of a woman in travail. Behold, he shall come up like a lion, and travail means childbirth. A lion from the swelling of Jordan unto the habitation of the strong. But I will make them suddenly run away from her. And who is a chosen man, that I may appoint over her? For who is like me? And who will appoint me the time? And who is that shepherd that will stand before me? Therefore hear you the counsel of EZER, that he has taken against Babylon. His purpose, that he has proposed against the land of the Chaldeans. Surely the least of the flock shall draw them out. Surely he shall make their habitation desolate with them. At the noise of the taking of Babylon, the earth is moved, and the cry is heard among the nations. Thus says chapter 51. Thus says EZER, behold, I will raise up against Babylon and against them that dwell in the midst of them that rise up against me, a destroying wind, and will send unto Babylon fanners that shall fan her, and shall empty her land For in the day of trouble they shall be against her round about, against him that beneath the archer bent his bow, and against him that lift himself upon his brigandine, and spare you not her young men, destroy you utterly all her host. Thus the slain shall fall in the land of the Chaldeans, and they that are thrust through in her streets. For EZER-IAH has not been forsaken, nor EZER-IAH of his mighty one. IAH of hosts, though the land was filled with sin against the Holy One of EZER-IAH, flee out of the midst of Babylon, deliver every man his soul. Be not cut off in her iniquity, for this is the time of IAH's vengeance. He will render unto her a recompense. Babylon has been a golden cup in IAH's hand, that made all the earth drunken. The nations have drunken of her wine. Therefore the nations are mad. And that's your Christianity and your Islam that come from the Vatican, from the Rome. Babylon is suddenly fallen and destroyed. Howl for her, take blame for her pain. If so, she may be healed. We would have healed Babylon, but she is not healed. Forsake her, and let us go everyone into his own country. Let's leave Babylon. For her judgment reach unto heaven, and is lifted up even to the skies. IAH has brought forth our righteousness come, and let us declare in Zion the work of IAH, our mighty one. Make bright the arrows, gather the shield. IAH has raised up the spirit of the kings of the Medes, for his device is against Babylon to destroy it, because it is the vengeance of IAH, the vengeance of his temple, for what they did to the temple, for what they did to his land, for what they did to his people. Set up the standard upon the walls of Babylon. Make the watch strong. Set up the watchmen. Prepare the ambushes. For IAH has both devised and done that which he speak against the inhabitants of Babylon. O you that dwell upon the many waters, abundant in treasuries, thine end is come, and the measures of thy covetousness. IAH of hosts has sworn by himself, saying, surely I will fill you with men, as with caterpillars, and they shall lift up and shout against you. He has made the earth by his power. He has established the world by his wisdom, and has stretched out the heavens by his comprehension. When he utter his voice, there is a multitude of water in the heavens, and he caused the vapors to ascend from the ends of the earth. He make lightning with rain, and bring forth the wind out of his treasuries. Every man is brutish by his knowledge. He think he have knowledge, but it's nothing. Every founder is confounded by his graven image. For his molten image is falsehood. There is no breath in them. They are vanity, the work of errors. In the time of their visitation they shall perish. The portion of Jacob is not like them, for he is the former of all things, and EZER-IAH is the rod of his inheritance. EZER of hosts is his name. You are my battle axe and weapons of war. For with you will I break in pieces the nations, and with you will I destroy kingdoms. We have to do it, my brothers and sisters. Just with the name of EZER, we have to carry out a mission. We have to break them with the name of EZER. And with you will I break in pieces the horses and its rider. And with you will I break in pieces the chariots and his rider. With you also will I break in pieces man and woman. And with you will I break in pieces old and young. And with you will I break in pieces the young man and the maid. And I will also break in pieces with you the shepherd and his flock. And with you will I break in pieces the husbandman and his yoke of oxen. And with you will I break in pieces captains and rulers. And I will render unto Babylon and to all the inhabitants of Chaldea and all the evil they have done in Zion in your sight, says EZER. So EZER is telling us he is going to use us to break the nations. That's why we are to keep the law of EZER and call upon his name. Put on his banner. This banner is his name. Behold, I am against you, O destroying mountain, says EZER. You destroy all the earth. I will stretch out my hand upon you and roll you down from the rocks, and will make you a burnt mountain. And they shall not take off thee a stone for a corner, nor a stone for foundation. But you shall be desolate forever, says EZER. We are not to take any doctrine from these people. Not to take any doctrine. Not for foundation. Not to learn. We can't learn anything from them. Set you up a standard in the land. Blow the trumpet among the nations. Prepare the nations against her. Call together against her the kingdoms of Ararat, Mini, Ashkenaz. Appoint a captain against her. Cause the horses to come up as the rough caterpillars. Prepare against her the nations with the kings of the Medes, the captains thereof, and all the rulers thereof, and all the land of his dominion. And the land shall tremble, and sorrow for every purpose of EZER shall be performed against Babylon, to make the land of Babylon a desolation without inhabitants. The mighty men of Babylon have forborne for fight. They have remained in their holes. Their might has failed. They become as women. They have burned her dwelling places. Her bars are broken. One post shall run to meet another, one messenger to meet another, to show the king of Babylon that his city is taken at one end, and that the passengers are stopped, and the reeds they have burned with fire, and the men of war are frightened. For thus says EZER of hosts, the mighty one of EZER, the daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor. It is time to thresh her. The daughter of Babylon is like a threshing floor. It is time to thresh her. Yet a little while, and the time of her harvest shall come. Nebuchadnezzar, the king of Babylon, has devoured me. He has crushed me. He has made me an empty vessel. He has swallowed me up like a dragon. He has filled his belly with my delicates. He has cast me out. The violence done to me and to my flesh be upon Babylon. Shall the inhabitants of Zion say, and by blood upon the inhabitants of Chaldea shall Jerusalem say. Therefore thus says EZER-IAH, behold, I will plead thy cause, and take vengeance for you. I will dry up her sea, and make her springs dry, and Babylon shall become heaps, a dwelling place for dragons, an astonishment and hissing without inhabitants. They shall roar together like lions. They shall yell like lions' wheels in their heat. And I will make their feast, and I will make their feast, and I will make them drunken, that they may rejoice and sleep a perpetual sleep. Make them drunk until they die. No wake, says EZER-IAH, no waking. They're going into war. They're so rejoicing, and then they die in it. It's like it damaged their minds, put things in their mind. I will bring them down like lambs to the slaughter, like rams with the goats. How is she such taken? How is the praise of the whole earth suppressed? How is Babylon become an astonishment among the nations? The sea is come up upon Babylon. She is covered with the multitude of the waves thereof. Her cities are a desolation, a dry land, a wilderness, a land wherein no man dwell. Neither do any son of man pass thereby. And I will punish Baal in Babylon, and I will bring forth out of his mouth that which he has swallowed up. And the nations shall now not flow together any more unto him. Yea, the wall of Babylon shall fall. My people, go you out of the midst of her. Deliver you every man his soul from the fierce anger of EZER-IAH, and lest your heart faint, and you fear for the rumor that shall be heard in the land. A rumor shall both come 1 year, and after that in another year shall come a rumor, and violence in the land. Ruler against ruler. Therefore, behold, the days come that I will do judgment upon the graven images of Babylon, and the whole land shall be confounded, and all her slain shall fall in the midst of her. Then the heaven and the earth and all that is therein shall sing for Babylon, for the spoilers shall come unto her from the north, says EZER-IAH. As Babylon has caused the slain of EZER-IAH to fall, so at Babylon shall fall the slain of all the earth. You that have escaped the sword, go away. Stand not still. Remember EZER afar off, and let Jerusalem come into your mind. We are confounded because we have heard reproach. Shame has covered our faces, for strangers are coming to the sanctuaries of EZER's house. Wherefore, behold, the days come, says EZER, that I will do judgment upon her graven images, and through all her land the wounded shall groan. To Babylon should mount up, though Babylon should mount up to heaven, and though she should fortify the height of her strength, yet from me shall spoilers come unto her, says EZER. A sound of a cry come from Babylon, and great destruction from the land of the Chaldeans, because EZER has spoiled Babylon, and destroyed out of her the great voice of her waves. Do not like great waters. A noise of their voice is uttered, because the spoiler is come upon her, even upon Babylon, and her mighty men are taken. Every one of their bows is broken, for EZER, the mighty one of recompense, shall surely require. And I will make drunk her princes, and her wise men her captains, and her rulers and her mighty men, and they shall sleep a perpetual sleep, and not waken, says the King, whose name is EZER of hosts. Thus says EZER of hosts, the broad walls of Babylon shall be utterly broken, and her high gates shall be burnt with fire, and the people shall labor in vain, and the folk in the fire, and they shall be weary. The word that Jeremiah the prophet commanded EZER-IAH the son of Neriah, the son of Messiah, when he went with Zedekiah the king of Eduiah into Babylon in the 4th year of his reign. And this EZER-IAH was a quiet prince. So Jeremiah wrote in a book all the evil that shall come upon Babylon, even all these words that are written against Babylon. And for you to know who are the daughter of Babylon, all you have to do is look at these religions that are doing the same thing that they did in Babylon, that was burning incense unto the Queen of Heaven and making cakes for the Queen of Heaven, which today they call Virgin Mary. My dear brothers and sisters, they are the founders and the originators of all these religions that you see on the earth today. They are the original creators of these religions that are on the earth today, that are deceiving all the children of EZER-IAH, most of the children of EZER-IAH around the world. And Jeremiah said to EZER-IAH, when you come to Babylon and shall see and shall read all these words, then shall you say, O EZER, you have spoken against this place to cut it off, that none shall remain in it, neither man nor beast, but that it shall be desolate forever. And it shall be, when you have made an end of reading these words, that you shall bind a stone to it, and cast it into the midst of the Euphrates. And you shall say, thus shall Babylon sink, and shall not rise from the evil that I will bring upon her, and they shall be weary. Thus for all the words of Jeremiah. Chapter 52. Zedekiah was 21 years old when he began to reign, and he reigned 11 years in Jerusalem, and his mother's name was Hamutal, the daughter of Jeremiah of Libnah, And he did that which was evil in the eyes of EZER, according to all that Jehoiakim had done. For through the anger of EZER is come to pass in Jerusalem and EZER-IAH, till he had cast them out from his presence, that Zedekiah rebelled against the king of Babylon. And it came to pass in the 9th year of his reign, in the 10th month, in the 10th day of the month, that Nebuchadnezzar king of Babylon came, he and all his army, against Jerusalem, and pitched against it, and built forts against it round about. So the city was besieged unto the 11th year of King Zedekiah. And in the 14th month, in the 9th day of the month, the famine was sore in the city, so that there was no bread for the people of the land. Then the city was broken up, and all the men of war fled, and went forth out of the city by night, by the way of the gate between the two walls, when was by the king's garden. Now the Chaldeans were by the city round about, and they went by the way of the plain. But the army of the Chaldeans pursued after the king, overtook Zedekiah in the plain of Jericho, and all his army was scattered from him. Then they took the king and carried him up to the king of Babylon, to Riblah, in the land of Hamath, where he gave judgment upon him. And the king of Babylon slew the sons of Zedekiah before his eyes. He slew also all the prince of EZER-IAH in Riblah. Then he put out the eyes of Zedekiah, and the king of Babylon bound him in chain, and carried him to Babylon, and put him in prison till the day of his death, because of his hard-headedness. Now in the 5th month, in the 10th day of the month, which was the 19th year of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, came Nebuchadnezzar, captain of the guard, which served the king of Babylon, into Jerusalem, and burned the house of EZER, and the king's house, and all the houses of Jerusalem, and all the houses of the great men, burned he with fire. And all the army of the Chaldeans that were with the captain of the guard brake down all the walls of Jerusalem round about. Then Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, carried away captive certain of the poor of the people, and the residue of the people that remained in the city. And those that fell away, that fell to the king of Babylon, and the rest of the multitude. But Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, left certain of the poor of the land for dressers and for husbandmen. Also the pillars of brass that were in the house of EZER, and the basins, and the brazen sea that was in the house of EZER, the Chaldeans brake and carried all the brass of them to Babylon. The cauldrons also, and the shovels, and the snuffers, and the bowls, and the spoons, and all the vessels of brass wherewith they ministered, took they away, and the basins, and the firepans, and the bowls, and the cauldrons, and the candlesticks, and the spoons, and the cups, that which was of gold in gold, and that which was of silver in silver, took the captains of the guard. So they took everything from the temple: the 2 pillars, 1 sea, and 12 brazen bowls that were under the basins, which King Solomon Jedediah had made in the house of EZER-IAH. The brass of all these vessels was without weight. It was so heavy. And concerning the pillars, the height of one pillar was 18 cubits, and a fillet of 12 cubits did compass it, and the thickness thereof was four fingers. It was hollow, and a shafter of brass was upon it, and the height of one shafter was 5 cubits, with network, pomegranates upon the shafters round about, all of brass. The second pillar also, the pomegranates were like unto these, and there were 96 pomegranates on a side, and all the pomegranates upon the network were 100 round about. And the captain of the guard took EZER-IAH the chief priest, and Zephaniah the second priest, and the 3 keepers of the door. He took also out of the city, and eunuchs, which had the charge of the men of war, and 7 men of them that were near the king person, which were found in the city, and the principal scribe of the host, whose mustered the people of the land, and 70 men of the people of the land that were found in the midst of the city. So Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, took them and brought them into the king of Babylon to Riblah. And the king of Babylon smote them and put them to death in Riblah, in the land of Hamath. Thus Iodon was carried away captive out of his own land. This is the people whom Nebuchadnezzar carried away captive in the 7th year, 3,000 Israelites, and 23. In the 18th year of Nebuchadnezzar, he carried away captive from Jerusalem 832 persons. In the 3rd year, 20th year of Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar, the captain of the guard, carried away captive of the Israelites 745 persons. All the persons were 4,600. And it came to pass in the 7th and the 13th year of the captivity of Jehoiakim, king of EZER-IAH, in the 12th month, in the 5th and 20th day of the month, that evil Merodach, king of Babylon, in the 1st year of his reign, lifted up the head of Jehoiachin, king of EZER-IAH, and brought him forth out of prison, and speak kindly unto him, and set his throne above the throne of the king that war with him in Babylon, and changed his prison garments, and he did continually eat bread before him all the days of his life. And after his diet, there was a continual diet given him of the king of Babylon, every day a portion until the day of his death, all the days of his life. And my brothers and sisters, that's the book of Jeremiah. And Jeremiah is telling us about what had happened to Jerusalem, what happened to EZER-IAH, and he's also telling us in what time it happened, as he prophesied. It happened in the time of when King Zedekiah would be reigning. That's the king whose name is Ahaz righteousness. A king that would rule all over the earth. That was Nebuchadnezzar's time, and then a king whom EZER will raise to destroy Babylon, which was Cyrus. And that was the destruction of Babylon. And he speaks sometimes about the daughter of Babylon. He's talking about the future, because Babylon has resurrected. And we know who is Babylon today. If you study the subject, you will know. So may EZER bless you and keep you. May EZER make his face to shine upon you. May EZER lift up his countenance upon you. May EZER be gracious unto you and give you peace. And you continue to call upon his name, as Jeremiah have shown you. His name is EZER. We call him EZER of hosts, EZER Almighty, the mighty one. He is one. He is EZER. He is our mighty one. All praise unto EZER. All praise unto EZER. All praise unto EZER Almighty.